right. Also,
I want you all to know that when Andre said on the minute, I was like, oh shit, is it 5 seconds later or 10 seconds later? And I just hoped.
I almost stopped my recording right after we clapped, just as like, okay, we're done. We did it.
okay, we did it.
We
Yep,
did
good
it.
job, everybody.
We got the podcast.
But I didn't do that.
But
That's a
The best thing ever is that the update for this recording software is when you click record, it said recording with Yeti stereo microphone. So that's very good.
at least it lets you know.
I just spat all over my laptop screen.
Hot. I am not going to turn my fridge off this recording in case we're going 6 hours. I don't want
That's fine.
the fridge off for 6 hours or more.
The fridge is your problem. Yep. I don't know why your fridge is so loud.
My fridge can be really, really loud sometimes. I'm
My
sure
fridge
it's.
is old. It's from like the 70s or 80s.
I cannot.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, I would guess mine's probably from the 80s. I cannot turn my fridge off because I can't get to the plug. So.
Yeah, I go to the breaker box.
I'm
Yeah, and I don't.
surprised your fridges
Unfortunately,
still work.
if I had to, the breaker box, it's on a circuit with a couple other things that I use sometimes during
Gotcha.
the podcast, such as the coffee maker. So.
Very fair.
The refrigerators. If you try to buy one now, one of the selling points is, hey, it won't wake up a baby.
Oh. Huh. That's
Being
cool.
able to purchase my own refrigerator is absolutely one of the reasons why I might be someday own a house.
That you can have choice.
Our refrigerator
You can
as
rent.
it
You can
sucks.
rent an apartment in Japan, and you have to buy a refrigerator
And that's not what I want.
and your own light fixtures.
Would
We
you
basically have to do that too because we only have like 2 lights.
Would
Well,
you-
in the living room and bedroom anyway?
would you get a fridge with a screen so that you can play video games on your fridge?
No, what I want is a fridge with a
Candy
window.
Crush or like the fruit ninja.
I want one of those magic window fridges where you can push the button and then the screen turns into a window and you can see into the fridge.
Those
I
are
want one
cool.
that like makes drinks cold in like 5 minutes because it like shakes them in like just the right way and it makes them get cold really fast.
Wouldn't that mean
That-
that your like beer and stuff would explode though?
I don't know. I don't know how it like maneuvers them. I don't know. I
Also,
don't know
I don't understand
science.
how that's possible because
I don't.
if you
I
shake
don't know.
something like
I don't know.
Isn't that friction?
Yeah, it makes it hotter.
I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know.
I ain't no thermodynamicologist.
It was a thing. It was like a CES thing, and like, hey, you put this shit in here for like 5 minutes, and it's like very cold, very fast.
I mean, that sounds
I
appealing.
want one of those smart fridges where you can remotely look inside it with a camera.
Oh,
what I'm
So
talking
you're
sick.
about.
at the store and you're
That's what
like,
I'm
oh
talking
shit,
about.
we out of mustard.
Yeah, exactly. You can look at it as a mirror, like a window when you're on the fridge.
Well, when
you're
you
on
get the
fridge.
Amazon
When you're on
fridge,
prem.
and everything has like a NFC chip in it. And
Nope.
then your
Nope.
mustard has NFC.
No.
Instead of mustard, basically what you want is the room service, the minibar fridge from a hotel, but like for mustard.
So
Then you have to have everything in its own
mustard's
spot.
going.
and-
the problem with Amazon
pressure plates
fridges
and-
is that Amazon Fresh fucking sucks, and they fuck it up all the time. And it's not a reliable way to get your groceries in a lot of places. I'm sure in like a pocket of San Francisco somewhere, someone's like, I use Amazon Fresh and it's great.
I
But
use
I
it
have-
and it's fine.
Yeah, that's
It's
the
like,
thing. It's passable.
It's passable, and the thing is that
Better than getting COVID.
it's
It
yeah,
does,
and also it's like
grocery delivery, like every supermarket does delivery. It's weird
also
when
like-
one doesn't.
less
That's true here, too.
hassle than like Instacart, because my parents do Instacart.
Oh, fuck
and they
Instacart.
say it sucks.
Yeah, fuck Instacart. My friend did Instacart, and then they kept charging her for like random shit, and like she would call them and be like, "Hey, could you not, or like, could we get a refund for that?" And they're like, "Oh, we can give you credit on your account." She's like, "Okay, I just like to cancel my account because you guys have messed up like 7 or 8 times now." And they're like, "We can give you another credit on your account."
Yeah, and apparently like they like since they're shopping there, they're like, "Oh, do you want a substitution on this and this?" Which is like, fine, but at the same time, you're they're like, you have to be kind of on your phone while they're shopping, and that sounds
Yeah.
kind of exhausting. And so it's like Amazon Fresh is like weird. Like the one time that I was setting my sibling up, they sent me the wrong bag, and I was like,
That's awkward.
Yeah.
this is not what they ordered. But
I will say I have one friend who uses Instacart, and I have heard nothing but horror stories. But he was like, I don't know why people complain about it. It's great. I never have a problem. He's like friends with 2 or 3 of the Instacart people that usually take his order, and he just chats with them and stuff, and is like friendly. And is like, I love it. It's great.
I'm sure the people are great.
oh yeah, like nothing's wrong, like wrong with the people. It's just I'm like, I just I just don't want to have to like sit there and be like, yeah, that substitution's fine, when I can just like
Oh, I'm with you.
they're ordered.
But that is the reality of shopping, is sometimes they don't got the shit you want. All right. We ready?
Absolutely.
Alex has a lot to cut out.
It's fine. I'm writing the timestamps down.
Yep. Okay, good.
It says 6 minutes here. I feel like we're all right.
Yeah.
Hello and welcome to the most momentous of occasions and podcasts. It is the Gaming Fix Game of the Year 2020 podcast on January 9th, 2021. I'm your host, Andre Cole, aka your partner's favorite game of 2020. I'm joined today by Alex,
Are you trying to get me to name my top game of 2020?
your
To
partner's
oust
favorite game of
myself?
2020.
So Frank's favorite game of 2020 is
Like,
probably
sitting in that
Garfield
bag.
Kart.
Okay,
Yeah.
Garfield Kart. Okay,
That makes
That's-
sense.
It's not like a contemporary release, but we'll allow it. Allison,
I don't even know how to respond to that. It's early and I'm tired. But excited to chat with you guys.
I believe my partner's favorite game of 2020 is World of Warcraft.
like Shadowlands Classic. What are we talking?
She mostly plays Classic, but she plays Shadowlands too.
Well, that
Who
Classic,
said-
did
who said
Classic come
that?
out this year?
I don't even
Classic came
know.
out last year,
That,
I think.
that voice, who is that? I've never even heard that name before.
Pat? Who? What did I say?
Oh, it's Pat. Hi, Pat.
Yeah. Hi, it's me.
I said Pat.
Did you?
Yeah, then Allison talked over me. No, but
Oh.
Sorry.
and being a perfect guest, waiting his turn, Sam.
My wife's favorite game is The Wolf Among Us. It's the only game she's played this year. She's played
It's a good game.
one chapter of it. She's working her way a chapter a year.
Which chapter did she play?
I think 2.
Okay.
All right, she's got 3
She's
more
played
years.
Chapter 1 like 7 times.
Fiona
more
will
Wolf
join
Among Us than I
us
have.
in
I've never
3
beaten
more
chapter
years
1.
in 2024 to discuss The Wolf Among Us. So we'll look forward to that.
Well, the 2023 Wolf Among Us chapter of the year.
Turns out it's just chapter 1.
It's whatever. It's whatever one the most people played.
So, as you might be able to guess, in a Game of the Year podcast, we are going to break down the games of 2020 that we played, that we cared enough about to put on some sort of list and break it down into a top 10. And then we're going to order that top 10, and we're going to hate each other.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna leave this podcast. We'll come back next week, and we'll do it all again, but this time for Game of the Generation.
Wait, are we actually doing that?
No,
No.
we're not
Okay.
doing that.
I refuse.
I haven't got time for that.
No, we'll come back with a regular podcast next week. That's what we'll do. But even though we're here to talk about the 2020 Game of the Year, there are some games that some people have some thoughts about that maybe they want to fight for and justify being on the 2020 list. I don't know about any of that. I am a professional. I came here with 2020 games. Your personal list, I don't care. But for this ordered list, let's read off the games that are on the up for debate list, and we'll decide if any of them are worth debating in our 2020 top 10 capacity. So on this list, we've got, looks like 8 games, starting with Among Us, Blaseball, DJ Max Respect 5, Love Live All Stars, Persona 5 Royal. I always want to say Royale, but it's
Same.
Royal, right?
Same.
Tony Hawk 1 and 2 remake or remastered. What did they call it? Toho Luna Nights and Umineko When They Cry.
I think we could just take DJ Max off the list because I'm the only person who
Yeah,
played
I don't know
that.
why Love Live All Stars is there because I'm the only one who's played it.
All right,
All
I'm
right.
deleting those.
Okay.
Those were 2 easy removals. Wow.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, DJ Max is incredible and only not on my top 10 probably because I think it's like a 2017 game and I tried to stick to 2020 releases for my personal list. But yeah, DJ Max is amazing.
Consummate professional.
Love Live All Stars is not amazing. Anyway.
I don't know how these games ended up on this list.
Yeah, DJ Max Respect Me also is a 2020 release for PC of a 2017 PS4 game. So it's just
That's
very
really
like,
funny.
yeah.
Yeah. I put Umineko there for obvious reasons. I don't think we necessarily need it on our 2020 list because it did not come out in any reasonable capacity for the greater year for anyone else. It's just for me, 2020 was a weird year. And for a lot of people, 2020 was a
What?
weird year, right?
Why?
But like, so the way I ended up spending a lot of the year was getting into series that I've been putting off that were really long. Like things like watching Legend of the Galactic Heroes, which was like 1 billion episodes, and then playing Umineko, which was 130 hours, and getting into Final Fantasy 14 for like 200 and something hours, you know? So it
As you do.
definitely, yeah, so Umineko definitely took up a lot of my 2020, but I don't think we need to have it on this list, despite the fact that it's one of the best games of all time.
That's not the list we're debating. So I'm deleting it for now.
Yeah.
That's an entirely different fight, and just, I have my knives ready.
Yeah, I was gonna say later this year we can remove it from that list.
Wow.
Sorry.
Oof. The other one I put on
so-
here, Toho Luna Nights, that one's more debatable because they added the last area in 2020 with the release of the Game Pass version as well as the Switch version. So it became a complete game in 2020, but it originally hit 1.0 in 2019.
What are they even doing? That doesn't even make
Yeah,
sense.
It sounds like DLC.
Yeah, it sounds like they added DLC to it.
It wasn't
In
DLC
this-
though. Like it wasn't a named thing. It was just like an update.
Yeah, but I mean,
they added like beachfront farms to Stardew Valley 1.5.
I guess that's what I'm saying is I think that's sort
Totally
of
fair.
along the same lines. I guess like it's tough for me because I guess what I would say is, would you say that final area this is my thing with these games. When I look at something like Persona 5 Royal, I don't have any problems considering it for this year if what we're considering is the additional elements that were added to it, making it a game that is greater than and like bigger than what it was originally, and that those additional elements, like if the additional stuff that comes at the end of Persona 5 Royal were released as a standalone expansion, would that standalone expansion be enough to make our top excuse me, top 10? So I guess for something like Toho, my feeling is like, if you think that last area that they added, rest of the game aside, like if that had come out as its own little like extended additional piece of content by itself, would you call that one of the best games of 2020 is my thinking.
Well, I mean, it'd be 1/6 of a game. So it's hard to say, but it is definitely the hardest area. And
Exactly.
Yeah. Like I think in the context of that greater game, if you're playing it along with that greater game, it is almost a necessity because it combines all of the mechanics you've learned up to that point in really smart ways, and it's fuck hard.
Sure. And I guess that's kind of why I realize it's a very difficult question to answer, but I feel like if it's a very difficult question to answer, then it's hard. I wouldn't personally consider it, because to me at that point, then it's more like the game is really good and there's more stuff for it from this year, rather than it's one of the best games of the year, if that makes any sense. So that's why it's kind of hard for me to, like, same thing with Tony Hawk. I don't have a problem considering that game, but to me, Tony Hawk 1 and 2 are two of some of the best games of all time. So it's,
What are we even doing here?
yeah, I mean, Tony Hawk 1+2, what we need to be looking at it for is what changes were made to it and what the wrapper looks like, and does that enhance the game and make, and like kind of elevate those two games to being some of the most relevant and best games in 2020. And I actually argue no, although I think that it's really good. So
This is like, yeah, I wouldn't say something like Destiny 2 should be on the list. Even like if I wanted to put on like a personal list, I wouldn't say like, oh, Shadowkeep or like Beyond Light should be on the.
but if we all played Beyond Light and it was like, oh my God,
yeah.
this is one of the best experiences of the year, is playing this expansion, then I would absolutely consider it for the list, you know?
Sure.
So yeah, it's tough. I don't know. I can
think-
go either way.
I think Tony Hawk 1 and 2 is really interesting, as I think it and Persona 5 are kind of in the same realm in terms of games we should be considering, or should we be considering, you know, that question. And I think 1 and 2 is maybe the best remake I can think of in terms of it kind of trying to, like, this looks and feels exactly how I remember it as a kid, but like it's obviously way better. So it's like extremely faithful, but the way it has updated things makes it feel like modern and excellent. Like I think
It's
it's
a very smart way to update a game.
yeah, like I think it's maybe the best execution of a remake that has happened. I can't think of one that evokes that quite as well. Maybe the Ocarina of Time for 3DS, but other than
Stairs and
that-
Resident Evil 2 remake.
I think Resident Evil 2 remake
it's a different thing.
It's a
but
different game.
thing. I think
Yeah.
Resident Evil 2 remake is a better
Stairs
game.
and
but-
Final Fantasy 7 remake.
Again, yeah, Final Fantasy 7 remake is a different thing too, obviously.
But I'm
Yeah.
also fine if we want to remove Tony Hawk 1 and 2, because it's basically Tony Hawk 1 and 2.
And this is also kind of where I was getting at too, with I don't think it makes the top 10, because while I think it is a great remake, to me, I didn't think that the additional challenge stuff they added was like, oh my God, this is, it still felt like I was playing those levels over again, you know, and it's done really well and there's nothing wrong with that. And that's, I think, what they set out to achieve. But I wasn't like, holy crap, this is a whole new world of Tony Hawk now because it has challenges in it, you know?
Whole new world of Tony Hawk. Yeah, I can see it, but like they actually have been updating it quite a bit, which is good too.
Yeah.
They put Jack Black in it.
They did.
As
Sam-
you should.
Sam, you were about to say
On
though?
the subject, on the subject of Persona, so like, I listened to a few Game of the Year pods, and basically everybody on GameSpot After Dark was talking about how P5 Royal was like in their top 5 or was their number 1, because of there's some genuinely meaningful changes to the whole game from start to finish.
Yes, that's the thing that I would say about Persona 5 Royal is that, like when you're talking a little bit about earlier about like Toho with the content at the end, I'd say that's only like a fraction of what Persona 5 Royal does differently, and that I feel like the changes that they make are meaningful enough, especially to the story and to the overarching characters, that it's harder to separate it out like that, because the final palace that was added is like a culmination of like a couple of the characters that are new, but they're also fit in from the start and feel so integral to the story that I'm kind of glad I never completed Persona 5 before this, because I'm like, I don't know how the story would meaningfully resolve itself without these characters.
I think we should consider it, but I just want to point out this is Sam's greatest nightmare, which is a game being considered for Game of the Year 2 times. And we're setting a precedent that I will never forget.
What I was going to say is, like, I do think that Persona 5 Royal is, it is possibly because of the amount of work that's gone into it and the how different an experience people have said it feels. It's worth considering.
Yeah.
However, do we think it's going to make the top 10 with such a stacked deck and such a there's a lot of babies in this
call? Yes, I agree.
Hospital.
Hey.
There's a lot of babies in this hospital. And is this the one that we want to take home with us?
This is really high on Allison's list, though.
Yeah,
It sure is.
Yeah, so
we should put it in. I think it should be in the conversation.
Yeah, for sure.
It's in my top 3.
I'm gonna
it's not
agree
my
in that
number one, but it is in my top 3.
Yeah, I think that's enough of an argument for me.
Okay, and I will move it over to our qualified games list.
But before we do that though, this pour one out for the fact that our qualified games list currently has 69 games on it.
Yep.
And
Persona 5
no longer will.
Persona 5 just ruining everything.
We can order the 69
Star
games
Renegades
if you like.
Yeah, we can. I think
Renegades
Car
straight away.
Renegades has been zombied onto this list several times, so we could just cut it.
Okay, I think
Oh no! Well, let's wait till we get to reading everything.
Fine.
We'll get there.
All right, so Persona 5 Royal. What is the temperature on Toho?
It is very high on my list, but if we don't want to consider it, then we don't have to.
It's a tougher consider for me, but since it's high on your list, I'm willing to do it. But it's only because I care about you, not because I think it should actually be there.
We don't have to though. It's
Put
fine.
it on and immediately take it off.
I think we can probably pull Tony Hawk 1 and 2 just because it is, it's Tony Hawk 1 and 2.
Soundtracks and a few new bits, but like,
and there's
it's
new,
very
like the
much
new
a homage to the originals.
The new skaters they added are fucking rad. Having old Tony Hawk in there is hilarious.
Okay, that's rad.
It's less that I don't think it's eligible and more that I just think we're having the discussion about it right now, and I don't think it's going to make our top 10. So we may as well just we can even say it's eligible and our first cut if we want to.
Yeah, like it's
I think it's a
for
great
me.
remake.
I have 4 games that were like really close to my top 10, so they're basically like my top 14 if you want to think of it, and it is one of those. So.
And I ended up playing, I think, like around 10 hours of it. And of that, in that time, I was like, man, Tony Hawk fucking rules. I'm glad that I have this here on my hard drive to play whenever I want. And then I didn't play it again. And it's not because it's not a good remake. It's just because it didn't strike me as like, this is one of the defining games of 2020 for me.
Yeah. Well, then we've had the conversation about it then, so let's cut it.
Cool.
Blaseball is on this list, but it's still in beta, and that was like a tentative thing, like if it comes out of beta, but we've been firm the previous years that early access and betas are not to be considered.
Okay, we can cut it. My argument is we will never talk about Blaseball in a Game of the Year podcast again, because I think 2020 was its year.
Yeah,
I think
was the zeitgeist.
And I think 2021 is going to come out.
They should have just 1.0'd it.
Also, like the cultural
they could have just 1.0'd it months ago.
It's worth talking about. But
I think it was really important for the time that it was, and I think in 2021 it's not going to hit the same, and I think it's a shame to just say goodbye. And so that was sort of I think it is an instance of a beta that is really important to the year and the conversation. And I think personally, I don't mean this with as much like venom as it sounds like. I think it's a failure to not consider it because it was a defining thing for 2020 for so many people in the game space, and I don't think it will be for 2021. So I think this is the year to consider it. But also it's a beta, and that's
also it's hard to know where, like, when the beta will end, what it will look like without the beta. It's hard to know the future of Blaseball in the way that you might know the future of like another game that's in beta or early access.
It kind of, to me, is like a PUBG problem, where PUBG was better in early access because it hadn't hit the critical mass of like hacking and players and feature bloat. And so the year that it was in early access was better than the year that it came out. or I guess it came out.
Or Dauntless.
Yeah. Sure. I mean, Dauntless was great last year.
Yeah. But like Blaseball, like to speak to Blaseball's merits, like I really appreciated how much they were willing to like take breaks. Like that's a weird thing to praise them for. But like,
excuse you.
yeah, sorry, how long they would do siestas for. You're right, but like not like they were at the height of their zeitgeist when they kind of were like, hey, we're just gonna take a 2-week break so we can reset ourselves and all that kind of stuff. And like no studios do that. That's really cool.
Yeah, and they're just definitely taking their time to come back, which I feel like is really valid. And also they're like trying to make it good while also not, kind of pushing themselves too hard or pushing. Yeah.
They did weird
also,
shit.
it was. I think it was a very good, like, even if we don't consider it, I just think that it deserves mention just because it was such a good thing to have in the year 2020.
Yeah.
Considering and also it just also the fan community is super great.
And maybe the answer is we cut it and Alice and I can continue to hold the torch, and when whatever fucking
I mean, my dad talks to me about Blazeball almost every time I see him, so
whatever
I will certainly remember Blazeball.
Whatever fucking Yakuza or Nihon Falcom or visual novel that one of y'all wants to bring, Alice and I'll just drop the fucking hammer.
We'll be like
2021 Game of the Year and say
Hey,
Blazeball gets the spot because we
I
cut
like
it last
Blazeball.
year.
My sincere hope is that Blazeball 1.0 is something drastically different that we can't even comprehend, and
if it does a frog fractions or something,
is so exciting and like a completely different way.
I think it would be cool, but again, I think that's where my struggle with personally cutting it here is then we're talking about a different game. And just because they put beta on the website means that we can't talk about it as one of the defining games of 2020, even though it clearly was. It's very frustrating to me, and I think it's extremely arbitrary.
It is.
Yeah, and I think like the beta.
I felt that way since our first time doing this.
But I guess the difference,
similar arguments.
The difference, though, with something like Phasmophobia is not finished, whereas Blazeball is something that will never be finished. So its state of being is going to be constantly in flux. It doesn't matter what the version number is. Whereas Phasmophobia at some point will hit 1.0 and maybe they'll do updates to it after that. But at that point, the developer is considering it to be a finished game that you go play now. And early access is a period where you can help them get to that point.
Yeah, the thing about Blazeball is the core of the game is almost nothing. Like the thing that you care about with Blazeball is all the weird events they come up with and the community. Like when the giant peanut starts spinning on your screen and you start taking 1 billion screenshots, that's when Blazeball is great. Or when you're in the Discord and people are just going buck wild over just like Jalen hot dog fingers and stuff like that. That's when Blazeball is great.
But I think also part of that has been, though, people who digging into the Blazeball code and looking at the stats and people coming up with like various betting strategies, like and working with the community to make those kind of gamified things work. Like, I think voting? They're kind of coming. Yeah. And I think those things come into, they're pretty intertwined because there are so many times within Blazeball where interesting things could happen and people are like, all right, we're going to figure out how to vote for this. Like with all the, like, for example, with the tacos, when they voted all of their pitchers into the top whatever so that they could all get shelled, and then they got a pitching machine and then they voted that up, and it's like there's a lot of like little like the gamified things like work really well with the fan community and like the humor of it as well.
Hey, maybe I shouldn't even be talking about Blazeball because I have received a steady income of around $15 a month in Bandcamp revenue from the song that I wrote that is on
I forgot about that too.
Garage's albums. So like, yeah, I don't know. It's just such a strange, far-reaching thing. But
okay, well, we don't have to cut it yet. Do we want to talk about Among Us really quick?
I do have a quick point about Blazeball.
Sure.
I don't understand it, and I'd like to cut it because it mystifies me in a way that no game ever has.
I don't understand Blazeball, and that's why I want to keep it. Is the thing.
I feel like I have a,
but I also don't understand why anyone likes it. I'm like, okay. I mean, like, I get it. Do you know what I mean?
We have a couple of games on our list that I like.
About cutting it.
Yeah,
I just don't understand it.
I think that's just the list.
Yeah.
There are probably around 50 games on the list that fit that for me.
Oh yeah, 100%. There's one that I'm not looking forward to having that conversation.
Anyway,
we'll get
we
there.
can. I think what we should do with Toho and Blaseball is just make the hard calls. And I mean, if there's 3 of us that think we should consider Blaseball and 2 of us that shouldn't, maybe that means we consider it. Same with Toho.
Well, like I think my problem with Blaseball is I think we should consider it, but also precedent where the point of first time we did it is I have been like early, like if it's an early access game and it's zeitgeist year, if like the year it blows up is like really impactful and it's a major thing, then like we should talk about it. Cause again, like PUBG, it's not guaranteed to have that same lasting effect. And so that's why I'm like, we should consider Blaseball, but then also with like from the first time we did this, we said like, oh, PUBG won't count if it's not out. And then it released like right before we did it. So
yeah, but I think the thing is, this game is the only game in a beta / early access thing that I would have made this argument about.
But it's part of that because we had talked about that sort of being the rule, and so you spent less time with early access games because of that. Like, would you have played more? Was it Drag or that racing game?
Drag's not a top 10 game of 2020. I mean, the Drag's cool, but where Drag is at in its development right now, it's not a 2020 game of the year. I feel the same way about Phasmophobia. Phasmophobia is a phenomenal game, but I think that you can see what it needs to really get there is more time in the oven. Blaseball to me achieved what it was trying to achieve this year. It just said beta at the end of the name. So that's why I think in this case, it just feels very different to me than an early access game. And so that's why I think it should be considered, is because it's just not the same thing as an early access game on Steam. PUBG is the closest that something else has come to that to me, and I think we did consider it, right? Because it
came out. It came out.
Yeah. So we haven't. I guess what I'm saying is there is no point at which I think us doing this now would have invalidated something we did in previous years, even by not considering certain things in previous years, because I just don't think there's been anything that has been as important and relevant during its early access period as Blaseball, aside from maybe PUBG
or Minecraft.
Fortnite for sure, but we're considering Fortnite this year. So,
but we haven't in the past. But also, very few people played it in the past. So
on this cast,
yeah, that's what I mean. So
okay, well, if we want a green Blaseball, sure. Like I have no objection to that.
And I mean, maybe it doesn't make the list if Sam doesn't like it, and we'll get there and have that discussion. But I think
it's less like it is more purely don't understand it. I got in too late. Like I was really busy when it came out, and then I was like, oh, okay, I don't understand this. It was like coming in at season 3 of Lost without previously on.
Well, also you're twice removed because in some ways 3 times removed, right? Because you're not really a sports fan. Period.
Well, yeah, but like I do really like the episode of Deep Space Nine where they play baseball, so I feel like I understand.
You're not a sports fan, so and baseball is like, not that people from all over the world can't love baseball, but it's just like,
hey, look at Japan.
Such a distinctly
American.
It's a North American thing so much,
except in Japan.
Yeah, we don't have baseball. We have a game called Rounders, which is similar.
Well, cricket also. Is pretty similar in some ways, but also incomprehensible.
Not really. Yeah, no, it's really not. They have a stick and a ball.
Bowlers.
Yeah, the bowler fulfills a similar role to the pitcher, though, and there's fielders and stuff.
There's 2 batters,
though,
at the
wickets.
same time.
The wickets, yeah, the limp
sticky wickets.
I think baseball, what should happen in baseball is there should be 2 batters at the same time, but they stand on top of each other, and they're both like they're swinging like 2 bats.
I was gonna say they're opposing.
Oh my God.
Anyway,
they're trying to hit each other with the ball that's thrown at them.
Isn't there a wicket keeper
to baseball? Yes, there is a wicket keeper. He's basically like the guy, the shortstop or whatever in baseball.
The umpire?
I want someone to make a truly good cricket game so I can try to understand it better.
All right, so you watch Lagan, the Bollywood movie about where they play the Indians play.
Is it the Ashes? Is that why?
No, they play cricket against the colonial settlers, and then to get water, I think.
Oh,
there's some dancing.
Oh,
There's an
naturally.
intermission. It's like 4 hours long. We watched it in my English.
The last
class
two
in
things you
high
said are
school.
just what I associate with Bollywood in a positive way. That wasn't an insult to Bollywood.
My granddad
So-
is a lifetime member of Gloucestershire Cricket Club, and he goes to see every Test match, and sometimes they are like 6 days.
Test
Oh
match?
yeah, right. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're called tests. The matches are called tests.
Okay.
Yes.
Well,
Okay, so
last we have one more game on here that we have
Yeah.
not discussed. Among Us,
Yeah.
which is a 2018 game.
Yeah, but I
that
think
picked up steam this year.
I think the exact argument you made about Blaseball can apply here, where the zeitgeist and where it picked up its full steam was 100% in 2020. Like in 2018 when it came out, you can look at the stats and it had like 100 to 300 players like over 2018 and 2019. Whereas in 2020 it had over like millions, like 500
my bigger
plus million.
my issue with Among Us is you're the only person I think who's played and enjoyed it, and I feel like it's never come up on the cast aside from in news segments. So to me, it's more like it just doesn't really feel like one of our games of 2020, you know?
Which is fair.
So
Yeah,
it's
and
less
I-
that I
Like
have
if
an
we put
issue with considering it.
Roblox as our 2020 game.
We would
Or, I
never
mean,
do
frankly,
that.
I ended up playing a lot of Fortnite at the end of the year, but if it had been a situation similar where like Sam had played 3 or 4 matches of Fortnite in December and then wanted to push Fortnite, I would have been like, come on. I still probably am going to be like, come on to Fortnite, but even though I
Yeah,
like
I
it,
mean, as somebody that also put a
we can have that conversation later.
weird amount of time in a Fortnite that I did not anticipate, I'll probably still be like, come on to, but
Yeah, but
Thank
so
God.
it's less the eligibility question with Among Us to me, and more just like I don't.
well, I
really-
think it's like, I think there's a lot of like considerations that could be made, and I feel like I see you know, cause to include it, cause to exclude it, but even I feel like I agree where it's like, even if we do include it, will it end up going anywhere?
And I don't mean to misread, Alex, if it's like in your top 3 or something and it's one of your absolute favorite games of the year and you played a bunch of it and just didn't talk about it much, we can leave it on.
Which it is in my top 10 and we didn't talk about it much, but
It's more, I got the impression it was more like maybe an 8 or a 9 because you really appreciate it, but maybe aren't like over the moon passionate about it, but maybe I'm misreading that.
yeah, no, I've played enough of it to where I feel like it is in my top 10, and actually you guessed correctly first, it is my number 8.
Yeah.
Like Andre?
If they had, so I think the thing where it breaks down for me is that it can't, like, the reason it got popular and like the reason it surged is nothing that the game did. It's like, it wasn't like, oh, a big update for Among Us. People are like, oh, what's this? This seems neat. It was just like a streamer is like, oh, I'm just going to play this game. And so it was essentially at the time the exact same game, like from 2018, maybe with like some updates over the time,
And
but like there was nothing to like, and I don't know exactly what they've done, but I know they're working on like doing everything they were
added
doing
a
for
new
Among
map,
Us
didn't they?
2.
Yep.
I don't even think that's in yet, is it? I don't know.
Not yet.
I'm not keeping up with the game, but if that had been like, if the game had transformed somehow in like 2020, or like, you know, and that caused it to blow up, or like immediately after there was like it was a different experience than just like what was initially released, I could see the argument there, kind of like with Persona 5 on this list. But that's, yeah, since it was basically just randomly played and that's what got it, that's where it makes it like
And to me, that actually is the opposite reaction I have to it, because it is really amazing to me, because we talked about this probably in our first year of podcasting, that amazing games can get made and never noticed.
Yeah.
And like the fact that they were extremely well made from the start, and like they were completely worthy of like being a top game of the year contender, but they just never got noticed, never got success. And the fact that that team worked so hard, and you know, and they were starting to work on the sequel because they still believed in their game, like because it was well designed and they enjoyed it, but the community was tiny. But they had to scrap those plans because all of a sudden people discovered that original game, and it's like, yeah, it's fantastic. And like that's that reaffirmation that something that you create could later receive recognition for all the work you put in. And like despite the fact that you went for years without any recognition, I think that's a huge positive. Like I don't see that as a negative.
It's really cool, but is that why we're like, I'm struggling to connect that with why it should be on our 2020 Game of the Year list. You know,
I mean, if we want to relitigate 2018,
no, I think it's also just genuinely a good game. Like it does take influence from other things, like even stuff that came before, like obviously hidden card games, but like Town of Salem or Trouble in Terrace Town or, you know, Werewolf or Mafia, like, but it fixes a lot of issues I have with those. Like particularly, like I feel like with a lot of those, even like Secret Hitler or whatever, like the quote unquote good guy team on any of those always usually feels a little bit powerless. Whereas in Among Us, like they are actively driving the game. Like they are the ones that are moving things forward and forcing the other team to make moves in a way. Like you do get that with, I'll just go back to Secret Hitler, but like the fact that it's WarioWare games that you're doing to do this, and it's like you're actively engaging with stuff, and once you can kind of game that system in a meta way, you can turn that into like strategies. Like I think that's really fun.
And I guess it just depends. To me, a lot of those things, I did get that out of Secret Hitler because I had a group that was playing Secret Hitler together for like months when that game got big among tabletop games. So we sort of had a meta and had a lot of that, like the conversational strategies that people took did lead to like much more active play. And so to me, when I like have played bits, I mean, I haven't sat and played a full game of Among Us, admittedly, but having watched a fair bit of it and stuff, it's kind of like I see why people love it, because it's adapting a lot of that to a video game, and certainly the mini game aspect is a cool way to mechanize aspects of the hidden role like genre. But I guess it's not, at the end of the day, it's not a game that I'm particularly compelled by. So again, I mean, I guess, do we want to, I think here, do we want to move it over and continue to litigate it? Or is there anyone who wants to like throw in and also push for it as a top 10 game for our list? Because I think if not, then we can kind of say we talked about it, you know, like,
yeah, I'll leave that up to y'all.
Consider it to me matters less, I guess.
Yeah, I'll leave that up to y'all. Like, I think it's a good game and worth talking about, but if we want to leave it off for now and leave this as the discussion, then that's your guys' call.
I have, like, you know, I don't think it's a bad game or anything. This is not saying this is,
yeah,
and none of these games are bad. Like, the reason we're talking about them is because they're mostly good. Your qualms with Persona 5, or I shan't be having it. But the reason we're talking about those games is because we like them and we think they're, you know, they should be at least talked about or considered for this list, because we're like iffy on it. But in terms of like 2020 games, that's where it breaks down for me with Among Us. And that's like what I want. That's what I want to like celebrate with the list. And while it was important in 2020, I don't like consider it a 2020 game, so I don't want to put it on the list.
I'm on Team Andre as well. Like, I think this should be about the best games that came out in 2020.
I can think of few games that were more important in 2020. Like, think of that AOC stream.
Oh yeah, sure. They're like, important games. Yes.
Yeah, but the question is, is this our list of important things, or is this our list of favorites?
And also, I think it's I don't want to take away from Among Us, but I think kind of part of what's important about that moment in sort of the collision of politics and Twitch is like AOC and Twitch are as important to that equation as Among Us is, you know, like, yeah, I think it's impossible to know. It could have been that AOC could have streamed watching a baseball championship, you know, like we just,
it could have even been Fall Guys, like in
the moment,
Hearthstone.
In the moment it happened, Among Us was the thing that was blowing up. So, and I don't want to, again, I'm not trying to denigrate Among Us, but I think I don't know if it's how much it's because of the game, you know, like I think it's hard to know to me. And I think I struggle with like its importance, because I think if we're going to say it's one of the it's hard to say there's more important games or whatever because of the volume that it achieved. I'm not really interested in that as a unit of measure of importance, I guess.
What is that? My friend Jack or whatever, the cat mobile game.
Oh, right.
Super high grossing. Let's get it on the list.
No, I'm not saying like the number of
I
players
know.
are what differentiates it. I just think in 2020, I can think of fewer games that were important, especially for people that were getting together with friends, like as some way of having some kind of social connection, like because it has a low barrier to entry. Like you can learn how to play it in one round kind of thing, among many other factors. But if we want to cut it, we can cut it. But if we want to continue the conversation later, we can also do that.
I think I've heard enough like conversation about it, and I'm not really sure that I think it makes our list, but I'm happy to keep it in conversation if we want to talk about it further down the line again too. So that's where I guess abstain. We have 2 nays, 1 I can go either way, 1 yes.
Allison, do you have a preference?
I could go either way. I'm one of those.
Well, we can cut it later. We'll cut it later. Just
in some ways, I would be more interested in keeping Toho just because it seems like that was a particularly impactful game for you. But also the reasoning for it being kept on the list is actually less convincing to me than Among Us. So I can go either way on Toho as well if you guys want to finish the fight on that.
I don't know. I don't mean to dogpile on you, Alex, but I don't think either of these games should be considered. I feel mean saying it, but like they're not 2020 games. Like they are games that were important in 2020, but a lot of people played Monopoly in 2020. That isn't on the list. A lot of people did Zoom pub quizzes.
Yeah, I would just say that Toho came out largely for a larger population in 2020. Like that's when it hit the consoles. That's when it got its final update, all that kind of stuff. And again, it is very high on my personal list, but if we don't want to consider it, we don't want to consider it. I mean, my number 1 game, Umineko, I was the one who cut it. So
the Game Pass release of Toho sounds a little busted too. So
at least on PC, from what Andre said.
The PC version.
Well, I looked at it a little bit too, and it's I don't know. I believe you that it's a really mechanically sound game, but it's I hope it's not their final update based on what I saw of the Game Pass version on PC. But I can go either way for sure. So if other people want to leave it on, sounds like I can go either way. Sam's a no. So Andre and Allison, it's
Toho.
Yeah.
I mean, again, like I think this should be 2020 games, regardless of like, if it came out in 2019 and had 5 players, but it was like, this is our, it's out. We're out of early access. Like, they had 5 players.
I think
it's good that they got more, it's good that it's like getting out there to more people, but
I do think it's tough that it's like, it sounds like it's this arbitrary version numbers thing, right? Like if this final update that came out was actually the thing that completes the game, then that's a compelling argument to me. Although I would say it kind of sucks that they sold a 1.0 that wasn't finished if it needed that final chapter to be a finished product. So I don't know. I have a lot of, it's the weirdest one maybe on this list to me. And I think, I think what I want to avoid with this section, with this in the future, is I knew about this game in 2019. I had an inkling to play it, but I just decided not to. And now it's 2020 and I've played it and I've decided it's great. I don't think that that's necessarily, and then like finding justification for including it is what I want to avoid. And that's not meant as an accusation. It's more just, that is where I start to like DJ Max is a good example. I had never played a home version of DJ Max before. I think it's really fantastic. I've played like 20 hours of it in the last few weeks. But I feel like fighting for me to include it here would be trying to find justification to put a 2017 game on our list that I just found out about and really decided I liked this year, and that's what I'm trying to avoid, I guess. So with that said, I'm gonna get another cup of coffee while everyone else decides the fate of Toho Luna Nights.
So what we do is we put Minecraft on this list.
Absolutely not. I mean, again, I feel pretty strongly about 2020, 2020 game, and then then you get into it's a remaster or a re-release and a remake or whatever, and that's where it gets muddy to me. But if it's not from the year in question, that's where I'm just get it out of here. Personal list, you can do whatever you want. You could put Minecraft 13 times. I don't, follow your heart. Roblox, you could alternate Roblox, Minecraft, and Fortnite. Well, whatever works for you. But yeah, that's where I'm at on this. If it's not, personal list is go with God. For the group list, I think it should be a 2020 release. Personally, for cultural games that have a cultural impact, Among Us, there's more of a discussion to be had. But Toho is kind of a niche thing that seems very good, but not discussion worthy for 2020, in my opinion.
I feel almost the opposite, that I think Toho is the one I'm closest to saying is relevant, because Kentucky Route Zero had its final chapter this year, and I was well, I would consider that to be relevant this year, but not the previous years, because when we've had episodic games before, we've said the final episode is when the game is up for consideration.
Yes.
So for me, Among Us is it didn't come out in 2020. There's been no significant update. But if Toho has had, I don't know, 18% of that game, and a bit that kind of brings the game together in the same way as the final chapter of Kentucky Route Zero, I would be more inclined to have it on the list. I still don't think it should be there, but I would be more inclined than Among Us. And when Alex said it had that update, I was okay, because we are considering Kentucky Route Zero, and I think that's kind of the same for me personally. Same thing. It wasn't explicitly an episodic game though, and I'm not 100% sure how that goes, but
beyond I've said my piece. If Allison has any final thoughts.
Not particularly.
Well, Pat, welcome back. We still haven't decided anything.
Put it on the list. We got to move on.
Yeah, let's just put it on the list. And then we'll cut them promptly. We're almost an hour in here.
We got to move.
All right. So we're going to run down our list of games.
Give it just a second, and I'll get these things in there.
Okay.
So
we have a list of what is it now? 73 games.
Yup.
All right. Well, to start us off, we're going to read through this list.
I think we should cut obvious cuts as we go.
Sure, we can
yell them out as we're reading, and if we all go yup, then we'll cut them.
Yes.
All right. Yes. So, Alex, I would like you to read from the spreadsheet number 2 through 14.
All right. So we have 13 Sentinels, Aegis Rim, A Monsters Expedition, A Summer's End, Hong Kong, 1986, Amnesia Rebirth, Among Us.
Cut in that one. Yeah.
Nope. Animal Crossing.
I also think we can cut it. But...
New Horizons.
Cut that.
Oh.
Yeah. Astro's Playroom. What number am I going to, Andre?
14.
All right. We've got Before I Forget. We've got Blaseball. Bug Snacks.
Ooh.
Call of the Sea.
Did anybody else play Call of the Sea?
I did.
Okay, keep going then.
Carrion.
Did anybody else play Carrion?
Yeah.
I played it. It sucks.
I played it.
I don't think it's very good.
I didn't like it either.
Let's cut it.
I thought it was pretty good, but it's not in my top 10.
I'm not here to fight for it.
Okay.
Let's go.
All right, so via Carrion.
Last one, Alex.
Hardly Noogie.
We have Cod Blops Kua.
Okay, and
Is that making our
Next.
top 10?
I think it's
we'll
enough.
discuss it.
It's a conversation.
It's not an automatic cut, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Allison, could you please read 14 through 28 on this list?
Okay.
Basically to Hades.
Yay. We have Cook Serve Delicious 3. We have Crucible.
What the fuck is
Cut
Crucible
it.
doing on this
It's
list?
not, it's not a game. It's not a game.
It's not out anymore.
Allison.
We have Crusader Kings 3.
Did anyone play that?
Andre did.
Oh, Pat played it. Sorry.
I did
ignore
too.
me.
No, it's fine. I think we can cut it because I didn't play enough of it to
Yeah.
fight for it. So I think
Let's get it off. Let's go.
I look at this as if it's something we don't need to discuss at all.
Yeah.
Then we can
Yeah.
dump it. So
I've heard
Okay,
from
we
before we cut it, I've heard so many people say it's like one of the best games of all time.
it might
if
be,
we had
but
played more
yeah,
of it,
yeah,
Yeah.
there's nobody on this
Played more.
podcast willing to
Played
say
it.
that.
Yeah. Well, I'll just
It's
say
less
that
I
in
think it's
case
not great. But
in case any of our listeners out there are saying it's one of the best games of all time, we know maybe, but
I anticipate playing it
I
a
would
bunch
like
more
to
this
play
year and
more of
loving
it.
it. Yeah.
It's literally the same. I want to play it this year,
Anyway,
but I ain't got time
anyways,
for that.
sorry, Allison.
Anyways, we have Death and Taxes. We have Deep Rock Galactic. We have Doom Eternal. We have
Cut that.
yeah,
Yeah, cut Doom Eternal.
Yeah.
Yeah, Doom Eternal.
Thank God.
is-
Bye-bye.
we have Dreams.
Stupid Marauder.
Fuck, wait, can I just talk about Doom Eternal for 1 second?
no. Okay, if we have to put it back on the list then and keep going.
Yeah,
we
we
can talk
got-
about it later.
Okay, put it back on the list for 1 second so we can come back to it
No,
and do it
yeah,
as our
okay.
first cut.
Okay.
Okay.
We we have Dreams. We have Fall Guys. We have Final Fantasy VII Remake. We have Fortnite. I need to scroll down. We have Fuser. We have Ghost of Tsushima. We have Going Under. We have Good Job, and we have Hades.
Allison,
we can
I
cut
really
that.
appreciate that you started reading faster so that we couldn't stop you.
Pat, could,
Stopping so much.
could you pick up at 27 and go to 43?
Okay, so we've got Half-Life Alyx, Hyrule Warriors, Age of Calamity, If Found, Jackbox Party Pack 7, Kentucky Route Zero, Kukiyomi 2, I actually don't know what that is, Left on Red, Legends of Runeterra. I'm going to cut Legends of Runeterra unless somebody else wants to talk about it.
I like it, but I'm not.
Yeah,
fighting
it's
for it.
good, but I don't want to fight for it, and I don't think we
People
need to talk
should
about
play that game. It's free. It's great on
it.
tablets.
It's good. It's good card game.
Yeah.
Maneater, same deal with Maneater.
Cut it.
We need to talk about
Cut
it.
that
Okay.
Terrible game that
It's-
literally I could
Hey,
not
that
play.
game's
good.
pretty good.
It's not a top 10.
I paid 40 quid for that game and I physically could not play it. It
Hey,
would not
well,
run on my
now-
Xbox One.
Now it's free on the PlayStation 5 where you can play it.
Yeah, I just
Marvel's-
added to my.
Refuse to redeem it.
Marvel's Avengers.
Cut
Microsoft.
it. It's going to be in my top 10, but still
We'll
cut
talk-
it.
we can talk about it later.
though.
We'll talk
Microsoft
about
Flight
it.
Simulator, Spider-Man, Miles Morales, Mixolumia, Monster Train, Murder by Numbers. Where am I stopping?
41.
41.
Okay, Necro Barista and Nexomon Extinction.
Great.
We can probably
and
cut that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm the only one who played it, and that's not in my top 10.
Sounds cool, but yeah.
Then Sam, can
None of
you-
these cuts mean any of these games that we're cutting now are necessarily not great. It's
What
just
about
they're not just-
Crucible?
We don't need to.
That's not a
yes,
game.
that one's not
It's
real.
not a game.
That should have been on up for debate.
Unreleased.
It's more just we don't need to talk about them more to know that.
Oh
they're
yeah,
not gonna
and I think the fact that we are what we considered our short list of qualified games was over 70 is like
pretty good year for games.
Yeah,
and
it was
most
a
of
good
these
year.
games are pretty
yeah, yeah. So it's like
All right.
if we cut something, it's just there's a lot.
What else we
Sam,
got?
Can you read 41 to 57?
Ori and the Will of the Wisps, Paper Mario, The Origami King, Persona 5 Royal, Pixel Rip 1995, Pokemon Cafe Mix, Cut It, Jesus Christ,
I don't know why it's on there. I don't know that. I got
Resident Evil 3, we're cutting that
Not
as well,
good.
right?
No,
Isn't
not
Resident
yet.
3 bad? Okay. Risk of Rain 2, Sakuya Izayoi gives you advice and the column's too thin.
You need to read all of it.
Stringer.
You need to read all of it.
In exchange for
Columns to
cucumbers, it
thin,
needs
Alex.
cucumbers, right?
No, it's
Yeah,
And someone
Sakuya
dabs.
Izuyoi gives you advice and dabs. Notori Kawashiro offers you advice in exchange for cucumbers and eats the cucumbers.
And we can
I needed
delete
to
that
take
now,
a
right?
breath in
No.
the middle of the thing.
There is a conversation to be had around it.
Okay.
Is the conversation how the name is too long?
Okay.
No.
Scourgebringer,
going.
Sludge Life.
Scourgebringer is. I don't think Scourgebringer is eligible.
It's
Is
out.
it not?
It's not in
I thought
early
it was.
access. I don't think. anymore. I thought it was early access,
well,
but
we
I looked and it's not early
unless
access
somebody wants to fight for it, we can cut it right now. Wants to even talk about it? Because did anybody else play it but me?
No.
Don't
Okay,
know.
good. I'm deleting it. Keep going.
All right.
Okay.
Sludge Life, Spiritfarer, Star Renegades. Are we cutting Star Renegades?
At this point,
We
no.
can talk about it.
Talk about it.
Okay. Super Hot, Mind Control Elite. Tell Me Why. Last of Us Part 2. There Is No Game, Wrong Dimension. Tuhu, Learner Knights. Trackmania, Trails of Cold Steel.
you're-
I think 4.
I think
How
you're-
far?
you're-
All right, just go for it. Just keep going, baby.
All right, you got it.
He just wanted to get Trails of Cold Steel 4
Yeah.
and finishing us off.
true go-to.
Umurangi Generation, Valorant.
I think
We can just cut Valorant.
we can just cut Valorant.
Is Valorant
Valorant's
out?
I mean,
it's a really good game.
Is it?
Okay,
is
we'll
it?
keep it. We'll
The,
talk about
the
it.
game is good, but the community sucks balls. But whatever.
It's a Counter-Strike clone, but yeah, we can talk about it.
Yeah.
Wasteland 3, Welcome to Elk, When the Past Was Around, White Ocean Big Jacket, Wolson, Lords of Mayhem. We can cut that
Why
one,
the
right?
fuck is that on? That's awful.
These are just games we
I played
talked
10
about
hours of
from
that shitty
2020
game.
on the podcast. XCOM Chimera Squad and Yakuza Like a Dragon.
Can we cut XCOM, or do you want to talk about it?
Saving the best for last.
Well, who wants to do the first cut?
Well,
I think we should cut XCOM.
okay, Pat, you're doing the first cut. You want
I
to
mean,
cut XCOM?
I think XCOM is almost really good.
It sounds great, but
Almost.
it's not going to make a
It's
top
so
10. We're
close
right
to
here.
being really good, but the structure held it back. Like, it had multiple factions, like 3 factions that you could choose to play with or play against or whatever, and they all were basically exactly the same, and every mission was basically exactly the same. Like, it was really cool the first hour, but the next 5 it was less cool. So
And
like,
I
it
didn't
was-
even play it, so I don't really have an opinion.
I
right.
think that it's likely we can cut Sludge Life. I'd say that we should, you guys should play it.
I'm going to.
But as somebody who is probably I think I'm the only one who's played it.
Yeah.
I think it's not in my top 10. It's really an interesting game, and since it's still free through next May, I think. You know, there's not any reason not to get it, but it's an interesting game though, and I think it has like one of the most interesting aesthetics too. Like there are quite a few times where you're walking around and you're like, it's just so surreal in such a fun way, which I think is really, really cool. But yeah, I'm the only one who played it. Yeah, that's not in my top 10. So
It's also important to note that does not mean that Sludge Life is the 63rd best game of the year or anything.
no.
The order we're cutting these in is just the order they come up in conversation.
Yeah, I just thought like we should cut that because it's like I played it, and it's not something I'm going to be necessarily fighting for. But I do think that people should play it, especially since it's free for right now.
Sure. Okay.
So do we want to go back to the top or keep just calling stuff out?
I mean, we can just keep calling stuff out.
Doom Eternal.
that people want to cut. Okay.
Yeah.
Cut that. It is really interesting how they tried to make that game arcadey, and like for the first little while it actually feels pretty good, and like the puzzle combat-y aspect of it is good, but the balance is so bad.
They implemented some cool new mechanical things like the chainsaw, like the amount of stuff they want you to do to like get your ammo, your armor, and like all that stuff is neat.
with the fire and all that.
They break up that rhythm. Like once you get like halfway through the game, they start breaking up that rhythm so obnoxiously with like enemies like the Marauder that just
The Marauder does wreck a lot of things, and like for me that final boss was awful. I played that whole game on hard, and like the last boss was not hard, it was just extremely tedious. I actually threw my game down to easy just to finish it, and it still took an hour. Like it's
frustrating.
Fucking
that did not happen to me, but that sounds like a bummer.
that boss was the worst. So like that could have been a really, really, really great game, but
Well, it's Sam's turn.
Okay. Oh, we're taking turns. Okay.
Yes, we're taking.
I was
turns.
trying to figure out if we were.
I've got an order here. I've got an order now.
I did not know that we were doing turns.
I let it happen naturally. Now we've got an order.
now we have an order established.
If we're taking
Sam's
turns,
turn.
I don't want to hear. No offense, Sam. I'm not trying to shit. I don't want to hear Final Fantasy VII remake. Like, let's be reasonable about the stuff we're cutting.
Be at
this stage.
Take kill your darlings.
All right,
Yeah,
Sam.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we all know that there's a few games that are gonna that need serious discussion. So I wouldn't want to cut Final Fantasy VII Remake, even though like that game didn't connect with me. But
we'll get there.
The reason
We'll
it
get
didn't
there.
connect with
Inexplicably
me,
connected with me, and I don't know how I feel
We'll
about
get there.
it.
like
We'll get there.
The reason it didn't connect with me is
We'll
purely
get
like
there.
the PS4 save.
We'll get there.
Working.
Yeah.
What should we cut, Sam?
What do you want to cut?
I was just explaining my Final Fantasy.
I know.
thoughts,
I'm not trying
and I
to-
won't do it
we're
again
not.
later. Okay. I'll offer a cut of a game that I put on here, and one that I actually think is one of the best 10 games of the year is Fortnite. So, like, I've played more Fortnite than like most of the other games that released in 2020. I've put like 20 or 30 hours into it. I think it's great. I'm actually having a lot of fun.
I don't think we should cut it. I think there's
however-
easier cuts than that, frankly.
Yeah,
But
no, I
that's-
mean, like, it's not going to make it even. So, like, I would prefer to cut something that I had put on. It isn't going to make it. I think the discussion is something that we've had a few times before about how great Fortnite is, and you know, I mean, I can cut something else.
I don't think it's going to make it, but I'm not ready yet. There's other games on this list I would certainly cut well before Fortnite. So
Yeah,
I think
how about Jackbox Party Pack 7? It's great.
It's
but I
really
don't think it's
good.
top 10.
I really
party
enjoyed
packs are
playing
really
it with you
good,
guys
so,
on stream,
like, yeah.
but
yeah, I think it's interesting because it's one we actually all played together. But at the same time, I don't think it's one of the top 10 best games of the year. It's certainly not on my list, so I'm fine with cutting it.
I think it's the best Jackbox party pack, just as a
I
cohesive
think one with TKO,
whole.
and it's the best one.
I don't know. I think
that's
this one.
that's because TKO is a really good game.
Yeah, but like that doesn't make the whole
TKO
pack. I
one
mean,
has
like
Fibbage
I know,
and
yeah.
Quiplash.
like
I think
holistically
Lather
as a
Round
pack.
is up there as being like one
Yeah.
of the better
Lather
Jackbox
Round.
games. Like that was
I-
really fun.
Quiplash 3 is really good. Champed Up was
Yeah.
funny.
The new Quiplash is really good.
Yeah, I just think as a cohesive whole that it is maybe the best Jackbox pack.
Yeah, then we don't have to cut it yet. I think we should
Okay.
cut the easy ones right now.
Yeah.
And we can keep
I
going
thought
around.
that was
Just
an easy one.
Yeah.
because you brought up two
I'm
that you thought were
surprised.
easy that aren't easy doesn't mean that you failed. It just means that we can keep going around.
All right, well, should we move off of Sam so we don't force him to
if you
cut
want
things?
mulligan, Sam, then we can come back to you on the next round, and you can consider again.
Okay. Trackmania. Does anyone love Trackmania?
I think
It's really
it's not
good.
on my top 10.
It's
good.
really good, but it got let down by a time and place kind of thing. Like the community just wasn't there this time around. Like it's probably the best Trackmania there's been.
Yeah.
Like qualitatively, just in terms of how it feels, how it looks, just everything about it. Like you can argue about the structure of the subscription service and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But like it just sucked being in like community servers playing the fun maps, and like the only people you're playing with are like the esports weirdos. So it's like you're never gonna place anywhere near like the top 10 or 20.
Yeah.
Like so
And-
that was tough.
I think a big part of it for me too is I spent a lot of time playing Trackmania this year, and I'm glad that I have it there to go back to. I'll probably maintain my subscription and stuff, but
Yeah.
it is a new wrapper and new visuals with some slight adjustments. I mean, I know there's some new features, but it's a very well-worn, tried and true formula. It is not like they turned the concept completely on its ear. So
Yeah.
to me, it doesn't track as one of the best games of 2020 for me, because it is just a really solid deployment of what Trackmania has been for the last 15 years. So
Yeah.
I
And
think
it-
that's where it is for me.
And Trackmania continues to rip. It
it's
continues to
great.
be an excellent
great game.
game. But yeah, I just wish the community part of it was just.
Right,
I
well,
wish
it
the
sounds like
community
one we
was
can
more alive, but there's nothing
dump.
anyone can do about that.
All right,
We
cool.
went
We got
from
there.
when it came out to saying it might be one of some people's games of the year and game of the year, and
That's how it
now here we
happens, I
are.
guess.
Yeah, it is
First
how it
round
happens.
cut. All right. To me now, and then we'll go back to Pat. I'm just gonna say Resident Evil 3. We can cut it, and Resident Evil Resistance. It's really a shame to go from last year saying Resident Evil 2 was my game of the year to it like Resident Evil 3 not even being on my list, because like it was such a shallow experience. It felt like an afterthought, and they wanted something to like justify making a service game with Resident Evil Resistance. Is that what it's called? I don't even remember.
I don't remember either.
Like that wasn't even like fun to play. It didn't feel good. There was like that was just not like a good time at all. Like mechanically, it's all very sound, and I had a good time playing through Resident Evil 3, but it's like such a slight experience, and it doesn't really capture what was awesome about the original Resident Evil 3, even though some people don't really like that game. But like there are some neat ideas in it, especially for when it came out, and it doesn't keep that lineage.
I think the question
justice.
I think we even voiced this question last year's Game of the Year when we were like, okay, so the big thing about Resident Evil 3 is the nemesis, and like they kind of did that with Mr. X in 2. So how are they gonna take a step above that and make nemesis something really important? And it sounds like it isn't.
Like, no, I mean, he's distinct in some ways, and he does early on when you first like run into him, he like jumps around the environment and like will like jump from a rooftop and like slide down a wall, and you're like, oh shit. But that like doesn't really maintain through the game and stuff, and it's so short that he doesn't really get time to breathe and like feel like a real threat outside of like a few basically scripted sequences. So we can cut Resident Evil 3 remake.
Okay. Goodbye Resident Evil remake.
I gotta run to the bathroom, but you can keep going. It's it goes Pat, Allison, Alex, Sam, me.
I'm gonna say Monster Train. Is that something you were passionate about, Alex?
I liked it for one round, like one playthrough, and then when I went back for a second playthrough, I felt like I'd seen most of the tricks, and I was like, yeah, I'm okay. I
think it's a really good game. I think it's a really good one of those. I'd recommend it to anybody who liked stuff like Slay the Spire, but I don't think it's as good as Slay the Spire.
Yeah. It's interesting.
So I think it's a good game. I don't have anything against it. I would probably give it a 4 out of 5, but it's also not a top 10 IMO.
Yeah. It's solid and it's interesting, and like it felt really similar to Solitarica to me in a way. Like I know Solitarica isn't a deck builder, but just in terms of the way you're kind of deploying your gameplay kind of stuff, it felt closest to Solitarica to me, and which is good because I really like Solitarica. But yeah, I just think it was really good for one playthrough, but it wasn't even super hard, honestly. Like, no,
it's designed to play through a bunch with the different factions and stuff. Like it's less about challenging you deeply and more about throwing you different builds. The other issue I have with it is I like some of the art, but I think some of the art is awful. Like it's such a huge range from like cool to like very rough in my opinion. So yeah,
I think we can bid our adieux to Monster Train.
All right.
Andre, you missed a whole cut and a conversation.
Monster Train.
My cuts are fast. I cut fast.
Okay, so I'm next. This is me killing a darling. Cook Serve Delicious 3. It's great. It's great, and I think it's worthwhile playing. I played it both on PC and Switch, and I think it's up there as being, with the rest of the Cook Serve Delicious series, I think maybe the best one, but it's since none of you guys ever played it and it's not in my top 10, I'm going to cut it, but support Cook Serve Delicious. It's great.
Those games are good. I'll play it someday.
All right, Alex.
If Found is what I would nominate.
Is that an Apple Arcade game?
I don't think so. I don't believe it came there, but maybe it did. I also have not been
lost phone.
I don't know what that is, but
I do.
Yeah.
You would like that game, Alex.
I don't know.
So If Found it's really good. I think we talked about it on the podcast shortly after it came out, and I was gushing about it quite a bit. Like, it's a really lovely and heartfelt story, and it's extremely Irish, for better or for worse. But like, I think it's a really interesting look at kind of Irish culture that you normally don't get. And like, it also has just like super gorgeous art that's presented in a really unique way. And like, it has a lot of good things going for it. The story is interesting. It's like half love story, half end of the world story. And overall, I really liked the tone of it. But like, the thing that was lacking for it and the thing that kept it from even being on my list and stuff like that was just the ending. Like, I think the ending was good, but the execution was kind of lacking. Like, hey, this is the point where I'm going to say in our podcast, we might just delve into spoilers.
Oh yeah.
So
that is
here's
a thing that's going to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we can warn when we're going to talk about spoilers for
Yeah.
specific games.
Yeah.
So
I don't
this is
personally care about spoilers for this one. So
yeah. So If Found is like an hour and a half game. Like, so the story is the whole game, but the ending. So skip ahead if you don't want the ending of If Found, but like it ends up being the whole story about the main character is suicidal and is writing a science fiction story about the end of the world as kind of a parable for their internal struggles. And like you're looking through her eyes at this and, you know, unable to figure out if the villain that you've been seeing the whole time is real or if it's the one from the story and stuff like that. And they do spend a lot of time with the early parts of the story setting up a really interesting premise with these great characters. And it's good overall. And like the pacing is nice, but the last act was really rushed. Like it goes by in like 5 minutes. Or it feels like 5 minutes. It's just, but not in a way it's like, oh, I'm enjoying this and it's going by really fast. It's like, no, it's like proportionally to the rest of the story. It just kind of zooms by and then it ends. And I was like, oh man.
you're giving me painful flashbacks to the vanishing of Ethan Carter. And therefore I think we definitely should cut it. Which Vanishing Ethan Carter was the same thing, a game that I loved. I loved the story. It was so good. And then the final bit, I was like, are you fucking kidding me? This is the ending? Fuck you.
I wasn't angry at it like that, but I was like, because it was so good up until that point and I liked it. And it's worth playing. It's worth seeing that early stuff. But the ending was just, I found it a little bit sad. Not in like an affecting way, in like a, oh man, so close.
Cool.
All right. So I guess that's Sam, right?
Sam is next. What are you cutting, Sam?
Oh, sorry. I was literally turning my headphones onto ambient sound so I could hear what was going on in the room. And it makes that thing where it goes, ambient sound.
Yeah.
And cuts everything else out for some reason. I don't know why you would cut everything out. Okay. Speaking of cutting everything out, it's hard when you didn't put many games on this list.
I don't think anyone's going to be offended if you nominate something that turns out to not be one we want to cut.
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah. I think we should do this where you nominate one, we talk about it for a second, cut it or not, and then go to the next person.
Okay. Fall Guys. I think Fall Guys
that was my next
one. I think is fun, but isn't gonna make our top 10. I think it's fun.
I have not gone back to it since that first season. Even though I
played 3 nights of it across like 3 weeks.
Like some of the changes they do for the other seasons, but I just haven't gone back to it.
I probably played it the most out of us, and I've actually put money into it because I wanted one of the costumes. But cut it.
It really bothered. The thing about, I like Fall Guys quite a lot, and I would play more of it. But the thing that really bothers me about it is that you basically have to win to like get any currency or progression, and I don't like that.
I'm not good
at. That's very frustrating to me.
The issue is I'm not good at Fall Guys.
Yeah, well, I don't think it's. I mean, you can be good at it, but so much of it is like, it's such a goofy game. I think they should have done a better job, like meting out rewards to you as you played, rather than requiring you to like do really well to get anywhere. So
yeah, we could backseat game dev, like all sorts of things that would.
Oh, I know. It's just what I would have.
But
it would have made it more compelling and made me want to stick with it more if I felt like I was making actual progress and not just like, oh, well, didn't get anything there. Move on.
I don't mean to say that like, oh, we can sit here and like you talk about, oh, how it could be better, but just like more in the sense like, yeah, we could sit here and we could talk about like so many ways it could be improved, and it's not like oh, it's just like such a great package. There are so many things where you can like
absolutely
as a game.
Yep.
Yeah, I am probably the most critical of that game on this podcast, and I'll say the one positive I'll give it is that I enjoyed watching people who liked it play it, because like it seemed like the people who liked it really love it, and that was nice to see, especially in such a shitty year. And that's the only positive thing I'm going to say about Fall Guys, and I'll leave it there.
All right, there goes Fall Guys. Okay, it's my turn. Again, I'm going to take the easy way out and say Pixel Rip 1995 can come off this list.
I never even touched it.
I reviewed it. It's like a fine VR.
Kind of cool,
game, but like also it's not like a game that feels like it needs to be in VR, like that kind of thing. Like it's got some neat ideas, and like the nostalgia it does for like the 90s and whatnot. But it's not noteworthy in like any way.
That was the one where you're like looking at the TV and playing the NES games, and then like stuff is happening in the room around you.
Yeah, and you're like,
sure
your mom's like, "Hey, I thought I told you to turn that off," and you like take like a blaster gun and you like shoot the cookie jar off the top of the fridge, and it falls and breaks, and your mom's like, "Oh my god!"
I thought you were gonna say you shoot your mom.
You can, but then it just like bounces off.
Yeah, it sounds really
Vaporize
charming.
mom.
Yeah.
Hidden My Game by Mom 4.
If it turned out to be like an end credit reveal that's like Hidden My Game by Mom 4, that would be, I think that would mean this top 10. But
with that, they need to make a Hidden My Game by Mom in VR, and the control interface they can use the Half-Life Alyx like gravity glove thing, so that you just have to stand in one spot, and then you just have to try to find the game by gravity gloving things around. It could be great. It's gonna be great.
Terrible.
It's gonna be great.
There is no Hidden My Game by Mom 4, unfortunately. I was going to say maybe there was a secret release in 2020 and we have to pause this podcast.
You have to go pause and play it.
That reminds me, we used to have Frog Fractions, the DLC on here. That was neat, but we wouldn't actually be considering it.
I think I might have deleted it because it was DLC.
You may, but is it? I don't know. It is DLC. But,
it is technically DLC.
You do have to pay for it as a separate thing.
We can debate putting it back on. I just haven't played it, and I don't want to hear anything about it because I do plan to play it.
I considered putting it on my top 10.
It's good. It's got moments.
Yeah. Pat, your turn to make a cut.
Oh shit! I had one and then I lost it because I started thinking about Frog Fractions. No, it's okay.
3 did not come off this list.
I don't know. I've been deleting stuff. There we go. It's gone. What was the thing? I guess I'll say Valorant. Is the one I would nominate to cut.
Yeah.
I think the only other person who played it is Alex.
Yep.
I think it's cool conceptually in a lot of ways. I think it's an interesting clone of Counter-Strike. I think the two things that frustrated me, one, the community is just dog shit and they don't seem to have any concern or interest in trying to make it more palatable in any way whatsoever, which is to me enough to say like, fuck that game. I mean, if you play it, you will be called the most awful words, and there's nothing that really they do other than let you report a person or mute them. And it's just like, I would never play that game unless I could guarantee that I have a full stacked team, because I'd never want to talk to another puppy again in that game. And then I think from a design perspective, I played quite a lot of it in a short period of time to develop that opinion. And I think it feels too much like the Source engine to me. Like, I don't think the shooting in the Source engine is particularly satisfying. I think it's phenomenal for Half-Life, and for Team Fortress, too. I don't like how the guns just don't feel like they have the kind of weight behind them that you get out of games like another game on this list, Call of Duty. So yeah, I would cut Valorant. The characters are cool though.
Yeah,
and if I could get a full team, I would play more of it for sure.
Yeah, it is really good if you can get a full team, and you cannot overstate this game is Counter-Strike. Like, there's guns in there that the community just calls the op. Like, you're doing long A. Like, it's straight up Counter-Strike.
It's funnier than that even, because in Counter-Strike the AWP, right, is called the op, right? Yeah. That's the big huge sniper rifle. In Valorant, the big sniper rifle is called the operator.
Yeah, and everybody just calls it the op.
It's
very funny.
But it also inherits problems too of like, there's just guns that it's like you shouldn't use. Yeah. Like they didn't prune Counter-Strike at all, really. They just changed equipment to character abilities, which was a good change. It's interesting.
Yeah, and the character abilities are pretty neat.
They are, and that's why I would even consider playing it if I had a stacked team. I just think the guns are such a pull. They're so directly from Counter-Strike, and they inherit the problems that Counter-Strike has, which is like there's like half the load, the buy menu that you shouldn't use, which Fair is enough. Silly. Anyway, we can cut it.
Yeah.
Okay, Allison.
Pat, I think we need to have a chat about if we want to keep Fuser.
Oh yeah, I was going to leave that one up to you. It's not on my top 10.
I
think
it's not on mine either. I think it's a really interesting game, and I'm really, really glad I've played it because I had so much fun, and I still occasionally think of some of the mixes I've made, and I was like, man, that's a good song that only exists because I played Fuser, but it's not on my top 10 either.
I think it's an interesting place. This happened with several games for me this year where it is, if you were to break out several games on this list from like best software toys of 2020, I would be more inclined to put it on that list. It is, the game part is fun. I actually think it's fine. I don't think it's bad like some people say, but it's not
good, but it's like, it's not like, the game itself is pretty much just like, here are some stages where there are a few more restrictions, and you're a DJ. Like, it's not necessarily like I think they're fine, but I don't think it's necessarily like,
totally,
oh, you got to play that. Like,
so I think as a mixing tool, it's awesome, but I don't think it's one of my favorite games of the year from a like playing it as a game perspective. So
okay, goodbye to Fuser. Alex, you're up.
Let's do Good Job.
Yeah, I thought that was a fun game, and it was an interesting. I think it's an interesting game too, but it's not on my top 10 at all.
That's the one where you're like an intern at a business and you're going through.
No, it is that is going under. This is the one
like intern games, but it's the one like the physicsy one where you're like carrying things around the office and stuff like that.
Are you an intern?
you're like the CEO's son or
You're the
something.
CEO's son, and it's like, you got to go do stuff, and you're.
Yeah, and it is just basically a physics game where you're like catapulting stuff through other stuff, and like you're like, oh, carry this thing over there, like, you know, rah, 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 and then you're just like wreaking havoc, and it is fun. It is, but it's more fun as
it's very cathartic too.
Than game.
Yeah, and I really enjoyed playing it when I did, but I also completely forgot that came out this year. So, you know, there's like, that.
It's well made. But it's a fun physics tool, but I think it's probably not it's not in consideration for a top 10.
No.
Okay. Sam, back to you.
Okay. I think it's a very easy get rid of here, which is Marvel's Avengers.
Yeah.
I think we can't have that game on a top 10.
Now wait a minute.
What?
Because it is not.
Okay, I'm gonna say
because it is not very good.
Yeah.
Which is the reason why it should be on the top 10.
So I'm the one. I was gonna say I'm the one person who hasn't played it, and it sounds like from what I've heard, and y'all will have to confirm or deny this, that the story, like the Kamala story, or sorry, like all of that is like what you're there for.
I would say and like that's the only reason I would like even consider it to be a game I'd want to put even more time into, is because I love Kamala and I need to go back and do the Hawkeye stuff. But at the same time, it's like I really fell off of playing it.
I think on reflection, the good parts about that game are the ways that the voice cast portrays the characters.
Yeah,
basically across the board.
I feel like the cast, like for all the things that people were, you know, kind of dunking on the game before it came out, with the character models being like, they're saying it was like knockoff MCU or whatever. I think that the characters, the voice actors and the actors behind it did a really great job.
Yeah.
And some of the versions of the characters I think are among my favorites. Like I really liked Tony Stark in this game, and I really liked Kamala, and I liked a lot of the characters. But
it's and I think if the game, I don't think the story is particularly good, even though I like the characters a lot. I don't think the writing is particularly good, even though I like the way that what the actors did with the script quite a bit. Mm-hmm. I think it has some cool moments. And I think that the combat is fun.
Yeah.
But the problem
It's not
is
polished. The game isn't very polished.
it's not polished, and and how quickly it just turns into, here are the same corridors and the same rooms with the same enemies over and over and over again. Was just like, what are we doing here?
It's not like even original Destiny, where there were like in original Destiny, there's multiple enemy types. There's three enemy races. There's multiple like terrain types. Like Marvel's Avengers has like 3 outdoor terrain types and then 1 internal terrain type, literally 1, and 1 enemy type.
And I know you were joking, Andre,
2 enemy types.
But this game feels like what Warframe felt like the first couple years it was out.
Yeah.
At which point it felt like a alpha. And I hope that in 8 years, Marvel's Avengers is as cool as Warframe is now.
Oh God.
I don't think it will be, but I hope it is, because Warframe fucking rules now.
I don't think it will.
Well, it's also,
Yes, I agree,
the fact that this was like a hugely hyped AAA video game experience that when it came out was fine, but it's like not great.
There's also the absurdity, like, and this is my last thing to say on it so we can move on, but Marvel is like one of the top 3 entertainment properties in the world when it comes to like
huge.
the value of the like IP. The only thing bigger is maybe Star Wars, but even that's starting to cool now, whereas Marvel's
bigger than Star Wars now.
At this point globally, I think maybe. I don't know. I don't have the numbers. Either way, when you look at something like Battlefront 2, when that game came out, it was a train wreck because of the way that they monetized it. The game itself was incredibly polished, beautiful, and stunning to play. Like, it was really, 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 really well made. They just fucked the monetization. Oof. So by contrast, when you look at something like Marvel's Avengers, which should be the biggest game of the year, really, that thing feels like a B game, like a AA, like, which, not to say that there's anything wrong with that tier of game development. I'm not trying to like bash sort of whatever mid-tier games, but it's shocking that that's what the Marvel's Avengers game. If I like removing myself from knowing the story of that game's development, if I were somebody who just loved video games but didn't really pay attention to them behind the scenes and saw Marvel's Avengers was out at Target and picked it up and took it home, I would have been expecting like something on a technical quality level of like The Last of Us, because of how huge the Marvel license is. And it's not like got was jank.
Yeah, it's not like Crystal Dynamics is a small studio or an unknown studio.
Willing to also is there a very talented studio,
like a multiplayer.
Right, if it was like
developer,
sure,
the service game developer, but that's no like excuse.
It feels like they were pushed into making it a service game.
Yeah,
because the main story is good and the like mechanics are okay. Like the bit where you go to space is awesome. I was like super hyped about it. But then, like, it feels like they rushed basically the second half of that game. Like the main story and all the live service stuff felt like it had a lot of time put into it, but not a lot of thought.
Yeah, and I mean, if people want to make live service games, that's up to them. But at the same time, playing it didn't feel like it should be a live service game, and it's a little frustrating too, because I feel like in the middle of that game there is a really solid single player action game, but it's just not there.
I
feel like if they'd been given the time that they spent making it a live service game to polish up the main aspects of that game, it would have been like top 10 material easily. And I do think Marvel's Avengers will probably be, if it's on the cusp of being in my personal top 10, because I didn't play that many games, but there again, it might be something that I'm like, I don't particularly want to recognize this, even though it was one of the 10 games I played in 2020.
Yeah, I think there's potential there for it to be. I mean, maybe Square Enix took a terrible game and made it one of the best MMOs on the market. So
yeah, they've done it
maybe shut Crystal Dynamics.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. They're a Western team,
Crystal.
But I mean, I guess what I'm saying is I think that there's ways they could improve that game immensely.
Yes.
And maybe next year it's on our up for debate list. Who knows?
Speaking. Oh, sorry. Go
I
for
was just
Sam.
gonna say, like, the one final point is I've played like most of the Kate Bishop DLC, and it's lower quality than the main game.
What I was worried about.
That's
So
rough.
like that's
Which is a
like
shame because
Ashley
I love Kate
Ashley
Bishop.
Birch is it Ashley Birch, I think, from who's Aloy's voice actor.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, she's Kate Bishop and she's great.
Which is like a
the
perfect
dialogue
casting,
is really
I
well
feel
written.
like. Yeah.
Yeah, she's great. The dialogue's well written. The character design is really cool. All of her skins are fucking awful. And all of her missions are go to this zone, fight through this zone, get into an aim base, and then hold square on stuff.
Oh, I'm so
So you mean
bummed.
the entirety of the service game part of that game?
Yep.
Yeah, they've just made like service game style levels, but ingested like some dialogue about Kate
So bad.
into them.
This was always going to be like until they do like their Wakanda DLC where they have like a new zone and they want to do set piece stuff. Like it's going to be very rare that they do like exciting stuff with that character.
We don't have to keep talking. Yeah, there's reasons why I think that sucks.
Yeah.
And
So yeah. Speaking of service games and multiplayer games, it turns out we missed one on the list somehow, and it just got re-added, and that is Genshin Impact.
oh yeah, I don't know why
So
I didn't.
yeah, I'm not sure why that fell off or was not added, but yes, Genshin Impact is now on our list
Thank you.
to be talked about.
And now I'm gonna take it on now.
So-
I'm gonna say we can cut Dreams from this list.
Yeah,
It's a
good.
neat thing.
It's a great
tool.
thing. I haven't
amazing tool.
I haven't gone back to it since like it came out, and I played like someone's Silent Hills that they made that was very detailed and like very long, and like they
have to
Norman
make
Reedus.
They have to make it so you can untether your Dreams stuff from Dreams and make it its own section on the PSN store.
It is like
for
a
other people to
very
play.
it is a very cool, robust creation suite that I would love to dive into and like try and make something in. But the fact that I can't go make a thing and then say, hey, check this out to like anybody.
Right. Yes.
So I can't like throw a link up on Twitter and then someone can play it in a browser or whatever.
Also,
I don't think that's a huge fault of it though.
No, but it does like suck and makes me not want to engage with it. Like,
Well, and also-
I would rather like try and figure something like, another easy way to like put that stuff together. Because I've got like a capable PC, but just like the robustness of the tools and the tutorials that are all there and available to you, and the ability to take things and mix and match and remix what other people have created is all really cool ideas. It just sucks that it's all tethered into that ecosystem.
it's also just like, as someone with a passing interest in like hobbyist game development, I'm not going to learn a tool set where those skills, like the conceptual skills maybe transfer, but like, why wouldn't I spend that time learning something like Unity where I could potentially release a game with that someday,
Yeah, I think
that's
it's a
what's frustrating
good
to me.
intermediary step though. Like if you want to learn how to make games, but you don't want to learn C#, I think Dreams is a really excellent way to dip your toes in and like start making games like with a very low barrier to entry.
But it's robust enough that it's still going to take you quite a bit of time to learn the tools. So I guess like, I'm sure it could be for a lot of people, and clearly there are creators that are really engaged, and I think that's awesome. It's just frustrating to me because it still is a 20 to 50 hour investment at least to like start to really learn to make something impressive. And I feel like you could learn to make a really cool game in RPG Maker in that time and then actually like release that to people, so I don't know.
Yeah,
For what
I
it's
think
worth, for what it's worth, in my time like that I spent with Dreams, while I did like have some fun checking stuff out and going, oh wow, that's really cool or impressive that people made that, I haven't felt the drive to go back and like dive deeper into Dreams and see what else is like newer and coming out.
Yeah. And to what you're talking about, Pat, I think it is a good way to learn the concepts. Like I think spending 20 hours learning the concepts that you need for the more robust engines is great because you're also not fighting with learning other things at the same time. So that's all I'll say.
And
but,
also I haven't laughed harder at anything, I don't think at all,
God.
from other than the Wario fucking dies animations that I watched in dreams. That was the funniest. I was almost passing out in my chair. My partner and I were screaming, laughing.
Yeah, it's really
We
dumb.
may have been a little bit drunk also, which helped, but still.
Still counts.
Fyxies is pretty great.
Yeah.
Right, I've removed
yes,
it.
it is a neat thing. Yeah, you know, so, as Pat was saying, like best software toys, that would be on there. Okay, Pat, it's your turn to cut.
I'm gonna nominate to cut Super Hot Mind Control Delete.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a cool distillation of a replayable Super Hot. The problem is Super Hot is an authored, curated thing, and that's part of why the levels are so fucking good, is because they are handmade. So the fact that Mind Control Delete is more of a, like, it's just a different game because it's like more like a horde mode kind of thing in different levels. That nightclub level fucking rips, and
It does.
generally it is, if you've played all of the Super Hot that exists, it's a way to play randomized Super Hot, which is cool. I don't regret like spending time with it. I'll probably play it more over years. But if you have played Super Hot 1 and 2, or 1 and 2, what am I saying? If you've played Super Hot,
And VR.
what you should do, I was going to say, is what you should do is take whatever time you were going to spend playing Super Hot Mind Control Delete, go mow some lawns, save up some money for a VR headset, and play Super Hot VR, because Super Hot VR is like an essential experience.
Yeah, I do like Mind Control Delete, and I think the story-y kind of parts
Yes,
that
it's
you
interesting.
do play, those are actually really good.
Yes.
But at some points, like sometimes you'll just get to a run that you have to complete, and then like you just get totally boned over in the last level, and it's like, well, yeah, I didn't really have control over the 3 guys that spawned behind me out of nowhere, and I didn't notice until the last second. Like that kind of stuff where, yeah, it felt like it would have benefited from being more curated, but it's still good. But yeah, I don't think it's. I don't
If
think
you
it's,
like Super Hot, you should play it. If you
Yeah,
haven't
you
played
should.
Super Hot, you should play Super Hot, the first one.
Yes, it is worth playing. I don't think it's a top 10.
Okay. Allison.
Sam, Pat, what are we thinking about Astro's Playroom?
Oh, I think you can cut it. I just didn't want to do that to you.
Yeah, I would cut it. I think it's a great game that I find boring.
I think it's a great game that I enjoyed my time with, but it still is. It's a really cool tech demo.
It's Mario 3D World.
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting game, and I'm really glad that I
3D World
played
is a-
it.
Okay. No, I see what you're saying. Okay.
I'm really happy I played it, but at the same time,
Yeah, we can cut it from this list. If you have a PS5, you should play it, because
Right.
it's only a few hours and you'll get to
It's
see a lot
free.
of cool controller shit that no
And
one else
it's
will ever do as
installed.
well.
It seems like
and also like the DualSense is a really, really great controller, and I'm really glad I played it to get that kind of full sense of
Yes.
the DualSense before I started, jumping in other stuff. But
Sorry,
it's
Andre.
fine.
Sorry.
No,
Sorry,
no,
Andre.
Oh, yeah, yes, please.
Yeah, sorry, Andre.
Please preface.
I'm not sorry, Andre.
like it seems like it's an extremely good included game, and probably the second best included game of all time, next to Wii Sports.
Did a Game Boy ever come with Tetris,
Didn't-
though?
No,
Didn't the NES come with Super Mario Brothers?
I
I don't
believe
know if
it
it
did.
was packed. Was it packed in?
At some point it was, I believe.
Yes. Anyway,
Fair enough.
regardless, it's a very good pack-in, but we can cut
Yeah.
it.
Okay.
Okay. Alex.
I know this is going to be really controversial, and it's going to cause a lot of debate, but Star Renegades.
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm okay with it.
We can do it now. I think it's a really cool game. I think it's better than I think it's probably my top 20.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I can see it go.
It was a game I was very much looking forward to for like a year or more, based on what I saw at Bit Summit, and it's still cool, but I don't know. I guess in my head I built it up to be more than what it ended up being. Or
It's weird
I don't know.
structurally. Like you get this feeling that it's a roguelike, but then completed run takes like 3 or 4 hours.
yeah.
And it's fine. It's cool.
Yeah.
But then once you sort of beat it, I was under the impression of like, okay, well, I'm going to beat this one thing then, and then the
real
whole
game will
thing's,
start.
and the real game's going to open up. And instead, it's kind of like, no, you're going to play it again, but with some tweaks to the characters and their tool sets and sort of identity. And it's not that I think it's bad, but I'm surprised at how sort of small it is, I guess, based on a lot of things they set up to be much larger.
And I wanted a bit more out of the world that you were walking around. And like, you know, more mysteries. There were a few things like that could happen, but they seem so far and few between well, I enjoyed my time with it. It was not one of the 10 best games of 2020. Sam has walked away, so I will go, and then maybe Sam will be back.
You're gonna say Trails of Cold? No.
Yes, Trails of Cold Steel 4. Let's get it out of here. See how long it takes him to notice. No, I am looking at. I think I want to say.
Sorry, if I can interject, did we make decisions on Fortnite and Jackbox, or because they're still on the list currently?
I think we're keeping them for now.
Now.
I just wasn't sure.
Yeah. I would like to say Death and Taxes, and Allison is the only other person to play it.
Really liked it. It's reasonably high on my list personally. Well,
okay.
It's 7, so I think it's a really interesting
reasonably
game.
high.
I said
on
that.
The list.
I said that, and then I looked and I was like, oh wait, that's not reasonably high.
This was the Grim Reaper workplace kind of thing.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Right.
And I think it's a really interesting game, especially with how there's I think especially one of the things that stuck with me was not necessarily what they told you, but kind of the way it kind of gamifies looking at death in an interesting way. And it doesn't necessarily tell you this, but there's like a point where there are quite a few endings. And if you want to have a good ending, you get to a certain point where you can't really moralize it at all. And that gets, I think, to be an interesting thing where you start going like, okay, what's going to bring these points up and those points down? And then you start realizing, wait a minute, what I'm asking about right now is who should live and who should die. But I think it does. So I think it does interesting things with that.
It's like a trolley problem game.
It definitely, like, in terms of games that like talk about death this year, like it definitely gets at what I think about with regards to death more than like Necrobarista. In terms of like what I consider about death, but also I haven't thought about this game since I reviewed it. You can go to fix.space and read my review of Death and Taxes. They've updated it. There's been new content, so they're like still doing stuff with it. And like it's a neat thing with some interesting writing and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't think it hangs.
Okay.
I'll say that's fine. I really liked it, and I don't know if I'd necessarily cut it now, but I think at a certain point, I doubt it would get onto our personal list, onto our list, even though I think it's really fantastic. So, yeah.
All right, and that's Trails of Cold Steel 4 deleted. Sam, it's your turn.
I was listening the whole time. Okay.
If you can do what you got to do.
Yeah, I think I'd like to kind of talk about Monsters Expedition. I played that and I thought it was quite boring.
I kind of did too, to be honest.
I think it is one of the best puzzle games ever made.
I
cannot
disagree with that statement more.
Yeah, I don't know how you get there, to be honest. But
it is around the midway of my
simplicity is the simplicity is really good, but the actual I don't know, I just did not find it interesting at all.
I thought it was interesting. I wouldn't go quite that far, but the writing was clever. I liked but as I started to, I think I got about halfway through it. And I definitely around the halfway point was like, okay, I see what we're going to be doing for the next few hours. So I think I'm good.
It felt really aimless to me. It felt like I wasn't. It felt like it was infinite, like desert golfing. Like, I know it isn't, but it felt like it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That like, I don't know. So many puzzles were basically the same, 3 or 4 in a row. It's like just give me the good shit.
Yeah.
Like edit it down. It does not. That game could have been like 90 minutes of like, this is new shit, this is new shit, this is new shit. But instead, it's like I played over 90 minutes of it and was like bored for an hour of that 90 minutes probably.
Yeah. The first 30 minutes of it are very simple because it's explaining the concepts to you, and then it does introduce a lot more concepts beyond that.
Played for like 3 hours, and I just feel like I didn't get much beyond the. I mean, there was like a couple of new ideas, but it felt like it was kind of doing the same thing, like for a long time. I don't know.
I think when you get closer to the end is when it really I don't know. I don't remember what hour mark that is, but sure. In a lot of ways, I think it's actually really similar to like Baba Is You, especially with how you end up having to think about the puzzles by that point. Like, but the wall I ran into with Baba Is You is that while it wanted you to think outside the box, it often wanted you to exclusively think outside the box, which sometimes just felt like hitting just a big giant wall with that game. And like Monsters Expedition definitely makes you think outside the box, but when you get there, it's really satisfying because it's like showing you these discrete little puzzles where you know there is a solution, like, and like you just can't see it. And like since there's a limited moveset, you know the answer is right in front of you. But it's one of those kind of puzzle games where it really benefits from stepping away from it for a few hours when you get to those, and then coming back and then just sitting down and seeing the solution. Like it's just immensely satisfying.
I also want to make it clear too, it didn't connect with me, but it's also the sort of game that I could see it being, I understand why you connected with it to the degree that you did. It's not, I think I can see how it would be very satisfying.
Definitely.
To play that kind of game. I mean, like I played Desert Golf for a long time. So
I played Desert Golf on the toilet like every day for
Golf on Mars come out this year.
So I don't want to like sound like I don't want to be an asshole. I'm not saying I think it's like not good or something. It just didn't connect with me in the same way.
I think if you have the patience for it and you get to the later stuff where it's like really crazy, that game is like it is one of the best puzzle games out there. But like Andre?
Oh yeah, I just haven't said anything, but I've been playing this game like as like a sometimes before bed thing, just like, oh, I'm just gonna chill out, and it's like something mindless I can do, and like it's fine, but like I don't know that I don't have any fight to keep it on this list.
No, if we have enough people here pushing against it, then we don't have to. But I do think like especially when you get to the end, like it's just extremely excellent game design and play. Like it's simple, but I don't think that's a bad thing.
Yeah, no, I think being simple for a puzzle game is like tantamount, but I didn't feel personally like I haven't felt like, oh, this is like revolutionizing the way I think, or like, you know, really forcing me to bend my brain in the time I've been playing it. There's some stuff where I've been like, I guess I'll come back to this later, and I'll like I've understood something, and that's like it's clever design. It's like I think it's designed well. I just don't have any like strong feelings or pull to like fight for it in a top 10. So if you really want to pull for it, then
I don't think we need to for a group top 10.
Okay. All right, then Pat, it's back to you.
So I think we should cut Risk of Rain 2.
That game rules, but
it's very good.
Yeah.
It's exceptionally good. It's probably in my top 20, maybe top 15, but I think it is a rad 3D-ification of Risk of Rain 1, which is an awesome game. I just don't know that I think it's going to make our list. And I don't have it's not on my top 10. And I don't have the desire to fight for it. And I think the thing that changed my mind on that, there was a period where I thought it was going to absolutely be on my top 10, but I got I bought it for a couple friends so that we could play it. And we played it a couple nights. And when we started playing it, they were like, so what are we supposed to do? And I was like, well, you kill stuff and you pick up stuff and it makes you stronger. And then you kill more stuff. And they were like, this is really boring. And I was like, no, it's not, because then we got to fight the boss at the end, and it's hard because you have to like dodge stuff and use all your equipment effectively. And then we did it, and then we beat the game on the first try. And they were like, that was fucking boring. And and I was like,
That's unfortunate.
I guess I can see why you would feel that way. And I kind of started thinking about it more and was like, I like it from the context. I love it from the context of I played Risk of Rain 1 a lot and understand the point. Mm-hmm. But I do think that Risk of Rain 2, it loses a little. I don't think it communicates what you're supposed to, like how you're supposed to enjoy it. No, particularly well.
It doesn't. Like it gives you like an objective marker, but it doesn't give you anything beyond that.
And somehow on a 2D plane, that ambiguity felt more like a mechanic in the way that Dark Souls lore can feel like the point is that it's esoteric and weird. For a game like Risk of Rain 2, though, that feels like a more traditional third-person action shooter, I can see how it could be frustrating to a new player. Yeah. And that makes it hard to sell to your friends who you want to play with you because it's more of a multiplayer game than the first Risk of Rain. So
totally.
Yeah. So I think it's good, can go, but even though it's great.
Yeah.
We need to get rid of another 35 or 34 games, something like that.
34,
34 games.
We're almost halfway there.
Anyone have any game that only they put on the list that they would like to have a couple of minutes chat about before cutting because they don't think it should be here?
I can cut Ori and the Will of the Wisps right now. Yeah. Sure. Like the opening of that game, it opens so strong and it feels so good and fluid, and like you're getting like new abilities at a really solid clip. So you always feel like you're improving, and it gets you up to the point where you have a lot of the stuff from the first Ori game, pretty like a few hours in. Mm-hmm. And that stuff all feels good, but then once you kind of get into like maybe the second half or like the second third and onward, they start incorporating a lot of things. They don't let you chain things together as smoothly as I would have liked. You can certainly get there. I caught the end of a speed run the other night, but it just felt like everything was a little disjointed in what they wanted me to do at times. And so it didn't feel as solid as I would have liked mechanically. And the narrative was kind of iffy towards the end with like, I don't want to get super deep into it, but
I touched this game. I played Blind Forest right before it and was like blown away and was like, oh my God, this was one of the best games of that decade. And I think it's incredible. And then I started playing Will of the Wisps and played like an hour and a half of it and was like, I just bounced right the hell off of it. Yeah. I just felt like there was nothing. It just didn't feel like it was like making me go, oh yeah, I want to see more of this world. It was like, okay, we're back in a really pretty environment doing Metroidvania. And I don't know. As I was playing it, the thought that kept going through my head was I should go back and play Hollow Knight and actually finish it. So, yeah, I think it can go.
Okay. Bye-bye, Ori.
I do intend to go back and play it eventually, and maybe I'll say, oh my God, we made a mistake. This game is wonderful, but the ending sounds like it sucks. So I don't know.
Okay, it's gone. Does anyone else have anything that only they're pulling for that they feel all right taking off the list? Or that you think you're the only one pulling for?
We could probably cut When the Past Was Around.
That the one about the lady with dementia?
No, that's a different one. But
okay, that was before I forget, of course.
Yes. When the Past Was Around is kind of the adventure gamey one that's 2D hand-drawn art with the lady and the owl man.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful game.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it's really, really, really gorgeous. And the story is really good. I like pretty much everything about it. Like it's excellent. I don't think it's on my top 10 is the only reason I'm not pushing for it. It's not, but like it's 100% worth playing. And like,
I intend to play it.
Yeah. Like it's great. The music is really good. The music works into the story, and the story it's telling is nice. It does have a few issues. Like, there will be some big story moments where it's supposed to be really impactful and like something heartbreaking happens. And then immediately you're solving a puzzle, and it's like, oh, if you don't figure out the puzzle immediately, like sometimes the puzzles can be tough. It's like it's not immediately apparent, and it's just like, oh, well, that kind of broke up the pacing of what was happening here. Like those moments kind of pulled it away from being excellent to me, but I think overall it's really well designed puzzle game, really good music, really beautiful art, and a good story that's worth seeing.
I think I will, for a thing that I think only I'm pulling for, we can probably cut Call of the Sea.
Yeah.
I think that game is in the sort of cavalcade of Lovecraft inspired games that have come out over the last couple of years. I think it may be the best one. Well, I shouldn't say that, because I don't think it's better than Amnesia Rebirth, and that's kind of what Amnesia does too. But Call of the Sea is a really cool twist on the Lovecraft story formula. And I think if you are someone, like, I see that you played it, Alex,
Yep.
I actually would fervently recommend it to people like you who have expressed distaste for those stories in the past, because I think it does some really interesting things with those concepts narratively. And I think it's also like a really cool, curated, but also more intuitive Myst-like kind of thing, where the puzzles are interesting and engaging. They're not particularly hard. So but I don't think it's going to make, it's probably my number 11, but I don't think it's going to make our top 10.
Yeah. I think the visuals were really good, and the voice acting was
beautiful.
really good.
Yeah.
Like the music was really good. The puzzles were fun. Like the puzzle where you have to kind of push the buttons on the ground was fun, with this constellation-y kind of things with the stars. Like that one was fun. That's not too spoilery. For me, like I felt it did a lot of telling and not enough showing sometimes. Like I felt like the voice acting almost did it a disservice, where like the main voice actor is like voicing everything that's happening. It's like, boy, that was a long walk up that hill. Boy, howdy, like, oh, what happened here? Oh, blah, blah, blah. Like she's constantly talking to herself, which is fine, but like sometimes it was a little bit too much to me.
Yeah.
It was like, but yeah, it's overall good, but I agree that it probably doesn't hang for the kind of stuff we have left.
Yeah. Really interesting choice at the end of the game. That was like actually thought provoking and
I didn't
made
get there.
me. Yeah, I think you should finish it off if you can find time to, because it wraps itself up really, really effectively, I think.
And if we're on the note of games that we can cut of our own, this is going to be really fucking hard for me, but we can do Sakuya Izuoa gives you advice and dabs. Nitori Kawashiro offers you advice in exchange for cucumbers and eats the cucumbers.
Okay.
And like the reason that game existed up until this point, and it wasn't a first round cut, it's surprisingly, like, you would expect with its name, I think we mentioned this on the cast, that you would expect it to be memey and dumb and like just pointless, but it is actually surprisingly like really earnest, and like it's trying to genuinely give helpful advice for people who might be down or anxious or depressed or just otherwise struggling. Like it's the kind of thing where it's telling you like, hey, if you're struggling with feelings of depression or feelings of anxiety, or you're not doing okay, like look into cognitive behavioral therapy. Like talk to people, do these things. Like it's offering you actual meditative advice. It's saying like, hey, these are things that you could try. Maybe it'll work for you. Maybe it won't. But like, it's actually really, really earnest. And for a $1 game that is basically just, it has kind of terrible art, and the punchline is that she dabs when things go well. Like it has more to it than you would expect. Like, yes, it was on here kind of as a joke, but it's worth looking at. It's good.
All right,
Cool.
Allison, did we cover if you have anything you're willing to cut?
I
right off the
actually
bat?
don't have myself listed as playing it, but Alex, what do we think about Going Under as being
That game's really
sticking
good.
on this list?
Yeah,
I think it's
I know.
really good game too, but it's
it's a really amazing game that came out at a really unfortunate time. Because it came out like the same week period as both Hades, like both Hades and Spelunky 2. Like, and its timing could not have been worse for its success. Like, and it actually shares a lot of design decisions with Hades, like including its narrative structure, like the way you're going in doing runs and then stuff happens when you come back, even if you don't like win the run. Like, it actually had that too. And like, it's also really, really, really hard. Like, surprisingly.
Honestly, maybe my issue with it is like, I think that the story is interesting, the aesthetics are interesting, but I feel like I don't know if the gameplay is quite there, especially comparing it to something like Hades. And it was definitely hard enough where nothing would happen in the overworld, even though I did several runs in a row, because it was just like, I'm not good enough to get much progress.
Yeah, I think the gameplay is like good, but it's basically Dark Souls. Like, it's
I mean, it's not mechanically like on a level with Dark Souls, so
it's similar. I don't think it's exactly the same, but like in terms of
it's
just
the animation priority and it's stuff like that. And
like the weapon durability was annoying, but like I think in terms of how it played, it was pretty fair.
So it's Dark Souls 2.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's a Dark Souls joke for y'all fans out there.
Yeah, I think I liked it more than I liked Hades, but I think we can cut it.
Okay. You are not going to get traction with that with this group.
I know. I'm just saying that
I respect it.
Yeah, just personally, I enjoyed my time with it more because for reasons we'll get into.
Yeah. Sam, is there anything you would like to cut? Like just like easy, like you're the only person, or anything you think is just
there's
like
only one of those games left, and I don't want to cut it.
Okay.
How do we feel about Tell Me Why?
I think it can go.
I only played the first chapter. I think it's good.
Go.
Yeah. Okay. I don't think there's any reason to have a super long chat about it. I think
it's fine. It's fine. It's like, it's quality.
It's another one of those.
But it's yes, but also it's just like another one of those. And with like how much they were pushing it in their narrative, it just feels like, oh, this was like a marketing stunt, basically. And I don't think they made it like they designed it as a marketing thing, but maybe that kind of hurt it. And like I think they made some smart decisions around like, oh, here's a fact, like, is there transphobia? Like there's like little bits, but it's not like overt, and like that's not a game about transphobia necessarily, and like things like that. But the story was kind of like, it's fine, but nothing to write home about.
Yeah, that's kind of.
I absolutely would recommend people play if you have some time, because it's on Game Pass.
Yeah.
I did enjoy it. Like I played the first chapter and wanted to play more, but like other things were more of a priority.
Yeah. All right. I'm just gonna say we can take Left on Red off of here.
God, yes. I was wondering when we would get to that.
Like I think it's interesting as a piece of like, 2020 narrative fiction about 2020. But like, it's one of just like a thing I saw that was on Steam. I was like, oh, okay, maybe this is, but it's not like anything it's really special or noteworthy.
Yeah, it is nice as a moment and time kind of thing. But in terms of mechanics and just even the story it's telling, it doesn't really nail it that much, I would say. Like it's worth a play, but it's not top tier, and it's a good premise. Like the only part that I found really effective is like that if you go through it again and get that other ending, which was basically you send a text message to someone and they never reply, and the game never ends until you leave it. I was like that was good, but other than that, I think it was just okay.
I think we're starting to get into some tougher cuts.
I
think we can take Ghost of Tsushima off this list.
Who played it?
Nobody. Me, Pat, Sam. Sam agrees. Pat's not here. But I think even he fell off. Like he didn't leave the
played
first
it too,
island.
and I fell off pretty quickly too. Like,
yeah, I didn't leave the first island. I think it's real pretty.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
very
like the
pretty.
combat system.
Gorgeous, and yeah.
I think the story's kind of boring.
It takes a long time to get used to the combat, and like every time I come back, I'm like, how does this work again? There are some neat ideas, but like I think a lot of what it does with like stances, Neo does better, and you know, stuff like that. So if Pat comes back and he's like, put it back on the list, I played it this week and I have to change my mind, then
Oh wait, Pat is
Here it
back.
is.
no.
All right. So Pat, we need your input right now, just as you're sitting back down. Ghost of
Ghost of
Tsushima.
Tsushima.
Oh yeah, you got that.
Okay.
Get it out of here.
I don't understand why people love it so much.
It is a well-made
Yeah.
game. Like it, you know, technically proficient, and it just feels kind of like, and also ran sort of
Yeah.
very, very beautiful.
Yeah, I like Assassin's Creed Valhalla more than Ghost of Tsushima, and I did not add Assassin's Creed Valhalla to this list because I didn't play enough of it to fight for it. But I would rather play Assassin's Creed.
Just realized that's not even on the list. That's on my personal list, but we don't need to add it because like I don't think it tracks for like a group list, even though it's very good.
I suspect I'm going to play a lot more of Valhalla in the spring and go, oh my god, this was like my number 6. But
it's on my list.
I have so many of those games on my list.
But Ghost of Tsushima is, you know, it's less compelling to me than the more recent Assassin's Creed games.
Yeah.
And I think that the side content in it is just very repetitive.
I think if you're there for like, if you come to Assassin's Creed for the historical narrative, maybe Ghost of Tsushima really works for you.
Yeah.
So
Maybe some people.
But like, I like Assassin's Creed for the historical narrative, and I wanted to really love Ghost of Tsushima, but for some reason, it just did not stick with me very
what
much.
I will say about the historical part of Ghost of Tsushima, and I am not Japanese, so, you know, I know that people in Japan really appreciated it. From having studied Iaido and like samurai history and martial arts,
Having studied the blade.
I mean, I literally studied the blade. I was a fairly high. I was in a fairly small handful of people that at a certain rank in a certain style of Iaido. So yeah, for several years I studied the blade intensely. A thing about samurai in the period that Ghost of Tsushima portrays is that they were sort of like feudal lords. And what they did to people, everyday people, working class, was pretty abhorrent. And in the game, the way that a lot of the characters that you meet are like, oh, Lord Samurai, and they're just like, let me give you this wood and this, let me help you, is like sort of they portray samurai as like heroes when they were kind of like feudal assholes who sort of subjugated the working class. And
Like historical revisionism?
in a sense, and I think that there is a romanticization of that in Japan. Again, this is from my own research that is real and it happened, but I don't want to like appropriate or disrespect people who feel differently in the country.
Assassin's
but
Creed does that too. To an extent.
I think it does it in yes and no. In Assassin's Creed 3, you try to kill George Washington and they portray them as someone who murdered Native Americans and like not as a good person.
Yeah, but I mean there are certain times where you're like running around in a world like I'm trying to think.
Look at Da Vinci in Assassin's Creed, how they portray Da Vinci.
Yeah.
It's me, Mario.
I think I think you're right, Allison. I also think that Assassin's Creed has such a wider reach across different parts of history that
yeah, I mean, and also like it is very much like a fictionalized version too, especially with the whole assassins and Templars and weird.
When I talk about when I said like if you're coming to Assassin's Creed for like the historical kind of storyline, I didn't mean like, oh, you wanted, accurate storytelling. You just want like you're into stories set in like
I sort of took it and ran with it because I actually kind of took issue with the way that
I think there's totally critique to be placed there, but I just wanted to be like, I mean, if you're into like the old timey stories of of Renaissance Italy or whatever. Maybe Ghost of Tsushima would hit for you, but
I'll probably play more Ghost of Tsushima at some point. I think it's a good game.
Apparently that multiplayer is really good. But
sounds really cool.
Yeah, I'd like to try that.
I would play it too.
Let's cut it though.
Yeah.
Yep.
Moving on.
Well, I've already deleted it.
It is
Moving
departed.
on.
Dearly departed.
Alex,
Hey.
Kukiyomi 2.
Yeah, it's cute. And
I
it's
like it a lot.
it's very charming.
It's very charming, and I feel like there's no game like it. And I
Except for Kukiyomi 1.
Except for Kukiyomi 1. That's true. But I mean, there's so many. Like, it is just a joy to play, but I just don't think it's gonna hang on this list.
Yeah, again,
But
if you like WarioWare kind of games, you should play Kukiyomi.
It's WarioWare, but about like social situations. So it's like somebody gets off of the train. Do you shift to sit so other people can move on the train? But then it gets weird, and it gets like
you go on a date with a cow, and are you gonna go to the steak restaurant
or like vegetarian restaurant?
Yeah.
And like you're on a TV show. What do? Like there's like one where it's like you're in an RPG party. You have to make sure you follow behind everybody. There's just like it's a lot of like social situations, and it doesn't always give you the like what the correct answer was, so you're left stewing in like, wait, was what I did right? Was it wrong? I don't know. It's very good, but I just don't know if it'll hang on this list.
Yeah, I also really enjoy it, and I think it's, like we said, extremely charming and worth just playing through, just blind, just do it, just sit down and just don't think about it too hard. Just be like, wait, what would I do? Oh shit.
And then it says it's WarioWare. It passes so quickly, and you're like, hang on, move me back. I'm sorry, I hit somebody in the face, and I did not mean to.
Yep.
No, but and also it's it's free on mobile, right?
I think so.
And it's currently on sale on Switch for $3.74, which is where I played.
It's only
it.
$5 on Steam, normal price. So
Yeah, so it's like I think it's definitely worth it, especially. If you like those types of games, like kind of like a WarioWare, but
sorry,
also...
we were just laughing because Andre's camera, he stepped up to walk away for a moment, and it just it's like, oh, what was the Sony dude that it smash zoomed onto? Andrew House.
No, it was Andrew House, I think.
Yeah. I can offer up 2 of my own games to cut.
I have one to offer up as well. So you do one, then I'll do one, then you do one.
Okay. I am going to offer up before I forget, which is the one that Andre had mentioned, which is about dementia, which it is really good. Leave it on the list for at least a second, damn it.
I know. I'm just trying to be efficient.
No, I think it's a game that I really want to play, but at the same time, my grandpa died from dementia, so
yes,
I don't know. I haven't been able to force myself to play it because
it's
that
tough.
is still very like even though he died like almost I think almost 10 years ago, it's still like we were talking about it with my family, and it is like brutal, and it's also very much like I don't know, like it I think it's something that people should learn more about, because it's like it's really interesting, but also I haven't been able to force myself to play it because
I think before I forget, what it does really well is it does have really nuanced storytelling. Like, it is telling a whole story but the thing that makes it really unique is the fact that it's from the perspective of someone with dementia. And it makes really excellent use of like games as a medium in how it does that, because it just drops you into one of her days. You don't know what's going on. Like, you just kind of look into the stuff. Like, you're finding Post-it notes. You're finding like Post-it notes on the fridge that say like, hey, don't have this can of stuff. You do it every day, blah, 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 like from her caretaker. And these kinds of things where it's like, oh, you're intuiting as a player, like, this is obviously not the first time that she's seen this, but you as a player, it's also the first time you're seeing it. Like, they play with that idea really well, and they have these flashback scenes that are really effective, and the voice acting throughout is excellent. And by the end, like, just the confusion that your character is going through is it's affecting. Like, it's really good, and definitely worth checking out. I don't think it hangs in our top 10, but it is just really excellent. So yeah, Before I Forget is really, really great. But yeah, we can probably cut it from this.
In a very different vein, but also a game that's really, really great that we could probably cut it. I can cut Deep Rock Galactic.
I was about to
I
ask.
love that game. It's so good.
It's incredibly good.
Yeah.
I can't think of a co-op game that's better since Left 4 Dead 2.
Maybe.
But I think you and I mean, I played a lot of it this year. I don't know how much you played this year, Alex, but
6 or 7 hours probably.
It didn't make my top 10. It's in my top 12 probably. And so it's hard for me to push for it. I think if it was a game that more people in the group played, I would definitely want to see it on the list, but I think it can go.
It's really cool, and like the different classes that you're playing all feel so distinct, and like there isn't a one that I would not recommend someone to start with, you know? Like,
and it scales so hard. There's like, you can play it as a like chill out and just kind of like grind out easy levels with your friends and have a couple beers and chat, or you can play the like deep dives, which are really hard, like raid style content that takes, everyone has to be on point, and no matter what you're playing, you're gaining currencies that you can use to unlock cosmetics and upgrades for your characters and stuff. So I think if the progression were just a little bit tighter and had just a little bit more nuance and changed up the gameplay just a little bit more, I'd probably fight more for it. But yeah, everyone should play it, especially if you have friends you can play it with. But it can go.
It's a solid 5-star game.
Yeah,
in a
I
lot
think so.
of ways.
Yeah, agreed.
Going off of the sentiment I've seen in the group chat, I think we can cut 13 Sentinels, Aegis Rim.
Yeah.
I've only played an hour of it, and I know Alex doesn't think it's great.
I think it's fine. I don't think it's bad by any means.
It seems like a lot of the hype around it is like baby's first weird visual novel. Like in a way,
so
like
what you're saying is they should have played Steins Gate.
Honestly,
or like the Nonary games or like Danganronpa. Like it's like, you know, like when you play one of those and it's like your first time experiencing it, it's kind of like eye-opening and you're like, holy shit.
Yeah, it is good. Like I'm not going to say it's bad. Like it's really unique, and like the aesthetic is super gorgeous, especially when you see it in motion. Like Sam, you can probably attest. Like looking at screenshots of it and even watching videos,
absolutely.
Yeah, like even just watching videos doesn't really do it justice. When you're in control of it is when you're like, oh shit, this is amazing.
I think I want to play it. I'm the only person on earth who does not understand why people think it looks so good. But even with that, I only say that not to dig on it, but more to say I've tried to play the Nonary games in Danganronpa, and I believe that they're good, and I do someday want to push through them, but the art and writing style of those games is extremely off-putting to someone who is not already interested in the genre, where I think that 13 Sentinels and Steins Gate as well are better examples of things that seem more approachable, even if they're very, very complex. They don't, like, Danganronpa is like, it's hard to overstate as someone removed from kind of like liking that, like, sort of, I don't want to denigrate it, so I'm like, the thought that comes to mind is like screwball. It's just when the bear shows up and starts screaming at you as someone who is not like attracted to that style of art or concepts, I was like, I don't fucking like this at all.
You'll accept Paimon for your life.
Yes, I will. But well, I guess it's similar vein, right? Like, I don't mind the like fairy, the like little fairy creature trope from anime, and so, but I can see why other people would find Paimon like.
You just got to get to Danganronpa too.
So we're saying Pat likes lollies.
I'm saying all this
to
suggest.
This has
I'm going to ignore that.
I did not intend.
I'm going to ignore that. I'm saying all this to suggest that I'm just 13 Sentinels looks like it does a very good job of being approachable if you are like, I vaguely like anime and giant robots are cool. And I think that that's a cool thing in a year where there are some visual novels that are sort of striking outside of their target audience, like the typical target audience, you know. I didn't say any of that to pick on Danganronpa. because I'm sure it's fantastic if you can get into it, but
it is very good.
It is.
It's not very approachable.
When you talked about the bear screaming at you, I completely forgot that's
But-
what Monokuma is, because I'm like, I don't even think of him as a bear.
But yeah, like with 13 Sentinels. Oh, sorry, Sam, go for it.
I was just going to say, like, I absolutely think this would be one of my top 5 games of the year if I had played it. And it's my biggest regret of the year is not playing this game. Because everything I've heard about this game is like, that's my shit. Like, I like those kinds of stories.
So I'm going to have to dive into a few spoilers about this game to illustrate why I had some issues. But like,
I don't think we need to.
cut it, right? I think we should just cut it. Like, I'll take my headphones off if you want to talk spoilers, but
there's a couple things
that we're saying is great.
I do want to just talk about a few things like that. I think you two in particular would find too spoilery, but like, so the issue I had, and it does take a lot of influence from other stories and franchises, and listeners, if you do intend to play the game, I don't know, maybe skip ahead like 30 seconds. But so the first week I brought it onto that podcast, I compared it to a bunch of other franchises, saying it's like Terminator and all this other kind of stuff, and that I felt like it might take a very specific story turn. And what I mentioned was The Matrix, and that's pretty much what it is. And like, it was full of moments like that where it was just like, oh, but I wonder if it's going to go this way because it's referencing all these other things, and it kind of does just exactly that. Like, it's like, oh, it's doing this Terminator thing. Oh, it's just the Terminator. Oh, it does the Matrix. Oh, it's just the Matrix. Oh, it's Steins Gate. Oh, it's kind of just taking Steins Gate. Like, it's wearing its influences on its sleeves, but it's not doing anything with them. And that was my main issue with it. Like, it's Pacific Rim, but yeah, is that even on? That isn't even on our list, is it?
No,
but
it's not.
But yeah, so that was my main issue that I had with the game in terms of the story.
Okay.
Like, it is still really good. And
where's my cucumber? Oh man, that was a bad.
She eats the cucumbers. She doesn't.
Yeah,
you're
right. The Sequoia does not. She just dabs. But yeah, so like that kind of stuff about it is what ultimately let me down. And Andre had a good idea where I should maybe write an article being like, hey, if you like 13 Sentinels, here's some other media, games or shows or whatever that you should check out. And I might end up doing that. Yeah, it's good. It's worth playing. I was kind of let down by it, but it's still worth playing.
Okay, cool. There's games on this list that I don't know anything about, or I don't remember. I remember like briefly talking about them, but I don't know enough to like say like, oh, should we talk about cutting this? Like maybe Murder by Numbers, is that worth keeping on for now?
I think, well, if we're just kind of getting away from the orders, Allison.
Yeah, we're just.
Mm-hmm.
Or sorry, it wasn't Allison. It was Sam. How do we feel about Spiritfarer?
Oh, I don't like it. We should cut it. I think it's boring. I just put that I played it because I had played it. So if anyone wanted to ask.
That's not what I was expecting. But okay, yeah.
I think if I gave time to, I would like, but
I can't.
I put like an hour, and I was like, what's happening here?
I don't know if I can ever play this game because it's about death and they anthropomorphize, like there's animals involved, and I just had too much of a traumatic year for that. So
there's nothing about actual animal death. It's
no, I know, but the concept of death,
sure,
and mapping that to animals at all is just something that I don't think I have the desire to engage with. So
sure, I will say those emotional payoffs that you get are good and they're well written.
I'm sure it's good.
My problem with it is I sometimes don't know if it's worth the whole journey, because the middle part of that game, like the middle,
there's a lot to get
the
to
middle
the good stuff.
the middle 5 to 10 hours are just a total slog. Like the pacing is the problem with that game, where it's just resource collection. Like all you're doing is growing plants and like traveling your boat to places to do some fishing, and like it's
sounds like it should have been one of those like more like a 2D walking sim kind of thing, right? Like
sure, yeah, I think it would have benefited from that. But like the art is amazing. Like the animations are
gorgeous,
fucking insane. Like some of the best 2D animation I've seen in games. Like watch the cat in sometimes, like Daffodil, like some of her animations are just absolutely incredible. Like yeah, the animation and art are absolutely the best part of that, and the payoffs, the emotional payoffs. But yeah, it's charming, but it is kind of a slog in the middle parts.
All right. Goodbye to Spiritfarer.
We are now at 31 games, y'all, down from
cut
74.
Yeah, I don't have any easy cuts left.
We
for
took
me.
a long time
Well.
for like the so-so games.
Yeah, I know. How do we feel, Allison and Andre, about cutting Age of Calamity?
I'd be fine with it. It's pretty low on my personal list. It's on my personal top 10, but it's not.
I haven't played
It's like
enough of
number
it.
10.
I haven't finished it, and I feel like I want to finish it before I assess it for a personal list. And it's maybe I'll be like, holy shit, this is incredible. But it's a very fun, it's a very like solid, like I'm going to sit on the couch and play this game for an hour and like chill out. It has great music because it's Zelda music. It's fun to play. So yeah, it's a great game. I think we can cut it.
The thing that would want me keeping it in like a top 10 would be like kind of basically based on speculation and like what does it mean, and like, oh, this could mean XYZ, and I'm the only one who's seen the end of this game, and I in Japanese, so I had to go read like a Wikipedia summary of the plot, but so I knew what was going on pretty much.
I have a feeling finishing this game is going to make me much more excited for Breath of the Wild 2.
I think it's a really good game, and I think that it's worthwhile playing, especially if you want to. But
the fact that I can't say that we can't say one way or the other, even like I know what happens, that I can't say like this is what it means for Breath of the Wild 2 is like I hope it means something for Breath of the Wild 2, but I can't, I don't know.
Yeah. Sure.
And so without that knowledge, it makes it like it's a great
game. I mean, and also we're at the point too where it's a fantastic game, and
everything we're talking about is like looking at what we have last. Andre, could you do me a favor? Could you, or one of us, could we read what we have left for the listeners at home?
Let's go.
Top 30 now, yeah.
A Summer's End, Hong Kong, 1986. Amnesia Rebirth. Among Us. Animal Crossing New Horizons. Blaseball. Bug Snacks. Cod Blop Skua. Final Fantasy VII Remake. Fortnite. Genshin Impact. Hades. Half-Life Alyx. Jackbox Party Pack 7, Kentucky Route Zero, Microsoft Flight Simulator, Miles Morales, Marvel's Spider-Man's Miles Morales, Mixolumia, Murder by Numbers, Necrobarista, Paper Mario, The Origami King, Persona 5 Royal, The Last of Us Part 2, There Is No Game, Wrong Dimension, Toho Luna Nights, Trails of Cold Steel 4, Umurangi Generation, Wasteland 3, Welcome to Elk, White Ocean Big Jacket, Yakuza Like a Dragon.
These are good games.
So I have another cut that's a mainly me thing, I think we can do, which is I am willing to see Cod Blopskoa go at this point, I think.
Yeah, it is good.
I play this game's on my personal top 10. I play the fuck out of this game. I play it probably 10 hours a week, maybe. I basically finish work every night and play for at least an hour or two. But that's because I have friends who play it and we love playing Call of Duty. It's not because I think this is one of the 10 best games of the year, or even one of a truly great Call of Duty. I think it's very good and I'm not disappointed by it, but it's
like you're playing it because it's the new Call of Duty, not because it's the best Call of Duty.
Right. The thing that makes it so satisfying to continue to play is I would happily play Fortnite with the same group of people, I'll say, for like the same amount of time, basically. Like it's a game that has, actually, I don't even know if that's true. I might not say that. The thing about Call of Duty these days is it has such a great progression for the multiplayer, and there's always something you can work on. There's always some cool looking camo you can grind for. There's always a weapon to level up. So it's great from that perspective of just making you always want to play it. But I think last year's game was better. As much as I like this game, I think that last year's game was better. And I think Alex and I like it for maybe different reasons, and I don't know that either of us would push it for the top 10 really hard. So,
yeah, I don't think I would push it for the top 10, even though like I think they've made improvements to it in a lot of ways. I think they've also taken a few steps back in a lot of ways, but like I think overall it's one of the stronger entries that we've seen in a few years. Like especially if you go back to like what World War II was, like that was like 20 steps back. But this one feels like they're making some right choices, and it is good, but I don't think we need to it's not special enough that we need to put in top 10. But man, the fact that it has a Hitman level in a Call of Duty game is still wild.
It's
like,
interesting.
It's really cool that they looked at other studios and series and like took some cool ideas.
Yeah. I think that stuff is very interesting and very neat. I will say the one spoiler thing that I want to say about it that's pretty cool, and I don't think anyone needs to take their headphones off for this. Even if you're listening, you probably don't. But the final level does a bunch of like trippy mind game shit.
Oh yeah, that's
and you're cool. You're basically like following the instructions of one of the characters who's telling you to like work through a memory that you have that's like an implanted memory. And if you disobey him and go in a certain direction, at one point there's a cave you can go into, and he gets pissed off at you, and then zombies start attacking you from the zombie mode. Like, which is actually kind of scary because they're like running out of the dark at you in this pitch black cave.
You just see their glowing eyes first, and then you see their bodies. Like it's actually really good. Yeah,
it's
that moment, that was a funny moment. I liked that one.
All right. So I'm going to say two things here. We need to change up our format for how we're doing this, like from here on. And also we should clap so Allison's second recording can.
Oh, yeah. We should clap. I have more I can take off. So
we'll get to it. But okay. So let's clap for Allison. Everyone got time.is up.
Oh, no, I do not have that up. Good point.
I'm just going to refresh it.
Yes, refresh if you have not.
I am also going to mark down what time we're doing this so I know when to edit it out as the audio version. Give me 1 second.
Yes.
So this is 2:35, 40-ish. Okay.
Okay. Let's go 05. 05.
Sweet.
Sick.
All right. So now, I'm going to say, let's change up what we're doing a little bit instead of cutting just willy-nilly, because if we're just going to cut down to 10, that's going to take much longer than if we go around and we each nominate some things that we can move to we think this should be, like, we feel strongly about this being on a top 10.
Short list
and this
of
is
some
not
form.
This is not binding. This does not mean this is for sure going to be on here, but it is like this is important and I think it should be on this list. So let's start with that, and then we'll do some more cuts after that, and then we'll come back and we'll add. Okay. Cool. So first is going to be Pat. Which of these 29 games do you feel strongly about putting on a top 10 list?
Like all of the ones that I feel strongly about?
No, one.
Just one? Umurangi Generation.
Okay.
Sorry. Umurangi. I can't do the thing. It's not just Umurangi. It's
the way they do it in the intro, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
God, that fucking sounds so good. When you start the game and it's like Umurangi.
Yeah.
It's so good.
God, this is tough. Allison.
I'm gonna go with Hades.
Where are we putting these?
We have a short list in our Game of the Year tab.
Oh, there's a tab for them. Okay.
Oh, I was just gonna say, can we just bolt them?
I'm moving them into the short list on the other tab.
Gotcha. Yeah, I see.
Right.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay. Well, Alex, are you able to make a nomination?
I'm bolding them as well because that way we can see.
Yes.
I'm gonna say Necrobarista.
Okay. Sam.
Marvel's Spider-Man Miles Morales for the PlayStation 5 by Sony and Computer Entertainment and Marvel Games.
I will write all of that.
There's something you missed in that.
What, the trademark?
No. What do we always say when we name a PS5 game?
Sorry, Andre.
You got
It is on
coward.
It is on PS4. To be fair,
I don't know what
Sam
that
is nominating the PlayStation 5 version.
okay,
He is
sorry.
nominating
Bra-
Marvel's Spider-Man,
opening
Miles
bracket,
Morales.
opening bracket PS5, closing bracket. Got it.
Yes.
Sony,
Sorry,
PlayStation
Andre.
5s, Marvels, Spider-Man.
I have
Miles
not
Morales.
played the PS4 version, so I cannot tell you if it is as good.
Looking
Yeah,
at my
I played it.
PlayStation 4 makes me sick.
Like the Slipknot
Ill.
song.
SIC indeed.
Yeah.
Right,
My
Andre.
fingers into my eyes, indeed.
Andre, what are you putting
What
up?
it feels like looking at a game on the PlayStation 4 Pro.
Oh my god.
Let's see. I'm gonna. God, there's
I know it's hard.
Final Fantasy 7 remake.
There you go.
I was gonna say no one said 7 remake yet.
That was going to be my next one if Andre didn't say it.
There are a bunch of games we just haven't talked about, and it feels like those are the ones we should probably be expecting people to.
Like this is like this doesn't even have to be your game of the year necessarily, but something you feel is like, I need this on this list or like on the group list for whatever reason. All right, so we've got those. And
Are we doing another
now-
round of it, or
Another round of cuts, I'm gonna say,
all right?
and then we can go back. If Pat,
Can I
you
offer
wanna
up a
start
few games
Oh,
that we
sure.
haven't really come across?
you
too
want
much?
to Trails of Cold Steel 4? Go ahead.
All right.
So I think Fortnite should come off. I think it doesn't hit our list. I think it's a great game.
probably right.
We've discussed it. Like,
Yeah.
it should have come off earlier, but we just nobody talked about it.
It's a qualitatively quality game.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all these all these
and
games
I had a lot of
are
fun playing
pretty
it this
good.
year.
Yeah.
All the games left are decent.
I don't play competitive shooters, and I had like 25, 30 hours of this game this year, which is more than a lot of games.
And I'll say that, I mean, one of the most fun gaming moments I had this year was when Sam and I were like about to win, and Sam was a little drunk, and there was a fucking like ice cream man building a tower, banana man, I can't remember, building a tower above me, and I was like, I don't know how to fucking deal with this. I'm on a controller. I can't build for shit. And it was just, it's fun. It's a fun game.
It was a great experience.
It's
a great match. We should have won. It was 2v1 and we lost.
Yeah, we should have won. It more than any other game, maybe on the
That was
market.
New Year's Eve.
It
Okay,
was
boomer.
more than maybe any other game on the market. I think Fortnite is a game that I feel really comfortable investing time into because I'm pretty confident it'll be around forever.
At this point, yeah.
And
Also, we all put money into it, which is not something I would have expected out of 2020.
I put a lot of money into it.
I put
Less than you guys.
$150 into
Oh my
Fortnite Save
God.
the Worlds
Oh, right.
because I bought the Legendary Edition so I could gift copies to friends. Anyway, yeah, I think we can take it off, but it's a really good game. In a different world, if this were, I'm not saying that I would prefer this to be the case before I spit this out. If this were Allison and Sam and I saying what's our top 10 list, and it wasn't all 5 of us, then I would probably say, nah, we got to put it on. We all played it and it was fun.
Yeah.
But I think that we need to make room for some sort of strong personal choices that maybe not everyone played.
So we're
Like, I don't think-
nominating the local great restaurants, not McDonald's.
Yeah.
I think we
Not
can't.
TGI Fridays or Applebee's.
Like
Well,
I would say,
Applebee's, yeah.
I would say Fortnite could be our number 10, no problem. But also, I don't think that then Trails of Cold Steel 4 makes our list, and I feel like
Yeah.
that's a more important game to Sam than Fortnite. So like,
Totally
that's-
fair.
yeah.
I was also going to say Animal Crossing. Like, it's
It
good.
needs to be, but I'm gonna say
I think it should come off
Oh
this
my
list.
god.
Okay.
Thank
I
God.
loved that game, and I think when we're talking about games being important in
Yeah.
the year of 2020, I feel
Absolutely,
like Animal
yeah.
Crossing is definitely up there, especially with the pandemic. And I put I think well over 100 hours into that game this year, and a lot of that was like socializing with people and it was the game I needed this year. So that's why it kind of pains me a little bit, but also I don't think it's going to hit.
You know what?
Top 10.
I'm going to filibuster this a little bit. I think if we're cutting Animal Crossing, we got to cut Among Us as well, because I think that this is they're in a similar place where those were both extraordinarily important games to the year, and we have mixed feelings as a group on them both. And I don't think it's fair to say that Animal Crossing goes and Among Us stays at this stage in the list.
I think that is totally fair. And I just want to be clear. The reason I was like, oh, thank God, is because I didn't want to have to do like the Pokemon repeat where I'm like, this game you like is bad.
Well, I don't think
I didn't want to have to do that.
I think it's so subjective, you know, so at this point.
I think it's a great video game that I'm willing to cut because
I feel
we're
like
at that point.
The only thing that I'll say about Animal Crossing is I feel like I know a lot of people who just fell off of it, which is sad because it seems like it was good. It's just it didn't hook people in like.
I think it's a really good game to jump back into it though. New Leaf, yeah. But it's like I feel like I've jumped into it like a few times. The majority of those 100 hours or so was put in, right when it came out because I played it every day and I played it for hours every day. But it is something that you can just jump back in and visit your friends and check in with the events. So like I checked in for Christmas, I checked in for Halloween, I checked in for some of the new updates for the around the summertime. And so I feel like
Bunny Day.
Yeah, Bunny Day.
I was still going for Bunny Day.
I was still going for Bunny Day. That was like in the main, when I was
like
mainly
release
playing.
window.
But also, I do know people that have been playing it nonstop since.
Yeah,
sure, same.
Out. And
I played it for like 100 hours, and I did not like the progression, like the way they made you increase your island rating by just putting a load of shit outside. And I was like, I don't want shit outside in my village. And then when I was like, okay, after a week, nothing is progressing because I refuse to put shit outside because that's not how I want my town to look. So I was like, okay, like I liked this game a lot. I played, probably like 70 to 80 hours of it in like a month and a half. But that was, I don't know. It won't be on my top 10 because I didn't like the way they forced you to play the way they wanted in a game like Animal Crossing, which is very much like play how you want. It'd be like if in Stardew Valley they were like, yeah, but you do have to have cows. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel like that was pretty incidental, and you could kind of not, you could move stuff around enough that it was fine. I didn't have a problem with that personally, but and also like I'm in an Animal Crossing group chat on Facebook that I'm not really active in as much anymore, but it has been nonstop active since March. So people are still digging.
Yeah, same. I'm in a group chat that talks like 2 or 3 times a week about cool Animal Crossing shit.
Yeah, no, this is like daily or like hourly Animal Crossing chat. So
another sea bass.
Something worth saying about this for 2 games now that have been cut from our list. The Isabelle cross Doom guy stuff that was going on was the best.
Yeah, brilliant.
That was really funny.
Marketing campaign though, best game of the year.
Best community creation.
Yeah, that stuff was just very funny.
As for say Among Us piece. Sorry, that's what I was going to say.
As for Among Us, like it's harder because I know most of you haven't played it, which is going to be the case for a lot of my games that I really care about this year.
I've watched a significant amount of it being played though. The only reason I haven't played it is because I haven't had a group. But
right, and I think
too. I have it on my phone, but I just never had a group of people to play it with, which is my issue.
I think obviously playing it and watching it are different because as an actor in it, like you are having more agency, you are the ones having to push the buttons, especially as a imposter. Like you are the ones who have to decide when am I going to murder this person, and then someone comes around the corner and you're like fuck, and then you have to on the fly think about stuff or like make up excuses. And like personally, I'm not a big fan of lying games. That's just I don't like lying. But I do think Among Us, like it is chaotic fun in a way that I've not seen in like even just community games like these, even playing Secret Hitler and Coup or like Resistance, and like these games that I really do like, or Trouble in Terrace Town, or like what was it, Sound of Salem, whatever. Like all of those, they're really good. But I think Among Us just hits everything in a very unique way that I just haven't seen from other games, and I really think it's spectacular for those reasons. But if we don't want it on our top 10, I'm fine with it. It is on mine, and I'm comfy with that. But like, I think it is worth playing. Like, it is good to watch, but it's even better to play.
Yeah, I guess I just I don't know. It's a tough. I think it's just a tough sell for me because I've played a lot of. I don't like this line of thinking generally, but I've played a lot of similar games, and I've had like I can connect the dots pretty well. And I hear what you're saying about it being different to watch and play it, but I don't know. I think if it would have been great if we could have like organized a group game or something. If it was going to be this important to the list, I guess it just feels like it didn't become important to the list until pretty late, and so it's hard for me to see it, I guess, on there.
Which is all fair. Yeah. And again, like one thing I'll say about it, then we can probably cut it. I really do like the fact that it gives like the quote unquote good guys more agency. Like the fact that the dead players can still like contribute to the game in a meaningful way and like contribute to their team winning is unique. I haven't seen that in too many other games, really. Actually, any? Yeah, I don't know. But like, yeah, like it's pretty unique, and like I think it is a game that y'all should definitely play. Like talking about and watching is good, but playing it is a very unique experience.
I'll say I have a couple of groups who are like larger gaming groups, and when I floated playing it, they all were like, yeah, we've played it, it's boring, which I don't believe them. I'm not saying that I believe them, but what I'm saying is it's been very hard. Part of my frustration with it.
They're like, let's play Risk of Rain 2.
It's been very hard to find anybody who actually wants to sit down and play it with me.
That is an issue with it, is that it's at its best with 10 people, and 10 people is a lot of people.
Right. And I've never had that many people I could do a game with.
Yeah. So like that's 100% fair. Also the fact that it's free on phones, fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, like, I have it downloaded on my phone, like, just in case I find a group that can do it. But it's like, I've also never found a group to do it with.
Yeah. You know what else is free on phones?
I know, but are you going to cut it?
Motherfucking Impact.
Wait, no, it's not.
What?
What? Fortnite?
Oh, I was going to offer, if we're cutting Among Us, I was going to offer a rough cut for me.
Yeah.
Well, goodbye Among Us.
I mean, like, I did not like Genshin Impact, so I'm happy to see it go.
So Pat.
Yeah.
I tried getting into it. I ran into just not enough time.
Sure.
So you say that after you get past the first part, what about it makes it so amazing? Like is there story stuff or is it just gameplay stuff?
Combination of a lot of it. The story is really solid I don't even want to say for this kind of game. The story is really solid. It's definitely a adventure anime storyline. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you that like it hangs from a story perspective with something like, Umurangi or I don't know, Yakuza maybe, yeah. But it has a really cool story, and as you play it and you start to get into more of having a more diverse team instead of characters to play with, it becomes really fun to see how different characters function, and each character has a somewhat limited set of moves, but it's almost, in some ways, it's almost like you're building your own MOBA character that then you move around the world with, except that the character is your entire team comp.
That's cool.
So it's because each character is good at doing different things, and the combat scenarios that you're presented with are oftentimes require you to have like a diversity of like how you deploy your elemental stuff and how you move around the battlefield and how you the speed at which you're attacking and stuff like that. And I think that makes it really fun. And then on top of that, it's a gorgeous world. There's so much to like, so many little things to find in a manner that's similar to Breath of the Wild, but it's also much more directed, which I think is something that for a lot of people maybe they would prefer. I think it's a fantastic game. It's fairly high on my list, but it's not high enough on my list for me to push it as being the only person who played and liked it, trying to make it go higher on our list. I think if I didn't also really love like Final Fantasy and Hades, I would maybe go, oh, well, this is a passion one for me. But there's already games that are going to be high on our list that I'm passionate about, so I'm willing to let this one go.
Okay.
But
I
yeah,
I would like to get into it.
Yeah, it's good. I think you might like it. It is the wall that I started to hit a little bit with it is that when you start to get into the more grind heavy aspects of it, it does slow down in terms of like the speed at which you're getting cool new stuff to try. And that can be very frustrating.
Is that where free-to-playness comes in, or does that not?
Yes, but it's also, I wouldn't say exploitative. Okay. I don't think that it's necessarily a problem. I think it's just the ways in which the stamina system, it doesn't affect your ability to play through the story at all. I think the way that game is at its best is if you go, I want to play the story, and you kind of put it down in between new story content drops, because there's nothing that gates your ability to play through the actual quests. It's just if you want to do the like high end like dungeon thing where it's really hard, then you have to max out your characters, and that takes a lot of investment of time and resources. It's either a long-term investment of time, or you can play in a much heavier burst in a shorter time by paying some money. So
okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I don't know, but yes, I can let it go.
I might let other people played it, so I'm not sure if other people feel similarly, but I feel like I'm maybe the person who feels strongest about Murder by Numbers, and I'm willing to let that go. I love it very much, but
I fell off it. I think it's a great game. Yeah, I fell off it, and it's absolutely my fault because it's completely my shit. It's a game that I'm sure would be in my top 10 if I had.
It's in my top 10, but it's like, but like I'm willing to give it up, but I love it very much.
I think the best part of Murder by Numbers is the Picross. I like the story too.
I like the story and characters.
Yeah, like I like Scout, and
I love Scout so much.
Yeah, like I like the character, but the story is, there's not much story actually, but like the characters are good, and like the aesthetic and the art and the music, like it is all good. But
I get the theme song to it stuck in my head constantly, so that's where I'm at.
Yep, and it's made by the same studio what made Fall Guys. But yeah, I think Murder by Numbers.
It's published by the same studio.
I think it was the same developer.
Made by the different development team, like completely different.
Yeah, different team, but same studio.
Yeah.
But yeah, Murder by Numbers is really good, and I think people should play it. It is such a unique combination of having story and then Picross as your way of interacting with story. So yeah, it's good.
Cool.
God damn. All right.
Are we in an order of any form?
I think Allison, you went. Sam, it's okay. Then do you have anything, Alex?
If I'm doing a self-sacrificial one,
I mean, if you feel like doing that, you can raise other ideas.
I have two that I could potentially go for.
Okay.
One of which I'll do now because I think we can cut it because we haven't talked about it on the podcast very much. But I liked it a lot, and that was The Summer's End. Okay. And it is really fascinating. So this along with a couple other games I haven't talked about much on the podcast just because we didn't have time or whatever. One of which I just finished recently. But anyways, A Summer's End it's a really fascinating story, and it's really, really, really mature. And what is interesting about it, and we've now lost two of our people, so they're not even going to hear about it.
I think Sam wants to play this game. That's why he's stepping away, because he doesn't.
Fair enough, but it's very, very, very specific time and place, and like it's called A Summer's End, Hong Kong, 1986, and both of those are there for significant reasons. 1986 was the year that the United Kingdom signed the Treaty for the Handover, which is what would stop Hong Kong from being a British colony and be handed back as a Chinese territory. So all of the citizens of Hong Kong at that moment didn't know what the future was going to be like in 10 years. They were like, well, what do we do? Like, do we stay here? Do we leave? Like, what do we do? Like, do we go to the States? Do we go to China? Like, it's just really a period of unrest for them. And I think it's a really great setting for it. And the premise behind it is good, and the characters are really good. Like there's only 4 or 5 characters that get significant screen time, so they do a really good job developing those characters. And my only real issue with the game is that the first half of it is mainly just okay. Like it's a romance story, and it's just kind of slow with that part of it. But the second half is really, really, really great. Like it's so on top of exploring the kind of concept of, okay, in 10 years, Hong Kong will not be what we think it is anymore. There's also the fact that the main character, Michelle, is an office lady, which is an office worker lady. It's a Hong Kong term. And she's just in a place in her life where she's just kind of going along with the flow, doing the stuff everyone says she should be doing, not questioning anything. Like very, very Chinese thought, especially with the work life. And then she meets this woman who and it makes her realize that she's a lesbian, basically. And it's her coming to terms with that, along with the cultural shifts that are coming around the corner with Hong Kong. And then what happens right around the halfway point is there's an actual shift that happens, like a shift of perspective, where you're no longer just looking at it from her perspective, you're looking at the other character, like the woman she fell in love with, and seeing how her actions impacted that person, and like how things that you as the player or like the reader didn't realize were affecting the other person so much, because this person comes across as extroverted and like all this like happy-go-lucky kind of stuff. But when it shifts to her perspective and you find out like she's actually deeply affected by it and she's actually really shy and is just like doing all stuff, it's really, really, really good. But yeah, I won't get into how it ends. I won't get into all that stuff, but it's really excellent. But before cutting it, there's a quote that showed up during the end credits that I think is worth reading to just kind of give you all an idea of where the minds of the creators of the game were at. So I'll just read it really fast. So they list it as their creative statement, and they say, quote, "We chose 1980s Hong Kong as the setting for our project, A Summer's End, because we felt it to be a time and place important to us. We wanted to represent this time not because we want to glorify Hong Kong for its past, nor co-opt its aesthetic for visual appeal. Rather, we wanted to showcase Hong Kong as it was in acknowledgement of this time. We have the privilege of creating this work in a place where freedom of speech, right of assembly, and LGBTQ rights are relatively protected. We know in our hearts that we cannot produce a game set in Hong Kong without acknowledging first the struggles that Hong Kong people are facing right now. We hope our readers can recognize that there exists an existential and constitutional crisis in Hong Kong, and that freedom of speech and freedom of assembly does not come anywhere without a price. When all has been said and done, we hope Hong Kong will not be remembered as a caricature of its past, but as a diverse and vibrant world city, and that her vitality still lives on today and in the people fighting for the future that they believe in. Thank you." Like, it's really strong. And it seems like the kind of thing that could get pulled off of Steam someday, because it does have some political things to say in there, where they really do use the 1980s aesthetic of Hong Kong, or setting of Hong Kong, to draw parallels to 2020 and the unassured future of what they have. So it's really impactful, really good. I don't think we need it on our top 10, but like I could also make a case for it being on our top 10, but I'm willing to cut it.
I think we're getting down to have to make really hard choices about the games that only one or a couple of us played.
Yeah.
Because we have I'm looking at 15 games here that there's a lot of names next to. So it's those,
things we play. It doesn't mean we necessarily think they're.
No, I know. I agree.
Worthy, so.
It's just, at a certain point, we're getting into the stuff that's like
really tough choices.
Yeah.
Right now.
Are you going to tell Allison we can't have Paper Mario because you love X?
Yes. No, I'm going to tell Allison we can't. No.
It's just kind of.
I would do that at this point. We can get rid of Jackbox.
But I think so. I think it's fun. Acknowledge it's fun, and then the stream where we did it this year was like one of my good memories of 2020.
Yeah, it was fun. It's probably one of the best collections of those. If you want to get just one to play with friends, I think it's a solid choice.
Mm-hmm. I will just go ahead and say Wasteland 3 can go.
Okay.
I
it
really
seems really
enjoyed
good.
my time with it. It is really good. The writing is really good. It's really sharp. It's funny. I wish the combat was a little more like unique. It's like an XCOM like.
That's where I've kind of bounced from. It is in a world where I haven't finished either Pillars game or Divinity Original Sin game with Baldur's Gate 3 around the corner. I'm just kind of like, the writing's really good in Wasteland 3, but I have a bunch of these huge CRPGs I'd like to play, and it just wasn't. It's funny, if it had been like a more of a like adventure game with less combat, I think I probably would have played through it.
Yeah, but I think that's totally fair.
I kept hitting combat encounters, and I was like, I don't really want to do more fighting. I just want to read more of the story. Yes. Not that the combat's bad; it's just there.
It's not. It's not the strongest part, and you're pretty limited in what you can do. You can't get like, there are some ways you can get creative, but you can't. It's not like Divinity where you're like, I'm gonna break this barrel and light it on fire and stuff. Like, it
just didn't feel satisfying to me. It felt more like I got to get through it to get to the next good story bit. So
that said, like, I've still enjoyed all of my time with it, and like I think the characters are fun, and like I recruited a cannibal into my party, and like he's like got like a fish hook in his like he's real wild. It's real goofy.
The thing for people who haven't played it that definitely sells like the tone of that game is there's a part early on when you're talking to somebody and it's like clearly going to start a combat encounter and you're like, oh fuck, and you're in the tutorial, like, and zoomed in like Fallout style dialogue, and then in the conversation his head just gets blown apart like in mid sentence, and you're like, oh fuck. And then the fight starts.
That's crazy.
Then you feed a cat some cigarettes afterwards.
Yeah.
Oh,
so it's a cool game.
It's talked about that one before.
Major Tom. It's just, there's too much else like that I feel strongly about, where I like that game. I want to play more of it. I want to finish it. Now that I've finished some of my bigger games this year, I can get back to it, but
we need to cut this list in half, basically. We have 21 items.
We can go around and we can each nominate 2 games to move over to the final list. And if there's anything you feel strongly about after that, you can say like, oh, I want to move over like one last thing or something. You don't have to, move something. If you feel like, just like, I only want to move one thing from this list at this point or whatever, that's okay. But if you want to move 2 things, or for some reason you've got, I need this third thing, then we can, we can make that.
If we want to make this an even 20, I think there's one game I would like to talk about cutting first before that.
Okay.
And at least have a conversation. We don't have to. And that's Blaseball. Because I like Blaseball. I contribute to their Patreon, and I think it's a very good 2020 thing. Yeah. But I've also kind of fallen off of it and don't know if I have any intention to go back, even though I'm supporting the Patreon.
There's nothing to be on right now.
Obviously,
but even for a while, it seems like even like the greater community, I'm sure the Discord is still very active, but it seemed like it's kind of fallen out of the greater, like the Twitter sphere, at least, from what I've seen. Whereas I used to see like a lot of stuff.
That is that nothing is happening.
Yeah, it's not running.
Yeah. But how long has it been off?
Quite a while.
Several weeks. Even when it was on, I had not been back to it probably for a month or two, even to check out finals, just because like it was like, yeah, this is all fun, and like I knew I would see people talking about like the crazy stuff that happens, and didn't feel like I need to be there for it.
I would fight for it harder, except that it's not on my personal top 10, because my personal top 10 are all games that are, each and every one could have potentially won a Game of the Year award from me, except maybe Call of Duty. That's sort of on there because I play it so much.
Totally fair.
My top 9 are all games that could have won a Game of the Year award from me in any other year. It just so happens they all came out, except maybe for last year, but they all came out like the same year. So it's hard for me to fight for Blazefall hard because it's not on my personal top 10. But
it's not in mine either. But
oh well, then okay. I was worried we were going to hurt your feelings.
Yeah, like I
there
like
are other games that could hurt my feelings worse than Blazeball.
Okay.
yeah, like I want to say like I like Blazeball and I think it is cool and I'm looking forward to seeing what they do with it. But I just don't think we need it for our top 10 personally.
That's fair.
Yeah, I was thinking about cutting it too, but I didn't know if all of us would want to. So
Okay,
we're
so
good.
now we
need
have an
to-
even
20.
20.
We need to cut
Perfect.
10 games.
So I want to take a pause, not really a pause, before we move to nominating. Well, maybe the right thing to do is nominate things. I see Persona 5 Royal, There Is No Game Wrong Dimension, Toho, Trails of Cold Steel, Welcome to Elk are all games that only one of us have really put initials by for even having played. So I think we're getting down to the point where I guess I would like to see if those are games that the people, and I think it's like Allison and Alex really, because we know Sam's feelings on Cold Steel, really think this is a top 10 game. It needs to be in our top 10, even though I'm the only person who has played it.
Yeah,
because
and I have 3 of those. So,
and I think when I say that, I mean, considering the point of like, this is a game everyone else would fucking love if they would only play it, is kind of where I'm coming from to an extent, I guess.
yeah.
Just because
I'm getting to the point where like we just need to cut Toho. Like I'm sure it's great. The little bit I played was good, but with what we've got left and like building a list, I feel like it's kind of like how it snuck on here, kind of like, well, we'll just put it on, and then we'll deal with it later. Like I feel like with the other stuff, it should just, we can say goodbye to Toho.
I know, but like, so There Is No Game Wrong Dimension and Welcome to Elk. I think there's cases I can definitely make for those both. And Toho is higher than either of those on my list. Like, it is my number 3 right now. Even though, spoilers, I was thinking of just not ordering my list after number 1. I was going to say everything else is tied for 2, but like kind of similar to Pat, it's like a lot of these games could be game of the year, like because they're qualitatively like, or not even qualitatively, just objectively things that I found really, really powerful. And Welcome to Elk and There Is No Game Wrong Dimension are both very powerful for different reasons, then especially compared to Toho, to Luna Nights, because Luna Nights, the story does not matter. Like, it does not at all. There's some stuff that happens, I mentioned on the cast, where it's like, it was supposed to be like some big reveal and like, oh, this person flips their dress around and they're a different person. And I imagine like people who follow series are like clutching their faces, like the cat emoji, like screaming, like, wow, amazing. But like, to me, I was just like, oh, who cares? But purely mechanically, purely the way it feels, the way the intense systems work together to give you just a crazy, like really insanely unique gameplay experience is unlike any other game I've played in many years. Like I like Metroidvanias. I enjoy mechanically dense and mechanically heavy games, and it's both mechanically dense and mechanically heavy without ever feeling complicated. Like, if you remember with DMC, like the remake that Ninja Theory did.
Fucking ribs.
Yeah, like like that game. If you were to jump straight to the end of it, that it's pretty complex with how you're holding the triggers to basically switch the weapons you're using and stuff like that. But the ramp it has to get you there is really solid. Luna Nights is very similar, but it's more than just that. It's how you're interacting with the world. It's how you're interacting with the enemies. It's how you're like, it's everything becomes a factor. Like, your character and how they fit into that world is insane. Like, it's just one of the most well-designed games I've ever played.
I mean, I'm willing to keep it here if you want to drop There Is No Game and Welcome to Elk in exchange for keeping it for a bit. I still wonder how it's going to make it on the list. But what I'll say is I don't personally have much of an interest in playing it, not because I'm like, because fuck that game at all. It's just I am not going to spend time with a game that I'm not interested in, like the aesthetic and narrative of it, even if it's like super well made mechanically. In the same way that I doubt anyone on this cast is ever going to put significant time into Microsoft Flight Simulator, you know, like, which we can have this talk about in a few minutes too. Whereas Welcome to Elk is something that I genuinely really want to play because it sounds really good. And
and I think
let me rephrase that. Toho sounds really good too. I'm trying to be careful here because I don't want to like shit on Toho, but I think for a group list, it would be much easier to convince me that Welcome to Elk is something that if we would all play, that half of this room would really would really appreciate, versus it's harder to convince me to put time aside to play Toho because nothing about it aside from the tightness of the mechanics that you're describing sounds interesting to me, I guess.
Which is totally fair. And I think if we are considering it from a group list, like, I don't think Sam will have a good time with Luna Knights. He's not here right now, but he's mentioned wanting to play it. The ladder game stuff gets extremely hard. Like, it's like ladder game Super Meat Boy stuff in some ways. Like, it's not easy, and there's no accessibility options. Like, there's no way to make it easier. There's no way to tune it. Other than, like, you can grind levels, but that doesn't change some of the platforming and stuff.
And I mean, this still holds true as it did when we started, like, in a 2020 like games list. I mean, you could make some arguments, but I think with our group, I think it's hard to make the case that it's a 2020 game, and we can relitigate like our rules for, like, you know, in the coming weeks. Like, okay, what would we like to change about this next year, and like maybe open things up more for this like stuff going forward, to make it maybe the possibility of some of these things getting on more easily. But yeah,
I think it's also just, even rules aside, we're in really hard territory.
Yes,
here.
we are
like,
in very difficult.
We have to cull half of these games. I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4 games that I don't want to say goodbye to, that I know probably are the next 4 games to go. You know, like,
so
that's
So in the interest of brevity, we can cut it for now, because I think in terms of
there's
no,
for now here.
we can cut it at this moment of time, which is sad. But even though it is like extremely high on my list, I think you're right that the other 2 that I have nominated there are ones that I think if the rest of the room played it would be more universal.
Sure.
Whereas Luna Knights, while it's extremely excellent, it's not going to hit for everyone in the same way.
Which is why I'm also willing to let go of Microsoft Flight Simulator, because I don't think anybody's going to push for that to go.
It's not a game, right? It's a simulator.
It's interesting.
It's just outside of my top 10 as well.
It's my number 6, and the reason it's my number 6 is that very thing. Is I think it's probably the most impressive piece of software maybe released this year.
Fly like a G6?
Oh my god!
I think. And the reason I have it at my number 6 as a game is I think that the game elements there are actually really fantastic. The way that it presents ways for you to explore flight is really cool. And I think it is something that you can say, I have an Xbox controller. And like when the Series X version of this game comes out, and there's a ton of people out there who have it on Game Pass now, and they have an Xbox controller, and they think flying sounds cool. There's so much there to tease you and get you into the idea of flying, practicing flying around with different planes and stuff. But I also recognize that I'm the only person on this list who has like put a ton of time into it. I know you've played a fair amount too, Alex, but
I think for what it is, like what it is striving to be, it's essentially impeccable.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I think it's a extraordinarily bright future for that game, and it's super good. But I also don't think it's going to be something that as a group we can feel good about, like having.
Sure. Like I really doubt, and I don't mean to speak for you, Allison, I really doubt Allison's going to put 100 hours into Microsoft Flight Simulator and get a HOTAS and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, dare you. No, I'm not gonna.
Well, I think
Allison
might
pans the camera.
I think you might. I think you might if you had the like I think if you were in that position of like, I have an Xbox Series X and I have this game in front of me, you might play a ton of it. But with where the things are at right now, it's just not going to be in this top 10.
Yeah,
it's fair.
And it's only
really
because of Trails of fucking Cold Steel.
But yeah, Flight Simulator is excellent. I would say it sets new standards for what we should expect for these kinds of games.
It is.
It's
Yeah, and I'm
It's amazing.
I say that, and I like vaguely would be interested if I had like a really good computer and I had like a whole HOTAS setup. I think that it would be really interesting, but I just don't want to plunk the money.
I'm gonna curse it. I'm gonna curse it the way I cursed Dauntless last year. Microsoft Flight Simulator is the greatest piece of simulation software ever created.
And next year we're gonna be just like Dauntless. It's like, oh, what did they do?
Like, man, it fucking sucks.
Just this reminded me, HOTAS, Star Wars Squadrons, Pat.
No, it's not in my top 10.
Okay, good.
It's good, but
It's very good. It's fucking hard, man. Everyone else is better at that game than me, so I have a hard time finding the fun.
how do we feel about moving this whole list over to our our short list?
Yeah,
And
sure.
then we switch tabs. I'm gonna do
where
that.
is the shortlist tab?
In the Game of the Year
GOTY
2019 GOTY,
which is
them
it
all
should be
here.
renamed, but
And I'm gonna unbold things. So now we are working from a different tab.
oh boy.
Oh boy.
We got 8 games to cut, right?
Yep. Let's see here.
Can we?
I think we should cut Kentucky Route Zero at this point.
Yeah.
I haven't played enough to like have any.
I
strong
don't
feelings
like
about
it, so I'm happy if you want to cut it.
I think it's.
I also don't like it. So Pat, ahead of this, I think maybe Sam, the reason you and I both don't like it is maybe it's a very American thing.
It is the most deeply American game maybe ever made.
Yeah,
for sure.
And I think
thought it was
that
very
might be
pretentious. That was why I didn't like it.
Yeah, I don't. Trying to find a.
That's for me personally. That comes from a lot of like high school. Well, what you guys would call high school, that I would call senior school drama classes with 1-act plays. That reminded me a lot of the interludes for that game.
I think if you and I sat down with a bottle of whiskey and 3 to 4 hours, I could convince you that it's one of the best games ever made. Unfortunately, that probably won't ever happen. I hope it does someday.
We could just play Fortnite instead.
I think the reasons that it comes off as pretentious are really tied up in the things that it has to say about American culture and the culture of the Midwest. And it is speaking to an experience unlike anything else that I've played. And I think it's brilliant. The reason I'm willing to cut it and the reason it's not in my top 10 is because it just doesn't hit as a 2020 game to me. To me, it is a game of the 2010s. And I think its message is very relevant in 2020, but like part of me really wishes that last act had come out in December last year. So I wouldn't even have to think about it in this context, because it's very sad to me to not have it on a game of the year list, but it's a game of the last decade to me. It's not a 2020 game, even though the last act
Not for the roaring
great.
20s.
No, it's not.
Wow.
So that's why I'm willing to let it go. It's one of the best games of the decade for sure, in my opinion, but of the previous decade. So yeah.
I have lots of stuff to say about it, but we can leave it there. It's possible I'm too dumb for it. I'll just leave it with that.
I don't want to. So what I'm trying to get around is I don't think that's a productive way of framing it, because I don't think it's a question of how smart someone is. I think there is a understanding it is like understanding a piece of, like, to me, I think it's a literary kind of game. I definitely think that the reason I appreciate it the way that I do is because I've read lots of criticism specifically about it, and it has been explained to me why it's very great. It's not that I have some great intuition and I'm smarter than everybody else, and that's why I quote get it. And I think you could come away from it still not liking it, but I think if we had the time to spend hours discussing it, people would probably come away thinking that it's appreciating it a little bit more, even if you didn't end up liking it, I guess. But it's hard to do.
Yeah. The one nice thing I will say about it because I did think there's some good parts of it, and I did enjoy that it doesn't hold your hand. Like, if you actively want to learn more about what's happening in its world, it's kind of on you to explore it. Like, it's like, yeah, go for it, do it. It's not like you can get through the first act in 15 minutes if you want to, but you can sit with it for an hour and a half if you want to. Like, it's kind of like a museum art piece in that way, more so than a game. And that's neither said as a pro nor a con. But
no, I agree with you. That's part of why I can let go of it as a top 10 game thing too. To me, in some weird ways, and this sounds ultra pretentious and I don't mean it to, but it's kind of like bigger than most adventure games, I guess, in the ways that you have to talk about it and dissect it. And it just doesn't feel like a good fit to me for an ordered list of top 10 games, you know? I guess it's a different thing. It's weird.
Yeah. Ultimately, Sam, I'm with you. I didn't really love it either, but I
love chapter 1.
I love chapter 1 too. I love chapter 1 when it came out. Like, I got it like the same week it came out, and I loved it. But I don't know, something about the latter chapters just didn't work for me.
Yeah.
I want to play more of it. Probably maybe tomorrow or something. I'll get deeper into it, but
yeah, it's worth a play. Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. We've got to cut, what, seven games here? Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. 7 games.
I think if we're going to cut one, I'm willing to give up There Is No Game. Wrong dimension, rather. It is extremely fucking good. Like, really, really ambitious, like, especially for a game made by 2 people. Like, I didn't realize it was made by 2 people until I saw the credits, and that blew my mind. It's like this meta celebration of game development as a whole in a really smart way. It's really subversive. Like, it likes messing with the fourth wall in some really clever ways. Like,
does it do it in different ways than the first There Is No Game?
Yes, the first There Is No Game was a game jam game. And this was the creator basically taking that idea and then expanding on it like crazy. Like, what you see in that is basically in the game jam version is basically the intro to this game. And then there's a whole like 7 chapters beyond that.
Okay.
And they're all subversive in different ways. It's really, really, really extremely smart. Like, there's one level where, Andre, think Pixel Ripped, where you're looking at a monitor in a room, and like, you can, or think of it like the game The Room, like, that was on iOS for a long time, and you're like, it's the puzzle box game, where you're looking at this box in a room, but it's a TV, and you're in a 3D space, and you can go to all the sides of it, and you can manipulate stuff, and you can mess around with stuff, and then eventually you get power to it. And then we turn back around to the front of the game. It's a Sherlock Holmes adventure game in kind of like the Scum Engine style. And you're playing it like a Scum Engine adventure game where you're clicking around on stuff and getting items in an inventory, and like they're having quippy dialogue back and forth. Like, it feels like LucasArts could have made it. But you can still mess around with the game by going back out to that meta TV layer. Like, when you're in that, like, you can flip it around to the back of the TV and unscrew these things. And then, like, it's like you're looking at the back of a scene, and like, you're doing things like, oh, I'm going to use this piece of glass as a screwdriver and unscrew this part of the UI so that I can put it somewhere else. And like, now it serves a different purpose, and it's like messing with the game world. Like, it's really smart. It's like it has deliberate bugs that you're trying to take advantage of. It has some really funny takes on like microtransactions, and like at the end it's an FMV kind of like, almost like a Maniac Mansion or whatever. Not Maniac Mansion. What was before Maniac Mansion? What's that a sequel to?
Tentacle?
No, what am I thinking of? Whatever. Night Trap. It's kind of more like Night Trap. There we go. And like, it's just really insanely smart and really well executed. So I think pretty much anyone on this cast would love it if they played it and fished it, especially if you have any affinity for adventure games. But I think we can probably get away with cutting that one for the top 10.
Fair enough.
Are we at the point where we just need to nominate 10 games, see where we're at, go from there? So we each nominate 2.
Yeah, it makes sense to me.
That'll put us at 10. This is not binding. This is not a final list. Then we fight it out about what's left, and if we want to, and what's on the list, and like go from there.
Okay.
All right. So Pat, do we want to just put the first 5 games we put on this list? Do people feel okay with that? That would be Umurangi, Hades, Final Fantasy VII, Necrobarista, and Miles.
So we're saying those go onto the top 10?
Those go on to the top 10, and then we're all going to nominate one more.
Do we feel strongly about Miles being on the top 10?
That's what I'm asking, basically, is if
that's what Sam suggested for the first round.
Yeah, I mean, like it's pretty high on mine. Like it's probably number 2 or 3. I had a great experience with it. I have an emotional connection to Spider-Man games that nobody else has. I would say, like, I named my son after Peter Parker. So
you're disqualifying yourself from the conversation.
I will say that. Oh, sorry. I'll let you finish.
No, I mean, like, carry on. I don't really have much else to say. Just like I have a big emotional connection to this game. I really liked it. 3
of us played it. It got bumped off of my top 10. I think Marvel's Spider-Man is an incredible Spider-Man game, and I think Spider-Man is perhaps the most interesting superhero. I think Miles is an even more interesting Spider-Man than Peter Parker. I did not like the core plot line of Miles Morales, and I did not like the ending. And I did not like that they recycled so much side content from the first game. So it's tough for me because I think it's a great game. I think it's absolutely a top 15 game. I have minor issues with it that just pulled it away for me from the top 10. But I also know that it was really important to Sam, and I know Allison, you said you really, really connected with it.
Yeah, it's top 5 for me. It is number 5 for me, where I really loved it. And I think that one of the things that I found really interesting is that it took Marvel Spider-Man, which was my number 1 game the year it came out, and I feel like refined that so well that it makes me really interested both in that game and also in whatever they do next, because the combat I feel like felt better. The side missions I felt were generally more interesting. Like there were definitely repeats of side content, but I feel like they they did more kind of interesting, some of the side quests.
The missions were cool. The side missions were great.
Side missions.
It's the activity stuff that's like
right. And then they rehashed that, but also, I mean, being a shorter game, there was less repetition within Miles. So playing it, I was just like, oh yeah, this is a thing I liked. Fair enough. And since it's been 2 years since I played Miles, it didn't really bother me. I liked the story. I think maybe more than Pat, but I think the thing that is better than the story is the characters, and I really loved
totally
Miles, and I was like very, very connecting to Miles as a story, and also Miles as a character was really compelling to play. Maybe I loved playing as Peter, but like Miles might have been more compelling to play as Peter than Peter.
What
in Spider-Man in the first one. So
in Marvel's Spider-Man, please.
What they do that is incredibly impressive, in my opinion, is there are constant moments where I'm like, this is fucking stupid. He's just, they know who he, like, you know, the Clark Kent putting on the glasses thing, right? And nobody realizes it's Superman. And there's a few moments in Miles where I'm like, this is dumb. They would figure this out. They know Miles too well. And then the characters are like, I know, I'm perceiving this. I understand what's going on. Like it trusts the player and doesn't try to make you go. It doesn't try to like ask you to stretch your disbelief in the way the characters behave. You know,
when one of the characters finds out who Miles is, he's just like, you think I'm dumb.
Yeah, like, exactly. He's like, I'm not an idiot.
I'm not an idiot. I know you.
Yeah. And it's that stuff is so
great.
good. The characters are really good, but the reason it got bumped off my top 10 is the main reason is I don't like it when superhero games and movies invent a new villain for their stories. And I thought that the villain here was very weak. And I thought
they didn't invent a new villain.
Oh, I thought you told me that the Tinkerer. Oh, I thought you told me the Tinkerer didn't exist.
No, the Tinkerer exists.
Oh, okay. Well, then that's too bad because I think that they're kind of.
I don't think it's. I don't think I don't want to talk too much about it.
Yeah.
After I play
the identity of the Tinkerer is different. Got it.
Oh, I mean, I don't know. It sounds like it might not be top 10, 2020
I think everyone
material.
should play it, to be clear. I just didn't like.
It was only on the PlayStation 5. If it wasn't only on the PlayStation 5, I would have played it.
It has an angle.
It's on PS4.
He knows.
Nope.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, it has an angle that I didn't like too of this in the story that was like, you have every reason to be upset about this thing. If you would just protest a little differently instead of being so violent, then I would be able to be on your side. And
I think
that's Miles' point of view as well, though.
I think it also kind of
somebody wrote that point of
where
view.
It's tough because I see where you're coming with that, but I feel like specifically it's, hey, you're like, I feel like the character of the Tinkerer is very specifically, I think it was really smart to be a teenager in it, because it's very specifically felt like a teenager perspective of like, I know what I'm doing. I have figured it out so that I don't hurt anybody in the auxiliary. And it's like, actually, you don't maybe know everything about the situation. And actually, if by doing this, you would potentially hurt a lot of people, but you don't think that you would. So it's like, I feel like there's an element, I see where you're coming from, but I feel like it skirts that just by nature of who the character is and how they portray that. Because it would be one thing if it was like, oh, you're protesting wrong, but it's like, oh, by protesting this way, lots of people will die.
And I think if they had perhaps, I think the weakest writing in the game is around the justification for that character's behavior in the end, not for them initially being upset, but that's why it was hard for me, is because I was just like, well, I'm not really sold on this.
I feel like with extra time, that character would have been better. I think that is big suffering.
That's why
the shortness of the game.
I won't say any more spoilers, but I wish that we were in a position where that character could have gotten a much longer arc over multiple titles that would have been more interesting to me, rather than put them in the position that they're already in by the time you meet them in this game. So,
and it feels like the majority of the character development for that character is in like the last 2 to 3 hours of that game.
Absolutely.
Which is like,
and it's already a short game, but I agree. I think that I wish this had been a story for a longer game, and that is true. I think that there is an element, like maybe this is just extrapolation of like pretty realistic characterization of her being essentially like a complete genius 17-year-old, like a complete genius teenager who is getting in over her head and is like, but at the same time, it's like, that's me extrapolating a lot of stuff rather than like.
No, I think I get where you're coming from, and I think they portray that stuff well. It's just, there's also elements of it that are frustrating to me. That's like, there's this group of people who don't have superpowers. They just have insanely cool technology stuff that she built because she's a genius, and now they're like, they can like hang with Spider-Man. Is like, I don't know. Some of that stuff just really, it's just kind of frustrated me.
Well, to change the focus a bit, I can think of one game we can maybe remove that would get us down to 15.
Okay.
And it is a game I really like, and that is Mixolumia. Do we feel like that is a top 10 game? Because it's really good. I think it's, in a lot of ways, I think like it's really cool because it's like Tetris, and but it's like Tetris where you have to rewire your brain in order to play it. and like I find it relaxing but also engrossing. So like, and I think comparing it to Tetris is wonderful because it is one of the all-time great games, but I don't know if it needs to hang here.
If I had spent more time with it and like diving into the custom sound packs that people were making, because I think like that's the thing, like the Tetris Effect-esque like musical implementation is like what really like sets it, like, you know, bumps it up. And then the community coming together to make very ridiculous sound packs like Mario 64 sound packs or Windows
Disturbed.
Disturbed one is funny.
You know, just people coming up with really great, interesting sound packs that are off the wall and bonkers.
And the Steam version is good, by the way.
If I had spent more time with it, like, and like diving into that stuff, I would fight for it more. But there's just there are things that I feel
games on this list.
Yeah, they're all really good. Some of them better than others, but
if there were,
I've soured on some of them. But
I certainly would love to play some This is another one. I certainly would love to play some Lumia on this list, but there are the games that I would remove in favor of getting it on the list. I think would make people very upset. So I think, and I don't feel strong enough about this game to have that fight yet.
Yeah, I think it's really good, but I think we can probably say goodbye to Lumia for now.
Yes,
unfortunately,
people should play Lumia.
Like, yeah, absolutely,
it's fantastic.
It's
on
Steam
that I
or
want to
on Itch.
And
it's
Steam,
so good.
Itch, wherever. Yeah, it's excellent, and like the modes they keep adding, like that Dave makes keeps adding, are great, and like the community around it is great. But
would it be helpful if we did a second round of bolding, not to solidify a top 10 and cut the stuff that doesn't get bolded, but to frame the conversation?
Yeah.
Oh God, where's the sort? There we go. Sorry.
Well, okay, Pat, you've been first in the order previously, so
Pat has bolded.
Well,
I have bolded Half-Life Alex. Sorry for the audio.
Yeah. Okay. Allison.
Bug Snacks.
All right.
Oops. Sorry.
Alex.
There's none that I feel that strongly about.
You can pass.
Alex, do you not feel strongly about Last of Us Part 2?
I could see us losing it.
Oh, well.
I know that would be your reaction, but like the thing about
I'm kidding.
I mean, it is my number 2 or 3.
Personally. I know, and it's I think objectively it might be one of the best games ever made from top to bottom. But I'm thinking about it in terms of our group list, and I don't know. So that's why I'm like, well, I would bold it, but I'm not sure.
If you want to come back to it later,
I'll pass mine for no. I'll give it to Welcome to Elk as something we'll talk about. But yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
No,
all right, Sam.
I'd like to bold The Legend of Heroes: Trails of Cold Steel 4 End of Saga.
I am happy you're bolding The Legend of Heroes.
If he bolded The Last of Us Part 2.
I would have been pissed because there are games I would have put above Trails for this. But I respect you and love you, Sam, so I've supported Trails this whole time.
And that leaves Andre? Yeah.
Pat, how are you feeling about Amnesia?
So I would say, I'll tell you, it's number 8 on my list, and it's in that spot of my 2 to 9, and really 2 to 8. I have Necrobarista at 9 on my list right now, which I think is a phenomenal game, one of the 10 best games of the year. So please don't get mad at me, anyone listening.
Don't at me.
Amnesia could be a game of the year for me in any other year, and it could be tomorrow. I might wake up and go, wait, no, Amnesia is my number 2. I think it's it would probably be out of all of these. No, it wouldn't. I would not be bolding it next if we did another round of bolding. So I think that says something about it. I think it's incredibly effective. I think it's incredibly cool. I think it does some really, really awesome narrative stuff. I think the only thing that I didn't love about it was the ending is very sudden and very much like, I feel like I didn't quite get as much closure as I would like from the various endings. I think part of that is by design and intended. But it's, I could see it did. I felt like I had this really emotional experience in the last hours of that game. And then it was like, oh, and it's done.
Sure. Yeah.
Whereas compared to something like Half-Life Alyx, I almost cried, not because the end of Half-Life Alyx is sad, but because my mind was so aggressively opened and taken apart and put back together that as the credits rolled, I just stood there, and the first thought that came to mind was Valve is the best video game studio in history and Half-Life is the coolest fucking series that anyone has ever conceived. So
I heard you say Valve and Half-Life, but surely you mean Blizzard and Diablo.
but that's so to like kind of in terms of like endings and hitting credits and stuff, like I wish that moment had hit more for Amnesia Rebirth, and that's kind of why it is where it is on my list. So we can say goodbye to it, but I think it is I was
thinking about bolding it, but
oh, you should bold it then. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like,
basically, I was like, am I going to get support? Like,
yeah,
basically, can I get support from you? Because, like, and this is not saying like, oh, well, let's cut Yakuza right now, because I think there's still room to move things around. I think Amnesia is like more important this year as like as a piece of media, as a game. Its story really truly is all right,
powerful, and I think we can talk about it too, because I don't know that anybody else in the cast is going to play it. So when we need to actually make a cut decision, if you feel that strongly about it, I'm with you, and we can sort of do some spoilery stuff with the end of that game.
Like, we recognized Yakuza 6 2 years ago. It was too low on our list. Number 2 was not high enough.
Andre is right,
but for right now, I loved Yakuza Like a Dragon.
I do too, and I think it's fantastic, but
I think Amnesia is the right call for now.
For what it's worth, Allison, I think the story of Amnesia, you would love it.
I am too scared.
I know, which is why we can spoil it for you. But I don't think you would enjoy playing it. I don't think Sam would enjoy playing it.
Yeah.
No, I'm like fascinated with it, but
we'll talk about it and
very scared.
Yeah.
So can we cut Persona 5 Royal?
I'm not ready to get rid of. Well, okay, so it's my number 2, but can we keep Paper Mario for now if we cut Persona 5 Royal?
I said
that's what I was
about Paper Mario.
That's what I was going to suggest, Allison. Is I think I
love Persona 5 Royal. It is literally my number 2, but as somebody who's the only person who played it, I don't know if I feel like I
have it in my pile.
I'm gonna buy it in the PSN sale before it ends.
I think it's fantastic, and I'm like, and I think that the stuff that it adds is very, very necessary. But also, I recognize also that I was the only person who played it. So
is that all
character? Trying to get Fiona to play it.
Is that all character stuff that they add, or what?
They do add like
gameplay
other
changes to the combat.
Gameplay changes. They add like new stuff to the palaces. They add new stuff to Mementos. The
best part of the game.
I mean, I feel like that actually improves upon it.
Okay.
Like not significantly. Like not. It's still Mementos, but it's like it adds like new things to collect and new strategies for it, and a character you meet in Mementos, so that it adds a little bit more flavor to going there, and it adds more kind of goals that you can do while you're in Mementos. There's just like there's a lot of top-down changes for Persona 5 Royal, which is why I wanted to keep it on this year's list, because I feel like they're all significant enough that it's not just like, hey, we just added the new semester, but also
if you would rather cut Paper Mario, that's okay. And I'm not, this is like, these are like 5 games that haven't quite made it onto the list, and they're fighting for a spot.
If you want to keep those. Sorry, go ahead, Sam.
I was just saying, I would much rather have Persona 5 Royal than Paper Mario on the list because I thought Paper Mario was boring.
Yeah,
Like it's not absolute. Like I don't like funny games. Like we've talked about this in the chat. That games that are funny just never hit with me. Like my sense of humor.
Well, you're a stand-up comedian, so
ex stand-up comedian. The Paper Mario, like it just did. I think I played like 90 minutes and was like, well, this is a game that's supposed to be funny, and I haven't laughed. So, I'm just gonna dip out.
I made
Admittedly, I gave up very early.
I made it a little past the Bobby moment, if that makes sense, without being too spoilery, and it didn't affect me.
God damn it! How?
So
it affected me just hearing about it. I heard the spoiler and I thought
they did the stupid shit with Mario, where Mario's going, whoa.
Yeah, it's
Maybe
that. It was.
I heard about
it was
it.
that, and also like
that.
the stuff that happens after. It takes like five. It takes like
sobbed my
five.
heart out.
It was like 5 minutes, and then you're just moving on to other stuff. And I was like, that wasn't really paced well.
And it comes back.
So let me.
And it makes you cry harder because you see more bob-bombs, and you're like, oh, Bobby, and it's like
didn't make me cry the first time.
And it didn't. I was just like, oh,
I don't
okay.
understand you.
So-
I feel like this is like destroying my brain because that like
I thought it
still
was a
sit
good-
and just like thinking. I'm like I'll be sitting around and be like, Bobby, and it'll just like hit me.
I think it was a good moment, especially for a kid's game, but it did not. I didn't.
Okay, but I'll cut Paper Mario and keep Persona 5 Royal, but I'd like.
For now, there's no
What?
guarantees. There's no guarantees
So
anywhere.
I guess. Yeah.
This isn't like there are
not
arguments
legally
to be had
binding.
about, these we can argue about all these games.
I guess nobody got Paper Mario except me, and I love it.
I'm
So,
sorry. I wish I did because
the combat wasn't just so
I
fucking.
feel like the
really
combat-
didn't like the
I
combat.
could just like
the
ignore
boss
it and just do
combat
the rest.
is really good.
It is, but
fine.
that's
I
like
would argue.
5% of the game,
And I
unfortunately.
feel like the combat is like mostly unobtrusive for me, but that's also me too.
yeah.
I found myself trying to run away from most of the combat because I just didn't want to engage with it.
Yeah.
I'm more interested to play Persona 5 Royal than I am Paper Mario. I'm sorry.
It's a better RPG.
This
Look,
list has no
Allison,
taste.
in my if it were just you and I making this list, we would get Paper Mario on the list.
We would have
Cut
a
some of this
really
other
good
bullshit
list,
that's
Pat.
still on here. We
I
would.
know. Well, we'll keep Persona 5 for now, and because apparently people don't like good video games in this podcast, so
You know what? No arguments. Okay, I'm gonna do it. I'll do it. So sorry. I'm sorry.
ooh,
Do it.
ooh, it cuts like
I'm
the
sorry.
scissors boss. It cuts deep.
You guys want to talk about Yakuza for a sec?
Yeah.
Like, I don't
Real
know. 'Cause, I
good.
mean, I think you talked about it earlier. I think when I was talking earlier and said I think 13 Sentinels will be in my top 5. I absolutely think Yakuza Like a Dragon will make
It's
it too.
very good. And
Like, there are a load of games that I was like, these are easily in my top 10, and they're sitting on my like to play pile.
I can't.
And that sucks.
Yakuza 6 is so fucking good, so I just have to trust Andre's feelings on Yakuza Like a Dragon because we are aligned on Yakuza 6, and so I will follow Andre with my vote to wherever he
I would
thinks
die for
Yakuza should go.
Kasuga Ichiban. I would die for him.
No,
I love him very much.
definitely-
Yeah, like I think Ichiban's a great character.
I definitely came around on him, but like I didn't immediately latch onto him. I was like, this is not.
And maybe
my
that's because
Yakuza.
I don't quite
but-
have as like deep a connection to Kiryu as you do.
Certainly,
So-
and they're very different characters, which I think is very smart of them to do. Whereas,
Yeah.
like, things kind of happen around Kiryu, and he's just kind of this nexus where everyone is pulled in.
Can I say, I don't develop relationships with fictional characters the way that a lot of people do, and I respect the way that that people do. But usually, to me, I look at a fictional character and I go, "That's a character in a thing. I like them. They're a cool character." Even in like my favorite fiction, but like I love Kiryu as if he were a real person. So it's if you tell me that Ichiban has anything approaching his like
Well, they're very different people.
Yeah.
Like they're like Kiryu is kind of this larger than life, like he's a legend, literally, in his world, in the world of the Yakuza and stuff like that.
Legendary
and
himbo.
He's like this very stoic, like he never lets on, like he gets angry, but he's so cool and he's calm, he's collected.
This conversation is supposed to be about Kiryu, so I'm not going to just gush about Kiryu.
But it's Kiryu is relevant because like with Kasuga, they created a character who is in some ways his like polar opposite, where Kasuga has no chill. He like Kiryu is like in a lot of the Yakuza games, like I haven't played like half of them, like the ones prior to 7, but like Kiryu isn't the emotional core, like center of the game. He's like, it's like Haruka or like Haruto or like him trying to be a father, or like the children at the orphanage. Like Ichiban becomes the emotional center of the game, and like a really, because he is allowed to be expressive and he's boisterous and loud and like wears his emotions on his sleeve and is easy to read like that. And they create like a really interesting, compelling cast of characters because it's an RPG and they're always together. And so they fumble it a little bit as the party grows, and it's like sometimes people are with you, sometimes they aren't, and like who's with you doing what at times. Like it's like they're all there, and you can call people in. Like mechanically, it makes sense, but it feels like a first attempt at like them turning it into an RPG, and it's like good for that first attempt at like changing it, but like that's where I'm like I want it on the list because I think it's very good, and like I finished it last night and it made me cry, not as much as Yakuza 6 did, but it was like
talk about crying twice. Yakuza 6 fucked me up.
It's like it was just like it wasn't like, oh my god, I'm like it felt more like I was being like sympathetic or empathetic with Ichiban, where I don't think I can feel like outside of the end of Yakuza 6, like empathy with Kiryu is like difficult, but like I could really feel the way like Kasuga felt and like the way he expressed himself.
Like you said,
and
he wears his like everything on his sleeve. Yeah. Like in terms of personality and in terms of emotion, like he expresses to a fault, like he expresses.
Yeah. Sounds like we should cut Trails of Cold Steel 4 and put Yakuza Electric.
I didn't finish it, but I'm like, I really want to get back to it because I loved.
I'm fucking pissed that there's no save transfer, or I would have started it.
Yeah, it has problems like mechanically, like the difficulty spikes are obnoxious, and like that it forces you to grind like late in the game. Even though I didn't do everything, but everything that popped up on the map in terms of like sub stories, I didn't get all of them, even though whatever. But like, I wasn't like rushing through the game or anything, but I still had to like stop and grind, which doesn't feel good. That's where it's like, okay, also, I gotta like bump it down a little bit on my list, but it's still number 3.
Also, it has a mini game where you have to stay awake at the movies, and I like
so funny.
Relatable.
That's so funny.
As fuck, because you're at like an art house movie theater, and you're like, I need.
Does it have a mascot thing?
It's got. Well, I said Ono Michio was in the game. There is another mascot. Who's
is there like a sequence with Ono Michio? Or is it just like it's gotta be on the list then, right? Like we can't not put a game with Ono Michio in it on the list. Not on the list.
I mean, I'm down.
Yeah, I would support it. I mean, it's possible we can just cut White Ocean Big Jacket. It was really powerful to me. I don't know. It sounded like Alex didn't really connect with it, and I don't know how everyone else fell on it.
I liked it quite a bit. I don't think it affected me quite as much as you, but I thought it was really worth playing, and I'm really glad I played it.
It had moments I thought were good. Like I really liked the talk between whatever their names are, the married couple, when they're on their hike.
And Cran, yeah,
when they're all like, "Oh, these kids are pretty rad, huh? Should we, no, we shouldn't." Are you sure? Yeah. Okay.
So-
like
Also,
that whole
Mord
interaction
is like
was good.
the point where, why am I forgetting his name?
Ben?
Good boy.
Brad?
Ben.
Ben.
When he tells his scary story, that is like one
Oh,
of
God.
That was
Yes.
cute.
Well, that is like one
So
of my
good.
favorite gaming sequences of the year.
So-
It was
like when
cute.
when it stops between it and you like look around the party,
Yes.
as everybody's
Everyone's
appears,
just like, yeah.
everybody's like yeah, and then they start like going like wait, what? And it's like it's very good.
It's a really good story.
It's a very good sequence. It is a good story too. You're
So
like
that's the thing for me with this game and why it affected me so much is the way that they are in command of the reality of those moments is really powerful to me. I think of games about relationships, like things like Gone Home in the past, which have been like formative for me and my appreciation of video games. And even in cases like that, aspects of the story are fantastical. And what I loved so much about Wide Ocean Big Jacket is that it's one of the most grounded in reality games that I have experienced, where these kids are written games try to write kids, and when they write kids, they're like, this is a grown-up writing a kid.
it felt very naturalistic in a really good
so
way.
natural. And then moments like when Mord and Corian have the sex talk, it's just like, I've never seen anyone attempt to do something like that in a game. And the way that it is awkward and honest and personal about that talk was like so powerful to me. And truly, I mean, the moment that really made me just kind of really impressed by it was that moment between Brad and Corian, where it crystallized the idea that we sort of in media are trained to look at relationships as they start, there's this middle part where you try to figure out if it's really going to work, and then ta-da, it worked. They got married, time goes on, happy ending. And that game understands so intimately that relationships are a constantly evolving thing that never stop changing. People never stop changing. So you can get married with the intent to never have children, and then in 5 years have that awkward conversations that's like, well, maybe I changed my mind and I want kids, and the other person can say, I don't. And it doesn't have to end in a soap opera way, not that there's anything wrong with soap operas, where then they break up. It can be, I understand you. You know what? I love you. That's the most important thing. And like, we're going to continue to make this relationship work. And I just haven't seen that in games before.
And I feel like it conveys that in a way that's very like both like putting that forward, but also subtle enough where it's like,
totally
like when you get to that conversation, it's not like, it's talking the way that you feel like people would talk to.
Yeah.
Where they're very familiar with each other, where we start realizing it, but it's like, oh, like this is like, you feel like this is something that they've had a conversation before.
It felt so intimate.
It felt very
and
realistic
personal
in the way that they did it.
Might I recommend A Summer's End, Hong Kong 1986? Because just because we're talking about this, there are some really parallel moments I could talk about that they go a little deeper because it's a bit longer. Like Wide Ocean Big Jacket's probably hour and a half at the top end to go through.
About yeah.
Whereas like Summer's End is probably like 5 or 6 hours, so they just have more time to explore. And like they do, because it is a lesbian relationship, they have open talks like, wait, sex, how, work, and like things like the mother character of the one person being like, I don't accept this, you can't do this, like, and then watching what happens 6 months later when the mother ends up in an accident, and then they have to cross paths. Like,
so I'm sure that it's phenomenal in its own right. I think part of what was so powerful about this game to me, though, is when you talk about Summer's End, it's this huge moment in people's lives and a huge moment in the history of Hong Kong, basically. The reason why in all of this Wide Ocean Big Jacket also hit for me is it's just a camping trip. Like, it's just there is no huge political movement happening. There is no there's not really any tragedy happening. There's no like monumental shift in that people are coming to understand about their identities, other than there's kids growing up and adults getting older. And I think it's beautiful the way that it portrays how mundane those moments can be. So I'm not trying to like dismiss, maybe should play a Summer's End. From what I've seen of like, I don't really connect with a lot of the like art and themes of it, but I might push through that to give it a try because I'm sure it's really, really, really well done. They just seem like very different things to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I am someone who did a ton of camping as a kid, so like there are definitely parts of this where it's like, oh yeah, this is very relatable.
I did zero camping as a kid. Like I've literally never been camping, but like there were several moments like especially like the bits that Pat's talking about connected with me, but also the parts where like kind of the awkwardness of growing up that really connected with me, even as somebody that's never been to, been camping. Just like the whole like we have to walk past the main teens section, and it's like they're talking about stuff we don't really understand, but we're like, just like,
but also fuck them.
But also like,
but we can't say fuck.
The way that it pops up is just like it felt so realistic. When it pops up, mean teens, I'm like, oh man, this is like bringing me back to when I was like that age, and you're just like, I don't know what to do. And it's like there are just so many like little moments that I like, and it's one of the things I think I really liked about it is it just the accuracy of those little moments.
Yeah.
For me, like it felt very like nostalgic from like I did camping trips with like my girlfriend at like, as a teenager, like 13, 14. And so like that was like, oh, this feels like familiar, and not 100%, but like, okay, I can like, this is bringing me back to like a time and a place in my life, which is why I connected with it. And because it was like relatable in the way it was written, and that was just very nice.
And part of it for me too might be that I have gone on that camping trip from the perspective of Brad with someone that I was in my early 20s, but I was in a relationship with someone else who's on the camping trip, and there were kids on the camping trip, and we hung out with the kids. I mean, it was a larger group than that, but we hung out with the kids in the camping trip. And so I'm sure there's an aspect of like having seen it from that perspective. It's it was really, it had an ounce of that for me too. For sure.
Last thought before we cut it from the list: 2022 camping fix.
Y'all should
Taking
watch
Allison into the wilderness.
Y'all should watch Laid Back Camp. I've recommended that anime for like over a year.
I want
really
to.
Wouldn't be a bad camper. I just have zero experience with it, so I'm like,
it's not hard.
So the only thing before we just cut it, it's not. It's great. Camping's awesome. You'd love it.
Drink a beer, sit around a fire.
Yeah, you bring an air mattress because people say like, don't bring an air mattress if you really want to camp for real. But then you realize you should bring an air mattress, and then you're fine. The one thing I want to say, we can cut it, but I feel like if we're cutting Wide Ocean Big Jacket, we either got to say Yakuza, Last of Us, and Persona 5 are not on the list, or cut Welcome to Elk. Not because I have anything against Welcome to Elk. I want to play it. It looks really amazing. But I feel like, given that you're the only one who played it, Alex, like I need some kind of, and I guess we need Sam for this too, but I need some kind of like reasoning as to why we're keeping that game and losing Wide Ocean. And I mean, are we going to put these other three games on the list above it? Because it seems like that's the one that's on the bubble.
Yeah, and it was kind of the reason we had the rule of, just because something gets bolded doesn't mean it doesn't get a conversation.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Because like I had nothing else I was really going to throw in for.
Right.
Personally. Welcome to Elk is something I think all of you should play.
Yeah, I am. The last thing I'll say before I let you...
I totally want to.
I am positive that it would be probably among maybe the top 5 for me on what we have left on this sheet if I were to play it. I just didn't get to it. So
I love the aesthetic. I love the idea of it. Like I'm very much I need to play it, but
I think I bought it.
Yeah,
I need to.
I will buy it.
It's really fascinating, and I think something that it does some stuff that I've never seen, and I think that's what made me appreciate it. It has a lot of moments of realizing what's going on that you just kind of get context clues for. Like it doesn't spell them out explicitly. And then the points when it does spell them out explicitly, it does so in a really unique way where if you all are going to play it, I kind of don't want to talk about it. because it's worth experiencing organically.
Sure, I appreciate that. I'm actually I just purchased it, and I'm going to start playing it probably
I am
tomorrow
definitely
morning.
working on purchasing it now too.
Like what so it's I'm trying to phrase my words so I'm not going to spoil anything. It is basically it's made by this. Well, first, it was recommended to me by Alex Rono of Super GG Radio. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Alex. It is an extremely Danish game, which is really interesting because I feel like that's a part of the world I don't really pay that much attention to. I mean, Scandinavia in general, yes, but I don't pay attention to Danish media personally. And the game is all about storytelling and folklore. Like, not as in it like mechanically it is about storytelling or mechanically it is about folklore. The whole thing, like its purpose of existence, is about storytelling. Yeah. And that is really unique. And I don't want to talk about the spoilers, but they matter so much.
No, I don't want you to talk about spoilers. I guess what I'm trying to get at is less have you justify it, because to me it's well justified. It's more, I think if I have a hard time letting go of Wide Ocean Big Jacket and seeing Persona 5 Royal, Last of Us Part 2, and Yakuza remain in conversation to bump one of these bolded games off, I think we need to make a call at this point.
Yeah.
What's our top 10 is what I would like to try to get to. And I'm okay with Wide Ocean Big Jacket not being in that top 10, but I would like us to sort of move into that like space, because I think what I'm looking at, I see maybe 2 games in this that are bolded right now that could potentially go to make room for non-bolded games, and that's Amnesia and Welcome to Elk. And I really don't want to let go of Amnesia. The only game I would let go of it for is maybe Wide Ocean at this point. So, that's kind of where I'm at, is just, I think.
Bug snacks.
I also don't like bug snacks, but we'll talk about that later.
Well, we have to talk about it, since to some degree we have to talk about like it.
I think Bug Snacks is the best written game that I fucking hate playing with a passion that I had to force myself to finish. And then
I didn't have the issue with the mechanics.
No, I didn't either. I thought it was
fun. Like, I wanted to catch every bug snack in every area, and I got all the tools pretty early, and was just like, I'm trying to do this thing, but there's no way of the game telling me it's the wrong thing, or whether I'm getting the timing wrong, or I just found it really frustrating.
Yeah,
and that's me personally, probably.
Yeah. I'm not trying to discount that. I think are you, Allison? Do you feel stronger about Persona 5 Royal or Bug Snacks at this point?
See,
I'm not saying this is a binding thing.
This is an interesting discussion, because those two have flip-flopped between 2 and 3 on my list for a long time. So I am like, those are extremely different games.
Yes. I wish we had the cameras on, because Sam, your little excursion with the cat and the baby and running around was beautiful.
I'm not asking you to pick which one we cut right now, Allison. It's more, I like Bug Snacks a lot. I'm okay with it being on our top 10 as a group. It's not on my personal top 10. Yeah. And I feel like if it's only on your top 10, that doesn't mean it shouldn't be on our group top 10, because I liked it a lot.
Absolutely.
But also Persona 5, I think, is only on your top 10. So that's why I'm asking. It's not because we have to cut one of them.
Played it.
Yeah. It's
I feel like Persona 5 would be on my top 10. That's why I was saying I would throw my vote behind that over Bug Snacks.
I guess I'm asking you, Allison, which one of those 2 games, and maybe they will both end up on it, but if you had to pick one of those 2, which one do you think is a better fit for our list as a group, I guess?
I'd probably go with Bug Snacks.
Okay.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing where I'm like, we're doing a group list. Like, there are some things like Trails of Cold Steel 4 has been such a thing for Sam.
Totally, yes.
And we talked about Persona 5 the first time we did this. Yeah. I don't remember if it even got on our list.
It did.
It did get on the list.
I'd be interested if any of you guys play it to have a spoilery conversation, because I don't necessarily want to spoil it, but at the same time, I think some of the things that are really great about it are also spoilery.
Yeah, I just fucked up and played a bunch of Persona 5 like the year before it came out. So
because I mean, if it were up to me, I would cut Welcome to Hell because I haven't played it, Trails of Cold Steel because I haven't played it, and probably Miles, and then put Persona 5, Wide Ocean, and Yakuza on this list. But it's not up to me. So
I would cut like I don't how Andre, how do you feel about Last of Us?
I the more time has gone on, the more I've soured on it.
Okay.
I haven't soured on it.
We leave this off the list just because but the thing that I wanted to talk about with Last of Us, that is why it's really high on my list, is the difficulty accessibility options.
Yeah.
they're phenomenal.
I'm not great at games, not all the time, but especially stealth games and action games like third-person shooters, I'm really not my forte. I often play games on the lowest difficulty. The original Last of Us probably took me about 3 times the amount of time it took most people to beat, because I hated the combat in that game and the way that it piled on you. But Last of Us Part 2, with the way that they let me slide up and down the difficulty in specific ways. So I could say oh, I'm really struggling with the stealth, I can reduce the vision cones. I'm struggling with dying super, I can increase my health. This stuff that I was able to do that made not only took that game from a game that I was I'll give it a shot, I'll probably hate it, to oh, this is in my all-time top 10.
Yeah. I kind of agree with you. That's kind of what I was starting to get at.
I know it's not everyone's cup of tea.
Yeah,
but
totally.
I really love the story.
That's totally what I was trying to get at earlier when I was saying objectively, I think it might be one of the best games ever made. And I'm talking about that purely, let's just talk about it purely from a technological standpoint. Like you said, with the accessibility, that's a big one. It's the attention to detail it has. I don't think any other game has ever come close to it. If you do some deep dives on
Breath of the Wild is closest in terms of how everything works together.
Sure, but
game.
I mean even more just lower level than that. I mean if you start looking at the animation system, it's kind of unparalleled. It's in some ways I think it may have superseded animated movies in some ways. It's doing some crazy stuff. They couple.
I don't know. I just watched Soul and damn.
I'm not saying all animated movies, but the fact that they couple their animation system, which is insane, with amazing sound design makes for something incredible. There's some documentaries where you can see how they programmatically are keeping an eye on Ellie and her mental state and how long she's been running to affect how she breathes. The longer she's been running, the longer she's been doing this stuff, the more stressed she is. She starts breathing with her mouth instead of her nose. And the sound design changes along with that. The animation changes along with that. And her whole stance and everything. It's those crazy details that they get into.
And they spent days looking at animations of horse balls so they could get that perfect.
Exactly.
There's it's technically impressive, but none of that made me enjoy the game more.
Yeah, I think there are subjective parts which you can feel down on, story or pacing or, like you said, gameplay, whatever. But qualitatively, I think just as a cohesive whole, it's really incredible.
But so the thing that I have a hard time articulating, but I'm going to try, is it's great that the animations are incredible. They're impeccable. Just like you're saying, all of that technical stuff is fantastic. But the fact that then all of that animation and incredible tech is deployed so that I can meticulously, stunningly murder people, which is fine. I mean, that's what Ellie came there to do. But then halfway through the game, she starts to suddenly, because she had one instance in the basement of the hotel beating somebody to death with a pipe. Doesn't matter that I've killed at this point probably hundreds of people playing as her in the various Last of Us games. That's the moment when suddenly her hands are shaking and she's upset. And that's the moment that she has the impeccable animation of finally starting to feel like something's going wrong. Those are the reasons why, to me, it's the way I feel about it is you can take a copy of Twilight not that I'm saying that I'm not actually equating the stories of the two. I just picked a book I didn't like, and give me the most incredible leather-bound, gold-leafed paged, gorgeous silver ribbon to mark my place, and it's still a book that I don't like. So that's why I struggle with statements that are like it's qualitatively and objectively such an incredible game, because I think that the incredible technological deployments are there to prop up a story that is extremely frustrating to me. And I think it's fair that that's a subjective element, but I don't think you can remove that subjective element from a qualitative analysis of the whole. And that's why it's so hard for me to go down that road of like, oh, it's one of the best games ever. It just didn't connect with me. It's because I just don't think that the parts that it fumbles are, if anything, the impeccable technological achievement there almost makes it worse, because it's like all of this stuff, if only it had been deployed in a way to enhance an incredible story rather than kind of be there while there's so many weird narrative choices that I think are such missteps, and
I think as somebody that hasn't played it, so I don't really have any skin in the game in terms of, where this ends up on our list. I do feel like a little frustration with talking about things as being like objective, or talking about things as being like, oh, this animation quality is interesting, therefore one of the best games. Like, I know this is a matter of opinion.
Oh, and to be clear, me, it's like, sorry to step back on that one.
Oh, I mean, it's just like, I don't know. I just don't feel like you can, if we're talking about games as art, I don't feel like you can, like, it's all subjective, all of it.
And what I was just going to say is the animation is just one of like 20 different examples I could personally give. Like, but we don't want to take up an hour of our time with it.
No, so I think the point that...
Sorry. I was just going to say, I think the best thing to do here is cut it, because yes, it's one of my top 10 all-time games. But it's hard to push something that, well, not even hard to push something. It's hard to have a conversation about a game that is disliked by half of the people that played it. And I love the story. I don't think it drops the ball at all at any point.
I like the story too.
And I think a lot of that is the second half of the game really didn't hit you well, Pat. And I can absolutely see why that would happen, because I think you framed the events differently in to the way that I did.
Sam and I also talked about my problems with it over a game of Fortnite. We
talked about,
just because it was a conversation to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, I specifically reached out to Pat because I was like, I love this game and I want to understand why Pat doesn't love it. And I was like, let's play Fortnite so that we can have this conversation. That was part of my motive to play.
So what you're saying is we drop The Last of Us Part 2 and put Fortnite back on the list.
So I think one thing
I think we should drop it, but I think I would like to say my piece that I think it is one of my probably top 10 favorite games of all time. And a lot of that is because of the accessibility, and a lot of that is because of the story and the way that I had no real issue with a lot of the this person is a murderer and then they changed their POV. I don't know, that was kind of, I felt like I was in there with them the whole time. I don't know, there's a lot of stuff that I loved about that game,
and I have I don't want to break down all
issues we all have with it.
Yeah, I don't want to break down all of my issues with the story for the same reasons that Alex. We could talk for hours about all of the reasons why it connected with you on a technical level and storytelling level. And one thing I think is, I'm not fighting super hard to cut it. I think if the two of you are extraordinarily passionate about it, I'm not saying that we have to cut it. I just want to get the point across that it is important to me in the ways in which we evaluate games to sort of come from an understanding of I know we're keying in on animation because that's what we talked about, but even just visuals in general. The Last of Us Part 2 has some of the most realistic visuals ever portrayed in a video game. Absolutely. They convey emotions and physical stimuli unlike any game ever has. I had a more emotional connection with the very simple dance moves that a polygonal PS1 ass looking character did in a level of Umurangi generation than I had from most of the animations in The Last of Us. And it's okay to look at those two things as subjective pieces.
Totally.
I think it's the thing I want to make sure for people, more for people listening. I'm not trying to lecture anybody here, but like, games are art, and so it's okay whether you like ultra realistic, incredibly just like technical achievements, or if you just really like, if for you it's about aesthetic. Those are both very valid things, and so that's why it becomes so hard, I think, to evaluate the technical elements of Last of Us, I guess.
And that's I think what I was trying to get with that was, I think it's subjectively totally fine to view those things as impressive and as something that bumps the game up for you,
and
but I still feel like that they're subjective, like ultimately.
Yeah.
Like,
And
That's I was going to say, like, I think we should cut it because, like Alex said earlier, he doesn't see it making it, and yeah, he would be okay to see it go. The thing I was going to say is, like, I probably would have taken Last of Us over Spider-Man Miles Morales, which is an insane thing to say, but like we're talking about like Spider-Man, Miles Morales, and Last of Us 2 are like my numbers 2 and 3 on my top 10. And like, catch me on a different day and I might say something different.
Totally.
But like, the connection to Last of Us 2 is built on the fact that I hate the first game, and it connected with me so much that like I said, it's probably in my top 10 all-time games. I wasn't a dad when I played Last of Us Part 1, so maybe that's it, because, you know, dad game.
Well, Joel's a fucking shitty dad, so.
Which is the point. Which is the whole point.
Joel's a shitty person.
It's also the point of the entirety of The Last of Us 2.
Absolutely, yeah.
The Last of Us 1
like
is...
probably would have made all the same decisions that every character in those games makes.
Yeah,
I don't know. Like, that's probably why it felt like a great story to me. It felt very real.
It felt real in that it's realistically messy. Like, it's not cut and dry kind of reactions to these actions. It's like, no, we're doing the thing we think is right in this moment, and then in retrospect, know what, we fucked up, but that's what felt right then. And I think it's interesting.
Yeah.
But
I just don't.
But I think we can cut it. Like, that's why I was saying when we were bolding that I was hesitant to bold it, because I think as a group list I can see us losing it.
That's fair.
Yeah, I same here. Like, I think Alex and I can have our like over the top, like, you know, over the top the movie, not over the top like the concept. We can have our over the top handshake as bros
gonna do a reach
about
around.
loving Last of Us Part 2. Yeah, and I couldn't be more excited to see if there is a Last of Us 3, what they
I don't
do
think
next.
they need one. I really don't.
they'll
At
do
the end
it.
of that,
They'll do it.
So,
I couldn't be more interested.
despite all my rage, I would still totally play Last of Us Part 3 because I'd be curious to know what they do to continue that story.
I liked the ending.
The next time around is going to be 0 trailers for me, going in blind.
I liked the ending. Now that you talk about that, I liked it.
It's
I love the ending.
I think the ending is certainly I see it as much more like, I get why people love the ending,
because it's subdued.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
And I guess it's just I don't know. I think the strongest parts of the story of that game are definitely the realizations Ellie has about her relationship with Joel, for sure, and the way they portray Joel's. Most of my issues with the narrative of that game have to do with the characters surrounding Ellie and Joel, not with either of them. I think the writing and arc that they go on is fairly, again, there's a little bit of like, why is Ellie all of a sudden upset about this? But also, I still think I can put that aside and say it's mostly the characters around her that I didn't like.
It's a game filled with many remarkable moments and like impressive things. And
riding that horse through the fiery village. That was fucking amazing.
I thought that was cool.
I loved it.
I was already
one of my favorite bits, but I did think it was cool.
At that point, I was already like, okay, like we're doing. Yep.
The bits that hit for me are like the sniper battle with Tommy, and
that was good.
Like, it's so good.
The fear of heights, walking over.
Yeah, the
between
theater. The
buildings.
first time you go to the theater, the second time you go to the theater, like there's certain stuff that I love there, and I love the homestead. The like 40 minutes of gameplay with you and Dina, you just walking around the house.
Yeah. How about the
honestly,
the astronaut moment?
That's one moment. Awesome.
I think if the game had ended with the like Abby and Lev finding the radio, and that was the end of their story from their perspective, and the end of the story from Ellie's perspective was when she collapses in the barn from having the panic attack. Then I probably would have overall have felt far more positive about the game as a story. I still would have had a lot of issues with the second half of it, but I wouldn't have the same like kind of dislike of it. I would have been more like, yeah, it was fine. I get it. So,
but
definitely.
I think we can cut it. Also, has anybody else's document just gone down?
Cutting it.
No, I haven't.
No,
Okay.
It looked like it refreshed or something.
Mine says trying to reconnect. There we go.
I'm going to go ahead and cut Wide Ocean Big Jacket as well, because I think we talked about that, and I think I would swap it for some of these games, but I don't get the impression that there's a consensus on what we would swap it for.
I think we could potentially lose Welcome to Elk in the sense that I think it's really good, but I don't like it's on the list almost under the presumption that all of you would like it, but I don't know that for a fact.
I guess I'm willing to trust you on it.
I would push Yakuza for Welcome to Elk.
I would also push Yakuza over Welcome to Elk, even though I like Welcome to Elk quite a bit.
Okay.
I think that Yakuza will be like our 2021 game we should have played in 2020.
Yeah, and for
the three of us that are going to play it. Like I have a shrink wrap copy of it less than 2 feet from me.
Well, mine's like 20 feet away, but it's near me. I could almost see it if I stood up.
Not close enough.
I have a copy of Yakuza 6 with the art book within arm's reach of me at all times when I'm at my computer, in case I need to hold it and cradle it in my arms and kiss the cover
and shake the baby.
Yeah,
sure.
So
are we okay with this 10? Or do we want to swap?
So, okay.
I mean, I would probably swap Wide Ocean for Amnesia based on the way you talked about it, Pat. But like,
I think maybe Andre and I collectively have stronger feelings for Amnesia than we do Wide Ocean. So I can go either way on it.
Amnesia is higher on my list. Wide Ocean kind of snuck on there at the end. I think the things Amnesia does from a storytelling perspective, like in terms of games, while maybe not as well executed or like on point, are more
ambitious,
important, and more ambitious, more important for games and like representation in a way.
Yes.
And like kind of the stories told in games.
And I think Wide Ocean, like I've said all the things I said about how I think it handles certain moments of conversation better than any other game I've seen before. But I also think there are books and movies and TV shows that do just as good a job at that. Amnesia's shit is wild. I haven't seen other media that tries to talk like that, like it wouldn't work as anything but a video game. And so I think I can, like, Wide Ocean is higher on my list than Amnesia, but also for a group list, I almost would rather have Amnesia there for sure.
And
okay.
So the last thing, but we're going to say goodbye to Persona 5 Royale.
I mean,
Persona 5 Royale with cheese.
Over Bug Snacks.
I mean, that's what I want to ask, Allison. Do you think, and I guess I am kind of asking it now, I would be willing to put Persona 5 on. I would be willing to lose Bug Snacks, Miles, at this point, probably even Necro Barista, as much as I love that game and it's on my list.
That is the one remaining game from my list that is on here.
Yeah, and so I really
always happens.
Probably really shouldn't lose that. So I mean, I would be willing to lose
visual novels.
I think Miles or Bug Snacks could potentially go for Persona, but it sounds like Sam would die on that.
I don't
hill.
want to trade Miles for Persona personally.
I also feel weird that we would have Persona 5 on our 2017 list and our 2020 list. Like, that's just a personal thing.
Feel that way. Like it's
almost
already...
like a point that I brought up multiple times over the last 3 months.
It was already an up for debate game. So I feel sad that one of my RPG loves of the year was gone, but I'll accept it.
I'll tell you that I bounced really hard off of Persona 5, and I'm so happy that I did, because Royal sounds like it'll be a much more enjoyable experience for me. So I'm very excited to play it this year.
And really enjoyed it, and I'm super excited to play Persona 5.
Yeah.
So, like, I'm willing to give that up. I feel like I'm less willing to give up Bugsnax, even though Persona 5 Royal is higher.
What if we replaced Bugsnax with Paper Mario?
Why are you doing this to me?
Andre, that's just mean.
Okay, we have a top 10.
You're being mean to
Let's
me.
everyone ignore Andre.
No, I'm just, it's a possibility.
We have our top 10.
I would like to read the top 10 brought to you by Persona 5 Royal.
Okay, so our top 10 as it stands now: Amnesia Rebirth, this is in alphabetical order. Amnesia Rebirth, Bugsnax, Final Fantasy VII Remake, Hades, Half-Life Alyx, Marvel's Spider-Man Miles Morales only on PS5, sorry Andre, Necrobarista, Trails of Cold Steel 4, End of Saga, what's that? End of Evangelion.
I think that's what they called it.
It's not going to be the end of fucking anything.
Umurangi Generation, and Yakuza Like a Dragon.
Right.
I was worried that I wasn't going to get that one on
Such
there, but it's
a
stuck on there.
weird list.
I love it.
I'm
That's
very
the list
happy with it.
Yeah.
I love weird
How many
lists.
JRPGs are on this list?
And just to be clear, I would have been really happy with this list even if Last of Us were on it in place of a few of these games. So
You know, I am actually I'm really on board for this list. So
yeah, this is a cool list.
I think this is
I like how
a
weird
much
it is.
us list than
it is a very
maybe
us
I've seen
list.
from a lot of other places.
Yeah, and I've seen from us in the past to a degree.
Can I pitch Miles as our number 10?
That's fine with me.
That's
Because
probably
I think
fine.
it's a really good game.
It's
But
another
like,
Spider-Man again.
yeah, like
But differences,
the
but-
changes are extremely smart. The combat changes are like, it makes it so much more fun for me to play. Like, I do not want to go back to playing as Pete without Venom stuff, because like having
Okay, the
that
Venom stuff
modifier
fucking rocks.
It's really cool.
is so good.
was
It's
so
basically
good.
like it's like a modifier in a fighting game. It changes
Yeah.
the whole thing.
I was disappointed
real
in the
smart.
enemy variety. I felt like it was just like, yep, there's more shield guys. Yep, there's more big, strong guys. But because of the Venom edition, it made it fun to play through that combat again, because it was a new angle. So for sure.
Yeah, and I felt
And
like I was
like
playing
the
it
dashes
differently
and
than I
stuff that he has
played.
that Pete doesn't.
Oh my god, like the Venom dash is so good.
Oh, it's
Venom
great.
is so
And when
clutch.
you're swinging
Like, the
and you
forward
Venom dash.
and the
And you
up
when you
dash.
Venom up, oh my
Yes.
god.
Yeah.
Oh,
And the fact that you're doing tricks to get your Venom back up to do
Okay,
cool
that-
web swinging shit, it's so
I did
oh,
so
it's
many
so
tricks in
cool.
this game because
Okay.
I'm like, I need my Venom, and
Anyway,
so I'm doing
I
tricks.
think-
Oh.
I don't know what the rest of our bottom half is and the rest of our top half.
I feel
Because
like
there's some games
one
we
game
haven't
that
I've
had-
talked about.
There's one game I've had a gut feeling has been our number one for a long time, and my gut feeling is Hades.
So I think Hades is probably
No.
top 3.
Hades is my number 1 as well, and
It's
like
my number one, and I know, and I feel like I know that not everybody is as on board for Hades as
Good.
everybody else, but at the same time, I feel like, you know, it's a game that we've all played and all.
I think it's top
certain
half
liked.
for sure.
Yeah.
Andre, what are your feelings on Hades? Because like,
It's in the top half of my list.
yeah,
It is my number 5.
it is not on my list, but I can see it being a number one if that's where everybody feels.
I mean, that's just a gut feeling I've had for a
the thing,
while.
I don't think there's as much agreement on any other game in terms of
I don't think this is
Placement
going to
on
be a
the list
Disco
sort of stuff.
Elysium as our game of the year, and everyone's like,
No,
yeah.
I think if at the end of this process we end up with Hades as their number 1, I'm not going to feel burned, but I want to take the time to get there. I don't
Right.
think
I
we
mean,
should
I just
put it
wanted
there.
to, I just wanted to put it out there that that's the like that I've had this like gut feeling
Okay.
in a way that I had a gut feeling about
I
Disco Elysium.
think
But
for
what
now,
about
non-binding order.
as a number
just to-
one as Umurangi Generation.
What's that?
Why are we going to the top of the list already? I don't know. What are we? You are out of
I'm
your
just
mind.
joking. I'm joking.
All right. I mean, Umurangi Generation is my game of the
I
year.
just
So
wanted to like put that out there as like that's what I felt, especially since we've all played it, and those of us, like everybody except Alex, has it in our top 5. So
As for bottom half of the list, so number 10 to 5 or 6 or whatever, how do you feel about throwing Half-Life Alyx in at number 9?
nope.
Okay. So my reasoning would be because it's a VR only game and that like limits the audience, and with like the way VR is,
I would like to
good.
play it.
It's a great experience and it's high on my list. But if okay,
I think it deserves to be like middle.
So
I'm thinking like 6 to 4.
Let me frame it.
But
I think it's probably bottom half of our list for the reasons you stated.
yeah.
I would like to see something else go to number 9 before I don't think it's number 9. 7 or 8 I can maybe live with, but
Bug Snacks number 9.
yeah, I think Bug Snacks needs to be pretty
think
high,
Trails
seeing as I don't like it.
I think Trails of Cold Steel is also a contender for a number 9. Frankly, I'm surprised it's not number 10.
The end of Saga.
I know, but it's also
I mean, like, I was willing to go into this and say
only
that
plays.
Trails.
I recognize it's important for you, and I'm really wanted to put it on the top 10 because of how important this series is for Sam. But at the same time, you're the only one who played it.
That's all I'm getting at.
Wait,
Yeah.
sorry, Sam, have you finished it?
No, I haven't finished it, which is why I was saying like I can't in
Bring
good
back
conscience
Paper Mario.
push it. Like to say like this is absolutely definitively better than some other games.
Is it better than Marvel's Spider-Man Miles Morales only on PS5? Sorry, Andre.
Sorry, yeah.
I think the thing is with like most of the time every year I seem to come with a game that I want to push, and I'm like, this is the game that I loved and I fell in love with, and I don't care if it is just number 10. I just want it on the list. But I think Trails of Cold Steel is slightly better than that. I will accept 9.
So I was gonna say such as number 9 on the list.
Number 9.
I'll accept a number 9. There are multiple games on this list that I did not like tried and did not like, that are going to be pushed in front of it. So, and I do think that the problem with Trails of Cold Steel is Microsoft Flight Simulator with the HOTAS, but the HOTAS is 7 other video games.
Or Half-Life Alyx with VR, but the VR is 7 other video games.
VR is 7 other video games.
No, it's like I really want to play it. It's just that I have so much catching up to do.
It's
I'm
all about
overwhelmed.
like devoting the time to it, and like I played the first one and was like, yeah, I really like this, and I like connected universes. Like that's why I love comics. And like the biggest thing about Falcom is that everything matters and that everything is important. And even though I only played the first 5 games in this series via watching YouTube recaps, like I spent like multiple days watching YouTube recaps as like the only thing I did that day, because I wanted to know what was going on, and like the payoff is insane. Like it's because it's got this singular author, like this singular voice that kind of like Kondo, the guy who runs the Trail series at Falcom, obviously like has an extremely clear like story arc for all of his characters.
Or he's got like a Pepe Sylvia like wall in his office.
Like I have no idea how he's planning it out, because he seems to know the exact right time to, like, for example, in the end of 3, they kill off like a huge number of characters, and like they don't really kill people in this series, and they kill off a huge number of like extremely important characters. They kill off characters that have been important since Trails in the Sky, and it's like, and I was there like, I can't believe they've done, like, I was like, I can't believe they've done that, to the point where I was like, well, they'll bring them back, right? They'll bring them back. They're bringing people back now. And
Did I take my headphones off?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I don't want to talk about anything in specifics.
Okay.
In detail.
Because if you want to, you can. I'll just not listen.
I think the difficult part
Randy
is that
Orlando
I know
come out okay?
all of you would love these games. I'm not telling you whether anyone makes out, although Randy is not a Trails in the Sky character.
Okay.
So yeah, and like they tie the main cast to the important people in the world in a way that you're like, oh, okay, so all of these characters are important, and then you're like, oh, they actually explain why all of these characters are important. Like they were all picked specifically by a character that is well known from previous games, and The fourth game is like basically the way that the Trails games work is that they're all super slow burners except for two. So like the first like probably 15 to 20% of each game, you're like, oh, I was really into the end of that story and how like amped up and cool and like season finale anime that had got, and then it starts again and you're like, oh, this is kind of like just doing like a couple of days of Persona, you know, like it's like doing the monastery parts in Fire Emblem Three Houses for like the first 10 hours, and like absolutely that is a drawback. Although in the final game, I feel like they nail the pacing a bit better like than they ever have before. The like a major character is like out of commission, and there's like whole huge big changes. It's really smart. The fact that they basically replaced the entire cast and I still love all the new characters. I mean, it's great.
Based on all the stuff you're saying, I would be fine seeing this game above Bug Snacks and even maybe Necro Barista, but I can't do it above Half-Life.
Like I prefaced it by saying I haven't finished this game.
No, I get it.
I don't know whether it
much.
I don't know whether it kills
sticks the landing.
Sticks the landing.
It sounds great.
I've watched I now subscribe to a couple of Trails YouTubers, and they both put out now Trails of Cold Steel 4 ranking is out. What is our Trails ranking? And both of them basically I agreed with 100%, and they both put it at number 1 and number 2. So again, it's like it's very hard to talk about this game objectively for me because it's basically been my whole of 2020.
Yeah.
And I think that in a way that like I have pitched games before and been like, I know this is just me. I know I'm the only person who likes this. Like Destiny, for example, getting Destiny 2 on our list in year 1, and like getting Pokemon on our list last year was very much
Alison loved Pokemon.
This is for me, and this is it wasn't in your top 10 though. I don't think, Alison, or it was like your number 10. Yeah. And I was like, this is a game that
I guess
appeals to me.
Are you arguing?
I know you guys would like it, is what I'm saying.
Are you arguing that we need to put it higher than number 9?
Yeah, I would be okay if everyone said, look, this has to go in number 9 because Sam hasn't finished it. But I do feel like it's a middle of the pack game. I see it as a
9 middle
6.
of the pack games.
I feel like it's like a number 6 versus a number 9.
So I think we should put Bug Snacks at number 9.
I disagree really, really strongly, but at the same time, I know that everybody else is very
personally.
like feels
That's
differently.
The thing about this one is I would be with you, Allison, on putting it higher on the list, but I think we have like a balance here where we're kind of lucky we got it on the list kind of thing.
Yeah, no, that's true. I just think that it's like one of the strongest games of the year in terms of like theming and in terms of character moments, as well as in introducing I personally like the gameplay, and I feel like that also having played something like Nexamon this year, I feel like that's biggest struggle is that making a game with collectible creatures is really hard after Pokemon. Yeah. Like making lovable ones. Whereas I feel like they did such a good job with the design of Bug Snacks in terms of designing the actual characters and the Bug Snacks themselves, that it doesn't ever feel like, oh, this is a ripoff of Pokemon, or this feels like a ripoff of other things. But the biggest thing for me is like the theming of the side stories and the characters' growth. And I feel like also it's just so strong in all of those areas that's why I'm like super emotionally attached to it.
Okay. So the other number 9 I'm looking at, we've talked about the number 9 that I don't want to see at number 9. We've talked about the number 9 that Sam doesn't want to see at number 9. And the one that Allison doesn't want to see at number 9 is Necro Barista. Which I
think it deserves better than number 9.
I am surprised that you went to Necro Barista. I thought you liked it more than that.
It's number 9 on my personal list.
It actually ended up getting cut off of my list. I really liked it a lot, and I loved it. But it's like one of those games where it hasn't really stuck with me the way that other games have.
it does a thing. I mean, it's kind of why I was willing. The justification in my mind for letting Wide Ocean go is Necrobarista is a really great story. I really love that story. It's definitely one of the probably might be in the top 5 best stories that I've sort of read this year. But what we're starting to look at here is a list of games that are doing really interesting things with the way they merge gameplay and story. And so it's hard for me to see Necrobarista being particularly high on this list because I don't think mechanically it's a particularly interesting game. So it's hard for me to see it hanging. Like for me, for example, the fact that Necrobarista has a great story doesn't beat out the ways in which, even though I think maybe overall it's a more, it sticks to landing a little better and a lot of its more emotional elements than something like Amnesia. The way that Amnesia is melding its gameplay and narrative and like environmental storytelling puts Amnesia higher on my list for me, for example. So that's the only reason I bring it up for a number 9. I'm not saying it has to go there. I just am trying to come up with some of the ones that maybe will fall in that slot.
What about Yakuza as number 9? Like, almost didn't make the list. I mean, Miles was an easier get on that list than Yakuza.
I think that's a mistake. I think that's a failure of this group.
I think it's the order in which we talked about it more than anything.
Yeah.
If y'all had bought Xboxes instead of PlayStations, we would be talking about Yakuza nonstop. That's all I'm saying.
That's because it's the only thing you could have played on it.
Papa Phil done and fucked up our whole Game of the Year. Fucked up our Game of the Year list by
Did you hear they delayed Halo?
2021 Game of the Year. It can go at number 9. Like I think it's top half. I think it's 6 to 10 on this list. I think it deserves higher. But there are things that I think that I want to fight for more.
Yeah.
And I did not expect to be as moved as I was based on the story and kind of where it goes and the failures of the game, and just in terms of not even necessarily failures, but just the little bits of the weak points where you can tell it's their first shot at doing an RPG, where the job system's kind of weird and doesn't super matter. You can kind of everyone pick
kind of
a
rad,
job,
though, but it's also
it's a cool idea, but it doesn't really matter. You can kind of stick everyone with their main job, and you do need to branch out a little bit, but the way that changes your character doesn't really every job has a bunch of class skills or job skills, and then you can unlock 2 character skills which will come over when you switch jobs. And those are important, but it takes so long to get them, and leveling up those jobs takes a long time. And then the having to grind at the end, in the last third of the game so much, really kind of drug it down. So that's why I'm willing to see it go in at number 9, but it is really just incredible. And maybe you'll all see,
I'm sure. There's Alex and Allison.
This game gave me fucking chills. It was
okay.
It's so fucking good.
Yeah, but I mean that's I could say that about Half-Life too, you know?
Yeah.
The question I have is obviously Alex, you want to play Half-Life. Allison, do you see yourself playing Half-Life Alex in the future?
Yes. I really want to play it. It's just that it's a matter of trying to. Well,
sure.
The issue is that it is VR, because it's
yes.
there are very few VR experiences where I've been yes, this is worth it. So I'm I don't know if I need to buy the system to play it, but at the same time
then you're looking at $1,000 to $1,500 plus a VR
game.
set.
So the reason I'm asking is mostly because I can't argue it up much higher without spoiling what that game does in its back half. That is why I'm so turned on by it.
I mean, I can take off my headphones.
Yeah, but if you take off your headphones and Alex takes off his headphones and Sam doesn't care, then it's just Andre and I talking about Half-Life Alex, which is
just because I don't like Half-Life games.
Yeah, exactly.
Why I don't care about this.
I could spoil it for Sam, but it would have no weight for him whatsoever because he doesn't like Half-Life games. And I don't want to spoil it for the two of you that are going to play it if you think you're going to play it. Because
I still think it's probably a 4 to 6. Like, I think
obviously that's how I feel, but
I'd be fine with seeing it over Cold Steel 4 because of the way you guys have played it and that you have finished it.
Then let's put Cold Steel 4 at number 9 for now. I'm just trying to get us put one more game on the list. Is the argument that we have one game on the list. We have to put more games on the list.
We're almost to get Trails higher.
We're approaching 5 hours.
I'm going to put Half-Life at 9 because I'm the only one willing to just do it.
I mean, I offered it up and you were the one who held me back.
I know. I don't want to do this.
It's Half-Life Alex. Like, I mean, I bought a VR headset to play Half-Life Alex. And then I played Pixel Rip 1995, and then I sold my VR headset. There was some like time in there, but it's an incredible experience, and like the things it does for like the Half-Life mythos, and like mechanically, like the VR stuff is very good, and then the story stuff is also very good, and made me excited about Half-Life again. Whereas I went into this like, this looks neat. Like I wanted to play it because it seemed like a cool VR game, and like Alex as a character is cool, and like I like Half-Life, but I've never been like, oh, it's Half-Life is the best, the Freeman, but seeing what they did and like being excited about Half-Life again, like feels good. But also unfair because I don't know if Valve is going to like deliver.
I think part of it I think is that it's impossible to know because the way that Valve does their credits is they just show you all the people that work at Valve. They don't actually like assign roles to people. I think in my heart believe that what happened is Campo Santo got acquired. They were already working on Half-Life stuff. And the people who tell the stories at Campo Santo were like, can we just get this moving, please? And then that we will see another Half-Life game in the next 5 years with the energy that team has. And I'm not like, I don't want to come off as like angry about it either. I just think we have to move forward with putting some games on this list.
I moved Half-Life Alex to number 6 for now.
I was just saying, I think we should put Necrobarista and Bugsnax below Half-Life.
Right, but I think Allison, I think we have people who don't agree with you is the issue, and I am fine with putting Bugsnax and Trails and Necrobarista all at number 9. Those all are number 9 games to me.
I mean, but Yakuza can go in at number 9, and I'll know in my heart that you all are wrong, and you'll.
I agree.
See.
I'm sure we are wrong.
If Yakuza, like I gave up Miles to try and get Trails a little bit higher at the list. Like I think they're both fantastic games. I think Yakuza, then Trails. I could.
Okay, so we can go Yakuza at number 9.
I could have Bugsnax on the bottom half. It pains me, but
okay, Bugsnax at 9, Yakuza at 8.
All right, we could be number 8.
You'll have to talk to Allison.
That's what I was just asking.
Okay, Allison, Bugsnax number 8.
It pains me, but I'll fine.
Okay. Trails of Cold Steel number 7.
I'll cut my push.
I'm going to carve into my arm as someone who's slowly playing the Trails of Skies games this event so that when I play it, if I don't think that Trails of Cold Steel 4 is better than Bugsnax, I'm coming for you.
Pat will remember
your house. COVID will be over because it'll be 2027, so we'll all be
I do believe that when you finish Trails of Cold Steel 4, you will say, yes, that was probably the best game that came out that year.
There's no fucking way that's going to happen. I will believe you that maybe it'll make my top 3.
It's so good.
I guess the thing that we already put Half-Life in a spot that I think it can stay, but literally
I think Half-Life's good for 6.
The first like half of Half-Life, I was like, this is awesome. This is probably going to be like my number 7 or 8. And then the second half happened. And like for the last hour of that game, my mouth was like open, just I was playing the game, and as I was playing, every minute or two I would go, fuck, oh my god, like I was like saying out loud, holy shit, oh my god, over and over again. And Alyssa was like, are you okay in there? And I was like, this is the most incredible. I think at the time I said, this is one of the most awe-inspiring things I've ever seen in my life. So
I have a suggestion to posit, and everyone can hate me for this. What if we slip Necrobarista in at 8 and push everything up 1?
I was gonna say Half-Life up to 5, Necrobarista in at 6.
yeah, I'm fine with that.
I mean, I didn't play the version of Necrobarista you guys played. But like, I like visual novels, and I was like, this is bad. Why does anyone like this?
Or Amnesia
That is
in
the wrong
term. Or Amnesia in at 6.
What about Amnesia in at 8 and Bugsnax up?
Oh no, here we go.
I think Half-Life is better than Amnesia, but
Yeah. That's that. Yeah. So like,
both agree with
Amnesia
that?
in at 6, Half-Life
at 5,
up
yes,
to-
yes. Let's just do that because you and I can.
Because like you two are the ones who played both Amnesia and
Yeah,
Half-Life.
yeah.
So it's like I trust that you guys.
Yeah. Like, I mean, I think Amnesia is better than Necrobarista.
I personally agree, yeah, but I will.
Yeah.
The thing about Amnesia that is so cool is that we kind of keep dancing around a little bit. Like some spoilers, I won't just like spoil the whole game, but the you're playing as this woman who is pregnant, and the baby is like a very important thing to the story of the game, and the fact that a malevolent force basically like wants this baby, and that is why this character is in the position that she's in. And the game ultimately asks you to make a choice about the baby's future versus like a horrible future for this baby, potentially death for this baby, or basically ending the suffering of tens of thousands of people. And it's
Last of Us 1.
It's an incredibly, in some ways it's, I mean, it's not, but
Makes it, you get choice.
you get the choice. Yeah.
Like, and like, it felt like I was, like, you talk about like, oh, I would have made all the same choices that Joel did in Last of Us, but like, the game gives you this moment, which was like, I think where I like really was like, oh wow, is you get this moment after the baby is born to like sit and breastfeed your child, Amara.
Been there, done that.
And like, I've never seen a game like, have a breastfeeding sequence.
First person breastfeeding sequence.
Like you're looking down, and it's not like sexualized or anything. It's just like, this is, as you're like going through like, okay, what is the future of my child going to be? And you're trying to figure out like, do I leave her here where she can live? Do I, do I let this cycle of just immense awfulness continue? And it was nice to see like a game tackle motherhood and like really put you in the shoes of like making a decision like that, instead of just going, here's what a mother would do, or here's what a father would do, or that kind of thing.
It does a great job of, I think, connecting from a male perspective. It connected me to the emotions that Tassi was feeling towards her child throughout the game, even though the child doesn't actually show up until the very end after she's born. And I think the thing is, it does that on top of a game that's really effective in the ways in which it is frightening at times. There's a couple of moments in the game that I thought were frustrating mechanically that I didn't love, but like that's like I can think of 2 moments in the entire game that were like that. And like, I mean, there's moments like, for most of the game, there's this like ghoulish kind of wraithy kind of guy chasing you around. That's like this, like, looks like I don't know, imagine a ghoul, and that's what it looks like. And then there's a point at which there's a dark room door, like a dark hallway you're going to have to go down, and it starts to become apparent that there's a lot of these fucking things here. And then it gets to a moment where you have to carefully pick your way between hundreds of sleeping ghouls to work through this passageway. And that moment is just like, holy shit, it's so cool.
But they also don't punish you if you screw up.
No,
like,
that's the thing.
There can be narrative consequence, but like mechanically, you're never going to get stuck because you can't stealth past a sequence.
Whenever you die in the game, mechanical spoiler for this
Die
game.
in real life.
Yes.
Whenever you die in the game, you're catapulted basically to the end of the sequence in which you could have died, or near where you were. It varies from thing to thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But they basically position you so that dying doesn't really have any consequences, but you don't know that until you've died a couple of times, and it still makes you go, well, I want to try though. And so you don't just go like, and near the end of the game, it shifts it a little bit where you can't just die forward. Mm-hmm. You do actually have to complete some sequences. So I don't know. That stuff is really good too, on top of all of that interesting narrative stuff.
I still want to suggest Necro Barista at 8, Bugsnax and everything else moving up 1.
I would,
because I know Bugsnax is not Bugsnax. Sorry, I know Necro Barista is at the bottom of like Andre and Pat's lists. Yeah, but I didn't like it. Obviously, not
Trails of Cold Steel 4 and Bugsnax are not on my list. So
besides Yakuza, everything from like 7 to 10, Yakuza is the only thing on my list.
I mean, we don't like. I don't know. Do you guys like Necro Barista more than you like Amnesia and Half-Life?
Absolutely
not myself.
But
maybe we could pop that in at 6.
It depends
I just think
on how
I was
Alex is feeling about it. I assume it's very high on his list.
Yeah, it's my number 2.
Yeah, I mean,
it's the kind of thing where I think you're probably right, Pat, where if you haven't come back to it since, it probably it kind of evaporates away a little bit. But I had the experience of going back and rewatching a lot of it. And like for me, yeah, the impact had lessened as the year went on. But yeah, rewatching some of the most affecting scenes just brought me right back to why it was so important at that time. Like watching the scene of Ashley being open with her feelings and needing to learn that failure is okay and that she's allowed to, have compromised moments. Ned, like the whole last arc of Ned realizing he's going to lose his best friend, and like the whole arc of Che finally accepting his fate, like knowing that he's going to die and not be around anymore. Like I thought that was so just affecting to rewatch.
Does a lot of that really well. Yakuza Like a Dragon.
Hey, that's a lot of those themes are in Bugsnax. So like, this is all common in Bugsnax. So
I mean, I'll just put it at 8. I don't really care. I have no more fight in me.
Yeah, I was going to say I'd prefer to see Bugsnax over Necro Barista because I thought the writing wasn't very good in Necro Barista. But
I think it's some of the best writing I've seen in games.
Arcade version, so I can't speak authoritatively.
I liked Bugsnax more than Necro Barista. Like I thought Necro Barista was like well written, but it also did not connect with me like in any way. Like
you and Sam also didn't get to the end, right?
I finished it.
I mean,
I thought you hadn't finished
half an hour to 45 minutes.
No, I finished it. It didn't connect with me in any way. Like I don't think about death in like the way that story is like kind of like addressing it and talking about it. So like it was just kind of like whatever. Like I said earlier, like the death and taxes, like the moralizing, like who dies and stuff like that's more like that's kind of what fucks me up is like, who that person died, they didn't deserve it. This person totally should have died. Why do the good die and the shitty evil people live long, whatever.
I think it's like two very different views.
Oh yeah. And I'm not saying like, this is the right way, but like for me.
No, I think like Necro Barista is like focuses in on like the specialness of people, right? It focuses in on these characters, whereas Death and Taxes is like the mundanity of death. It's like how
it's like abstracting that out.
It's abstract in a way that it's like, and it's like I think they're both two totally different things, but they're both
I guess the thing I'm struggling. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's not even worth.
No, go for it.
the thing I'm struggling with is that like we have. It's just too bad that we even have to rank 6 through 8 because it feels like all three of those games are landing.
I mean, I feel like 6 through 10 are all like these are all as good as each other. Do you know what I mean? Like they all hit.
How dare you,
ways for all of us.
Yeah, and so it sucks because like personally, I would probably put Necrobarista at number 6 and move down Trails and Bugsnax, but I know that would be not something that Alex and Sam like. I know Alex doesn't like having Necrobarista at number 8, and I know that. So it's we're in that stage now where
yeah. Well,
it's
also
really hard for me to like. I think that the writing in Necrobarista is a lot. If I found it a lot more affecting than the writing in Bugsnax, but I also think the writing in Bugsnax is really good, and I completely see why someone would connect with it over Necrobarista. So I can't answer the question of which is better, other than to say that Bugsnax. This is a shitty way to go about this, and it's not the way that I think it should work. But like, I did have fun with some of the mechanical stuff in Bugsnax, which I know other people didn't like, but Necrobarista, it's just tough because it's a genre that is so much about like the visual and storytelling aspect and just doesn't have a lot else for me to like sink teeth into, I guess. So that's why it's hard for me to justify putting it higher, even though I would.
All right.
Can I make a suggestion here? I think it should be
the last 3 games in the order they are now and slot them in 1 to 3.
Hey, I was just
I can live with that.
Hades, Umurangi, Final Fantasy 7.
Shut the fuck up.
I could live with that too. Honestly, I can live with whatever configuration we end up with in this.
I'm still gut reaction Hades number 1. I mean, maybe that's me being biased
same.
because Hades is my number 1, but it's like considering it's the number 1 for 2 of us and then it's the number 5 for 2 of us. It's like, it feels like the biggest consensus.
Well, I'm surprised. I mean, I'm happy. And I am locking in 4 through 10. I'm kind of kidding, but really I'd like to. I'm surprised Umurangi is in the top 3 conversation here.
I think
it's just the way that you talked about it for me puts it up there.
I mean, ask me tomorrow and I'll say Half-Life was my game of the year, but Umurangi is currently in that slot. And frankly, it's a stupid reason. It's because I couldn't decide which one of them I wanted to put as number 1. And Umurangi is an indie game made by a small team of indigenous developers. So that's why I ultimately put it over Half-Life, because I found it so affecting. So yeah,
this is not me putting it in like this is our number 1, but I think for 2020,
yeah,
I think it is a more powerful choice than Half-Life for that position on your personal list.
Yes,
I think the last stage of macro is the most important stage of 2020.
So yeah, Allison, you haven't played it yet, right?
No.
I would. I think we should talk about what happens in the narrative of that game. And it's fine if Sam is the one to listen. Because I don't
think I'll play it.
It deserves a discussion.
Yeah, and I don't want to spoil it for you, Allison. If it's something you want to see firsthand,
it's something I really do want to play.
Okay.
Just I haven't had a chance to get around to it.
So Andre, I think, is taking his headphones off because he's getting up for a second. So Umurangi Generation is a game about a kaiju invasion of the world and giant robots fighting against the kaiju. And you are a ground level
13 Sentinels.
Yes, actually, yes. You
it's
are a ground
not
level,
dissimilar.
Yeah, you're a ground level
photojournalist, aren't you?
Not even a photojournalist. You're like a
You're a photographer.
Yeah, you just take pictures of things for people. So for the first part of like the main game, you are going to these different locations and you're taking pictures for bounties to make money, to survive, like not to get rich. And it's this incredible journey through what happens in the face of the world ending, but not in the, oh, we're in so much despair, in the, radical art that would happen, in the parties in the streets that would happen if everyone knew the world was ending tomorrow. And that in and of itself is a deeply emotional thing. And you see it shift from, we're accepting this, to now we have to go through the machinery of the world actually ending. So you see there's a level where you're riding on a train and you can see a robot and a kaiju fighting off in the distance. And you're just riding the train because the train's going to take you somewhere where there aren't kaiju for now. You're on a tower where there's a battle happening and there's people, you see your friends who are in every level shooting at the bad guys and stuff, the kaiju. And all around, you're also seeing these these UN soldiers who have moved in to provide support and have also taken on a authoritarian role and a militarized kind of martial law role as well. And so that base game is really looking at what happens when power slides in for protection, but also to exert control over groups of people. And then
Andre, could you stop spoiling Final Fantasy VII, please? For the person who really wants to play it.
Oh, that clip is everywhere.
Yeah, that
I've never seen it.
I don't know how, that's incredible.
I don't look at bullshit.
But yeah, by the end of the base game, that's its commentary. But the DLC came out after a lot of major events in 2020, after the George Floyd protests, after the Hong Kong protests, and it very directly reframes everything that came before, especially involving the UN, especially involving the end of the world.
So you kind of move through more spaces to see more of the story around what's happening as all this is going down. And then you see the tightening grip of the UN, and you see more of these Gundam mecha mechs being deployed, getting prepped for deployment to save humanity. But you also see groups pushing back against that control. And then the final level, you're taking photos of a protest, and it is the imagery that we've seen from around the world. It is umbrellas, it's water bottles to get tear gas out of people's eyes. It's graffiti on the wall that says things like, oh shit, what's the quote about Watch Dogs?
There's lots of them. There was a couple about Watch Dogs, but something about sitting.
The game, it's if you want to see a fantasy or something, play fucking Watch Dogs. And it is a very raw, real life look at this is what is happening in these moments. And throughout this game, you've been taking photos to make money. And all of a sudden now, when you're taking photos in this final level of the protest, you're getting social media reactions instead of money. And when you take photos of someone's face at the protest, it flashes a warning saying, don't take pictures of people's faces. At the end of the level, you march forward and the protesters push past the police and stuff. And then one of these mechs comes down and kills everyone there. And it is
not just that, there's the police force comes in and starts beating people down to the ground.
And I shouldn't say kills everyone there, but the mech comes down and starts firing its head cannons at everyone, and the police are beating everyone. And suddenly now your camera has turned into you start taking selfies instead of taking pictures of the protest, because who knows if any of that really matters anymore, keeping your identity secret and stuff. So that final coda to the game of this is what this authority does to the people it's supposed to protect, when its authority is challenged, was just so important and impactful to me in this year.
And it has just a ton of graffiti, all very unique graffiti that is saying various things that are relevant to the year, but also relevant to POC lives, especially Native American lives, that they're very specifically calling out. And it's really powerful.
Yeah. It hit me really hard. And on top of that too, I should Boomerang Generation is a kick-ass photo taking game. It has some, we can not talk about the photos anymore, and
here we can pull Allison
dab for Allison to
on top of that.
It's a cool photo taking game. I mean, the photo bounties are interesting. The ways in which you have to fight with the environment and the controls to get the perfect shot is really a fascinating degree of friction. So
like how you have to do platforming to get the right shot that you want, not even for points in the game. It's just because you want to get a good shot.
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, I'm okay with it being at any of these slots. I'm not going to
it's excellent.
march to war to get it to number one, but it is my number one for all those reasons. And I'm really happy that it would make our top three, so I can live with wherever it goes.
I think it lives
Umurangi
nicely
at 3, Final Fantasy at 2, Hades at 1.
I was gonna say it lives nicely at 2 for me, and then it's an interesting split between 1 and 3.
I think I'm good with Umurangi at 2. I could live with it at 1, but like, you know, I gotta rep my boy Cloud and say like
I think it's fucking weird if FF7R is our number one, but I'm okay with it if I can't have Umurangi with where the list is sitting right now.
I feel weird that it's my number one of the year. Like
it's my number 3.
It doesn't feel right. Like
FF7 Remake is fucking awesome.
It's interesting.
I've put 3 hours into it so far, and I'm like really into it now.
It's fantastic. How did they do it?
I don't know.
So I like what I've seen from Final Fantasy VII Remake, but I do have a couple issues with it that I think are valid, and I don't know if it pulls it a spot lower or not. And that's specifically how poorly they messaged the fact that it's part 1. So a lot of people felt swindled and like not knowing that there's parts to come. And also the fact that like we don't know how many more parts there are. Is there just going to be 1? Is there going to be 2? Is it going to be something that's going to take 15 years to finish? Like,
I mean, Trailer Cold Steel says it's part 4, and
yeah, that's true.
It also says
And,
it's the end of the saga.
Like that's my only real issue with it. I never played it. I watched the ending. I know, like I watched the important parts, and it's what they're going for is a cool concept. I won't talk about it for Sam's sake. But like, yeah, I don't know. If you guys feel that strongly about it, I would trust your judgment. For me, it didn't. I don't know if it hit that hard, but I also don't like Final Fantasy VII Original.
As someone who like has played Final Fantasy VII like 10 to 15 times through and is a huge fan of that game, it just felt like they misunderstood what I wanted from more Final Fantasy VII, which was not.
Well, thank
that's
God.
More. That's
you
the
were wrong.
It's not more running errands for people in the slums. Like Final Fantasy VII is a Yakuza game, but in a sci-fi world. And like that kind of wasn't what I wanted from that. I wanted a bigger story, not a smaller one.
I also don't.
I've only played like half that game, and then my PS4 ate my save, so I can't talk about it authoritatively. But like, I don't know, I can't.
God, the last few hours of that game are so
but
cool.
We can't make the case for this game without spoiling it to you.
That's the thing. Yeah.
Like
and Allison,
Allison,
like even like on a fundamental level, even without like specific spoilers, but like the fact that they didn't like they understand what people want from them, but they don't like they're deliberately like going against that.
Well, I've only heard like basically vague things about the story, but like the one thing that I saw on Twitter like not too long ago that wasn't about Final Fantasy, but just was in general, was that was a tweet that was basically people don't want sequels. They actually want what the feeling that you had when you watched it for the first time.
Sure.
Yeah.
Like, and it's like it feels like that's kind of what they're going for. Is that like people have been saying for years like, oh, we want Final Fantasy VII to be remade. We want it remade, and then they're like, okay, well, let's do it. But like, what do you really want? You want something that makes you feel the way Final Fantasy VII did back in the day.
That seems like it sort of ties into the narrative too. Is they are very cognizant of what the audience wants, and that almost plays into it in a manner of speaking. Like again, speaking very broadly.
It is a game that is acutely aware of its audience.
Yeah.
And I think, Sam, maybe part of it is, I think a lot of that like early, like, what am I doing here is very intentional.
Yeah.
The stuff that you're describing is very much like, I had fun with that stuff, but I think it's very much, it knows that you're going, what the fuck are we doing during all of that stuff?
A lot of the stuff I played was like, I don't need to see this. This can happen off camera, like it did in the original game. Like when you go and like I liked seeing Jesse's family situation. I thought that was a cool scene, but I didn't need the like hour leading up to it and the hour coming off it. You know, like give me the character moments. Don't give me the like 2-hour dungeon going through the sewers and then the underground. Like, I don't know.
You're describing JRPGs.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know if I buy that argument, and frankly, because
it's me personally, and the way that I felt about this game was like the part in Midgar is not the most interesting part of Final Fantasy VII to me, and they were just like, yeah, but what if you just got that part?
It's setting and like scene.
Yeah. I don't know. There's loads of stuff that, like, I'm not saying that this is a bad game. I'm more than happy for this to be in the top 3 games of the year, even if it's a game that I didn't connect with really. And a lot of the reason why I didn't connect with it is because I played it like 5 hours at a time over like a 3-month period. Like the way I played it has ruined the experience I had with that originally. So I'm not saying that my arguments are valid in any way, but like I don't think it's a better game than Hades by a country mile. Like Hades is easily top 5 all-time game. It's a genre it's a game in a genre that I hate so much that I have gotten Steam refunds for games that were roguelikes before. Like it hit like every note that I wanted from that game and more. And again, this is another game that has difficulty accessibility that let me play at a higher level. It let me finish that game. I would never have finished that game if they hadn't put in the God mode. And like letting me have the experience that people who are good at games can have is like such an incredible feeling for me personally. That's why it's like top 5 all-time game.
Yeah, the stuff Hades does in terms of like mechanics to make it approachable for people who don't always go for roguelikes is great. They've got great writing and like story stuff with the characters. The thing for Final Fantasy is that it shouldn't have worked. Like I'm in awe of it, and like the audacity with
that's how I feel about Half-Life 2. Yeah.
It's I am in shock that I still think about Final Fantasy VII Remake like pretty often, and like the things they did, and like what is the next game going to look like. And
I think with Hades, to me, the gameplay is great. So I think it's a great game. I think it's great in the way that I think a lot of I played a lot of roguelikes that I also think are really great in terms of their like mechanics. So the thing to me that really made me like it as much as I did is the storytelling and the visuals and the music. I'm not crazy about the visual style and animation style in the gameplay. That's a taste thing. I like the character art in the like conversations. I think it's exquisite, but I think that's why for me I would be fine with seeing Hades at 3, is just because mechanically it's really, really good, and I would feel really, really good about it being on the top 3 of our list. But it wasn't as fresh for me as I think maybe it was for you, Sam, because I've played games that do very similar things.
I mean, I feel like I've played a lot of roguelikes too, and I felt it was just like, I don't know if it was necessarily fresh, but it was taking the mechanics and making like the most polished version with great characters, great story, great music. Like I feel like it was,
it's
for
subjective.
Me, it was like firing on every single cylinder.
What I'm saying is totally subjective for sure.
Yeah, it feels more to me like, yes, all those things have been done before. This is them being done the best way they have been done. Like, having played very few roguelikes and like seen people talk about others, the thing is, I'm like, if there is a serious push to be like, Hades should not be our number 1, it needs to be number 2, That's the point of view I have.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get anywhere with
that at number 3.
I think there's no way we're going to have a list that this top 3 that everyone's going to be like, yep, we all concur. I think more what I'm trying to get across is, for me, Final Fantasy VII Remake and Umurangi Generation are so incredibly surprising, on top of being, I think, fantastic experiences. And Hades, I could see, if you told me 3 or 4 years ago, hey, Supergiant's going to make a game about a roguelike about Greek mythology, I would have been like, well, that'll be fucking rad. And then
and it was
happened, and it was
one game of the year.
But that's why I think I'm less like, it's got to be number 1, because it was it's so good. And also I didn't keep it's like, it's so there. Like Final Fantasy VII for me, over time, I just keep thinking about it more and more and more as the months go by since having played it. And then obviously Umurangi was like very impactful to me too. So I can live with however we order these games. It sounds like we don't have a way to find a real agreement on it.
Hades, Final Fantasy, Umurangi.
Hades 3, Final Fantasy 2, Umurangi 1.
Well, I would definitely order it that way, but
I just didn't. I think Hades is really good. I just didn't like it. Like, for me, the problems I had with it, I just found playing it, I found it a little underwhelming. Like, I found the first area too, like in my second run, I made it to the third area. Like, the first I just found way too easy. The second and third I just found slow, and the fourth was just obnoxious. And I found the bosses just, I didn't like them. Like, the first one was too easy. Even when you start getting into the sisters and stuff like that, still too easy. And then like the second one, the worm thing, the Hydra, it just takes forever. And even when you get later, and it's like, it doesn't really change much. Like, you
can get it to be real fast.
Yeah, but you always have to go through
in like 20 seconds.
Like, you always have to go through
20
seconds. You always have to go through the phases, though. You always have to hit the main head, then the side heads, then the main head, then the side heads.
You can
and it's
get
like,
down for
I found it really annoying.
real fast.
Sure, I did it too, but I didn't like it. Like, that's my point. And like,
yeah,
I thought the third boss sucked. Like, the one with the bull and the dude, like, that just took forever. It was just boring. And then I thought Hades,
not the same way I felt about that.
I thought
alternate
Hades,
universe for me.
I'm just saying, for me subjectively, like, Hades I thought was pretty good. Like, I finished it. I put in like 12 hours, but I felt no compulsion to continue because
I liked the first boss a lot. I also was not crazy about the Hydra boss, but it's fine. I didn't dislike it.
It's definitely the worst of the four.
Favorite boss. I'm like
Theseus. I think Theseus and the bull is extremely frustrating and tedious for sure.
It's just boring because you're just dodging. You're just dodging the whole time.
That's weird because everyone talks about that being hard, but I found that the easiest boss probably.
It's easy. It just
Meg
takes
like 100
forever.
times, or like 20
the
times
hardest
even.
for me.
So
if they had done something to change up, like the Theseus and what's the
Minotaur Asterius?
Asterius. Yeah, if they had done something to like shake that fight up occasionally, that would have been appreciated. Because like the only one that really changes is that first boss fight.
You can do that yourself afterwards with with setting stuff up. Yeah.
But when I have to put in like 4 things into the, it would have been nice to just see like, okay, every time I go to like the Elysium, I'm not going to get the exact same boss fight. Like, they're going to toss a little something. Like, even the Bone Hydra has like some minor changes, but
it's just more projectiles basically.
Yeah, there are like a couple different variations that like can happen.
Yeah.
Like each time, like even without the heat, just like each time you go, there are like some minor variations that can happen. But then like that the Elysium fight doesn't change was a bummer.
Yeah, it is objectively a good game. I just personally didn't like it very much.
I liked it a lot, but I just like these other 2 more. That's
it is
really what it comes down
higher
to.
on my list than Umurangi Generations, but I think on our group list that Umurangi should be higher.
Yeah, like Umurangi isn't on my top 10 list, but I think as a group list, I would be comfortable with it higher as well, even if it's not winning.
Just to say, you're saying like you think Umurangi should be higher on a group list than Hades, which is 2 people's number ones, and
I know.
I think we should do Hades, FF7, Umurangi, and call it a day. I think that's I think that the three of us who I think Sam and Allison are boot down Hades number 1, and I'm happy.
I would be okay with it at number 2, but like you guys are like it's 3 or whatever. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I'd be fine with it at number 2 as well. I think we have 3 really fantastic games here, and I'm happy that they're all in our top 3, and I can live with however they're ordered.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if we put Hades at number 1, I'm not gonna be mad. I'm just voicing that.
If
I found Umurangi more impactful.
If we put Hades at 2, does that go?
I don't think there's a path for Final Fantasy.
No, I know.
I wouldn't be mad if that's how we ended up, but
I know. For me, that is the answer. But
I think Hades, FF, Umurangi is good.
I think what we're talking about, I think the one thing that I would say is Umurangi is the only game on this list to me that is like goes outside of games to make a point that's important about the world at a level that it rises to 2020 in a way that I think is really meaningful and impactful. But I also understand
But doesn't it do that in paid DLC, not in the released game?
Well, yes and no. I think that's.
That's
Venmo you $5 to make me feel better about it.
Well, I mean, that's the kind of thing I've kind of always wondered with Umurangi is that you say that the game really went up for you with the DLC. Like, does that mean anything? I mean, it doesn't have to, but
I don't think it matters at all.
At all.
But
I don't think it matters, but I think it's the reason it happened that way is because they released the game, the OG game, in the first half of the year.
Yeah.
And then the rest of the year happened, and they made the DLC as a response.
Yeah, totally. And it's a team of like 2 or 3 indigenous developers. Yeah. I don't know how to say the original name for New Zealand, but it would be the most respectful for me to be able to do that. But you know what I mean? Like I think this could have been a free update if like it was Supergiant making this DLC, but I understand why they're asking for whatever it is, $5 for it, given that they're a super small team that is trying to make ends meet. So so I don't think that factors into it to me at all. And I think the base game without the DLC is still more powerful to me than Hades or Final Fantasy VII Remake. So that's
right. But would it be your number 1 if it was?
No, Half-Life Alyx would probably be my number 1 without the DLC. So, yeah.
So we move Half-Life.
I was going to say, I mean, my number 2 is not in the conversation for.
I mean, if we want to move Umurangi down. Yeah. So it's our group list, and I don't know. I can't speak for the group.
It sounds like there will be more pain if Hades is not number 1.
Well, I don't want it to be like, oh, Allison will throw a fit if that's not.
No. I'm not talking about it
in that way. It just feels like the best. It feels like the best option with how it's placed on all of our lists. Like Umurangi is only on 2 out of 5 lists. If Hades is on 4 out of 5, and all of them are top half.
What I'd say is, if you asked me, I think that's a dangerous thing, because I could say right now, fine, Hades is off my list if it makes Umurangi number 1. That's how strongly I feel about it, you know. But I don't.
I mean, I would be fine with Umurangi at number 1 if Hades is number 2.
I think that what's really happening though is that like clearly the 2 of you are super passionate about Hades, and it's not that I'm worried you're going to throw a fit or something. It's that I want to recognize that it sounds like maybe this is your favorite video game ever made. is what I'm hearing.
Top 5 all time.
It's definitely top 5
for me.
I mean, I don't, but I guess top 5. I don't know. We say it's top 5 for more than 5 games, I think.
Oh, I have like a numbered list of 5.
Yeah. So
Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door.
Yep.
Quake 3.
It's like, for me, it's like Diablo, God of War, Hades, and probably Last of Us 2 are like some of my favorite games ever.
Paper Mario: Thousand-Year Door, Tales of Symphonia, Half-Life 2, Hades, and what is even number 5? So it might even be top 4, but like
Origami King.
Dragon Ball Z, Legacy of Goku
So
2, Dragon Ball Z, Legacy of Goku
Maybe
Blues
Persona
Fury,
3
Dragon
Portable,
Ball
but,
Z,
I mean-
Tenkaichi 3 for the PS2.
So I guess what I'm saying is, if you have that much deep passion about
Also,
it,
I don't want it to be like interrogating the list, but it's like, you already have FF Living Alex and Amnesia Rebirth at number 4 and 5, and then Final Fantasy VII Remake. So it's like a lot of the games that are important to you two are.
Yeah, I mean, we can
there.
make games 2 through 10 stuff that I didn't even play. I mean,
Okay, how about this? I'm gonna propose a solution.
I'm not gonna look.
I mean, it's gonna be the.
God.
Oh God!
I was gonna say, if this is a joke,
No.
I'll be annoyed.
I know.
I'm annoyed.
No, I think it's a little. I'm not.
For
this
the
isn't like-
listeners, I put Umineko when they die as number
This
one.
isn't like
Persona
a.
3 Portable.
This is. I don't mean this as like a like big like. Don't take. I'm not
Persona 4
feeling.
Golden came out this year on PC.
I'm not feeling
That
like
would
at
be in
all.
my top 10.
I'm not feeling at all heated about this. I do think like if you told me an hour ago, you can't have Umurangi Generation at number 1 if we put Half-Life at number 4.
I mean,
would have
I
been
don't
fine
want to
put
say that,
Half-Life
but
4.
it's like, but if it does, like the top half of the list
Yeah,
is very
like-
Pat and Andre heavy, and that's like there's nothing wrong with that, but that's the way it is.
Yeah.
Y'all should play better games.
I mean, I did play Final Fantasy VII.
And you kept procrastinating.
Listen, I played
I
played Paper Mario: The Origami King, but this is a conversation we're not ready for yet, apparently.
Okay, so like I said before, I think the best solution is Hades, and then either Umurangi or Final Fantasy VII, whoever has more feels about that. It seems like Final Fantasy VII
Honestly,
is a good number 2.
I'm kind of like exhausted right now, so I'm like willing to put Hades wherever.
I think Hades needs to be 1 or 2.
I don't want anyone to throw their hands up over it, and I think I'm the one that feels the strongest about Umurangi. So I would say we can put that where we need to. And I do think that the argument for Hades is higher on Andre's list, and it's not on, and Umurangi's not on Alex's list is enough for me to say as a group list. It doesn't make sense to put it at 1. I mean, it's impossible for me to walk away from that conversation without thinking that we got it wrong, but I also respect that is more people's feeling we got it right, and that's how collaborative projects work. So
like, I mean, I feel the same way, like, despite Umurangi being like lower on my personal list, I feel like it should still be higher on our
same.
group list.
yeah, I know
That's where I'm at too.
So like I'm
Hades or Umurangi, Final Fantasy VII.
I'm willing to go 3-2-1 Final Fantasy Hades Umurangi. I don't like it.
Wait, sorry, is that Umurangi number 1 or Hades number 1?
Umurangi
Hades number 2,
1.
Umurangi number 1 is what Andre's saying.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, obviously I'm
happy
fine with
about
that, but I don't.
I do not think that is as representative. However, I am okay with it.
I think it's the right choice, but also the wrong choice. Like I don't feel good. Like I don't think Hades is a top 2 game this year. Like, it's good. It's my number 4 game on my list. But like, in terms of what those other games do, it is so much more ambitious and like grand and impressive than what Hades does.
I don't know if, well, okay. I mean, having not played Umurangi, I can't really make that argument, but I feel like Hades is like,
Hades is technically proficient. It's very good.
For the story things it does and the technical stuff it does, like, I don't think it's like any less ambitious. Like, that's the one where I would like.
It is.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if I
like.
agree.
I don't know.
I think from a narrative design perspective, Hades is really impressive.
It is very impressive. Like, I'm not saying it's not good. It's not impressive.
I mean, like if you look at the dialogue system for Hades, like, there's a video online of like the dialogue system.
Sure,
it's like it is really impressive.
I also think that Final Fantasy VII comes from a place of, I mean, speaking of like to the group, I think Final Fantasy VII doesn't really work if you're not into Final Fantasy VII. Like, I don't think
What Andre told me yesterday.
Like I'm not even like I'm not a Final Fantasy VII fanboy. Like I've played it, like, and I've got history. I've played it. I know.
That's what I'm
I've
saying.
never played Final Fantasy. I've only played like 2 hours of the first Final Fantasy VII.
I think
you've played all of the content from Remake.
Yeah, you've kind of ahead, but like
it's like 4 hours. But
I feel like you have to have.
But I feel like I need to have that experience to really get Final Fantasy VII Remake, and that's what I was asking yesterday. Like if I should go and play Final Fantasy.
If you have cultural osmosis about the main things of Final Fantasy.
I think a lot of people I've spoken to have said that Final Fantasy VII Remake is great, even if you haven't played 7. In fact, I think the people who are not as in love with 7 like Remake more.
So I think this sucks. I'm not stating this from a like,
yeah.
You don't have this is why I think Final Fantasy VII is probably number 3 here. Mm-hmm. It is impossible. Like, you cannot have the experience that like people, I don't want to say but people have had with Final Fantasy VII Remake if you did not play Final Fantasy VII specifically when you were a young person. And it sucks. It's shitty that's the way that it is. But it's what you're talking about, Allison, with that, like, they're trying to give you the feeling you had when you played it.
Yeah.
I would say to you,
impression that I get, and that's why I've been like, should I go and like make myself play Final Fantasy VII?
But the problem is, I would say that won't do it either.
That won't work. Okay.
Because you can't. It's like if I said to you, like, if you were like, oh, I'm gonna go watch Star Wars: The Force Awakens. Should I watch the original trilogy first? Of course you should, but you're probably not going to have the emotional response to Force Awakens that you would have had if you saw the original trilogy when you were 12.
Right.
Yeah. And it's just
like, I just want to butt in because we have like 9 minutes left of my available time.
Yeah.
Are we still discussing Final Fantasy being above 3? I thought we were pretty okay with that.
I think that's probably where it
and
is.
then
I don't feel good about
Hades
it,
or Umurangi, and like, I vote Hades personally. I think Allison would also vote Hades. That is a perfect
Hades,
list.
like,
whoever has put that down, I think that is the correct list in my opinion.
I don't want to feel like I'm too pushy for Hades, though.
No,
like, that's the thing
I think if I'm being honest about my feelings, because I want to be honest with the people that I care deeply about my feelings, it does feel to me like Umurangi is so important to the events that occurred this year, and that's part of why I have a hard time. But at the flip side, I can feel okay with it because I feel like there hasn't been a game where you, Allison, Sam, in the time that we've done these Game of the Year awards, have had like a game that's like your number 1 represented. Mostly I'm disappointed that we couldn't have done this last year and just put Hades at the top and put Disco Elysium at number 2. Because I would have felt better about that than what we're doing now. But I also can live with it, and I'm not going to walk away from this like angry or like upset or anything because of how these fall. So yeah, I mean, as the number 1 pusher for Umurangi, I can live with it for sure. And we all have personal lists for a reason.
Yeah,
so
yeah. I don't think about Hades. Like, I see a meme, I laugh, but like I finished, I got like credits, I did like a run or 2, and then I uninstalled. Like, unless they do like an update, I think I'm done with Hades. And like I've uninstalled Umurangi Generations because I'm not gonna like go in and do like the photography more, but like I'm gonna think about that game for a while. And I keep bringing it up, but like Final Fantasy, I'm gonna keep thinking about Final Fantasy, but I'll live with that at number 3. But I think impact wise, maybe, I don't know, on culture, Hades is going to have a bigger impact. But
I mean, I don't know whether we should be talking about impact. No, it's a personal list.
No, yeah. But I mean, but like,
and I'm arguing against the point you're making that Hades is probably going to be more of a thing in media. And like, I think about Hades all the time personally, but it's the way that it hits for you. Like, I will frequently be like, well, time for bed, but what if I played a run of Hades?
But I don't think, what if I played a level of Umurangi Generations? I think, man, that shit in Umurangi Generations was wild. And
I have,
I think about the messages, the imagery.
Like,
I have a
just to
thick,
roll
I
back.
have a,
Like,
I have a thick
said I would
screenshot
be
folder.
fine with Hades 2 and Umurangi 1 if that's what the group wants.
Yeah, that's
Hades 2 and Umurangi 1
If you
is
guys
fine.
feel, if you guys feel that strongly about it, then go for it.
In some ways, I feel worse about it because I feel like that's like, I don't know, some kind of strong arming, you know?
No, but I mean, I feel like I'd feel that way too with Hades.
I know.
I'm at that point where I'm like,
if 2020 wasn't the year that it was, and basically that macro DLC didn't exist, I could I don't think I would even push for Umurangi in any way, but because of the year that 2020 was.
And I also think, I mean, we had, I won't spoil it either for you, Allison, but I think it's hard to convey. The DLC is not just more levels and not just more game. I mean, it is the thing it's doing. It seems
like it's a complete gameplay change from what you discussed.
In some ways. Yes. Yeah. And the ways in which it does change its gameplay is so, I mean, it's so vital. It's why we should keep, like, in some ways it's like it's why we should keep making video games, because someday maybe there'll be more video games that do things like that and have an opinion on the world like that and on current events like that. And
I really hate to do this, but I've got to go. So like, I'm happy to have Hades at number 2.
We gotcha.
If
that's baby.
I don't think it's the correct answer, but if you think Umurangi is, I don't know. It just feels bad to me because Hades feels a lot more representative of our list than Umurangi. But again, I have 4 minutes, so I can't argue anymore.
Well, that wasn't my goal
to save this file
until
this happened to me with the first time we did it.
I have 1 game on this list.
Yeah.
By the way, Sam, before you go, what is your top 10 so that we can
I'm not going to do it until next year because I haven't played the 5 games from this year that I think will be in my top 5.
All right, so I'm writing down Sam's top 10 as did not finish.
Yeah. I would probably just give a top 5 of Hades number 1, Last of Us number 2, Trails 4 number 3, Miles Morales number 4, and then a space. There's nothing that I loved this year, really. There are games that I liked.
What if we just did this and then did like that?
Tied.
1 to 2. Choose your own game of the year from our.
I don't like it.
Nobody liked that.
I'm not. Like that.
How about we do this?
Don't type Echo in, Alex. I'll kill you.
No, I just removed the numbers.
I'm with you, but we can't do that.
There's still a gold medal. Okay. Thank you, everybody, for this incredibly good conversation. I told you it would take 6 hours.
Yep. Sorry, we could be more expedient, Sam. It's 5 a.m. for me, so.
Yeah, I don't know.
I feel that. I have to now work for 4 hours.
Oh, no.
Have a good one.
I don't
good luck, Sam.
Bye, everybody.
See ya. I don't think there's any configuration.
You made the wrong choice. Goodbye.
1 and 2 where we're all going to be happy with.
Yeah,
it.
that's very true.
Just the way it goes, and so I can live with either one, and I think it would be great for Allison and Sam's game of the year to be our game of the year, and also I think Umurangi's one of the most culturally important and
I think it's the most poignant
games of that since we've started doing this. So it's hard. I don't know what
easily
the answer
the
is.
most poignant.
So I don't know.
It's hard to separate that feeling of this is 2020 game of the year, but am I pulled so hard towards Umurangi because it is so poignant and sort of on the nose?
I don't even think it's on the nose.
I mean, it means to be. It's not trying to hide.
Oh no, it's not
what it
patronizing or anything.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not that either. But like, it's very just like, hey, here's what I'm doing. And there's room for interpretation, but it's also very clear what it's like.
Yeah.
What it's drawing reference to, and so like without that, it wouldn't rank for me. And so am I like putting it up because of that stuff? And is that okay? Or, and that's.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. And that's why I can live with saying, obviously from a like design of mechanics and technical narrative design perspective, I think Hades is a stronger thing.
Yeah.
Because Umurangi's just not going for that kind of complexity.
Yeah.
So it's a hard call to make.
Yeah.
But I think if you remove the context to some extent, I think the challenge is then Trails of Cold Steel 4 shouldn't be on this list in that case. We're contextually putting it there because it was so important to Sam in particular. But so, I mean, it's our list. So that's why I think I could see Hades at number 1 or Umurangi at number 1 and live with it because I don't know.
I mean, I guess that's what Sam was going for, was that since Hades is like something we all played and that 4 of us have very high on our list, but I mean, but that's also, I don't know.
I mean, if we want to put Hades at the top, I don't think it's the wrong decision.
I mean, yeah, I'm at the point where I'm like,
for a group list, I don't think it's the wrong. I know, but I'm trying to keep I want to make sure that that we're not just going, well, just put Umurangi at the top because I feel because Alice and Sam had to go and Alice started arguing.
That's also the way I feel about putting Hades at the top too. Is like,
I know, yeah. That's why I'm trying to get to a ground where we can all feel better about putting Hades at the top. I guess, because I want the list to be represented.
Final Fantasy at the top. Hades number. No,
I can live with the list as it sits right here, which is Umurangi 2 and then Hades 1.
Yeah,
for listeners.
Yeah, I mean, I think I can live with it, and I think it maybe helps to correct some of the weight of the rest of the list. It doesn't really. I don't know that I. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I can live with it. For sure.
So our list as it stands now, from number 10, Marvel's Spider-Man Miles Morales only on PS5. Sorry, Andre. Andre. Number 9, Yakuza Like a Dragon. Number 8, Necro Barista. Number 7, Bug Snacks. Number 6, Trails of Cold Steel 4. Number 5, Amnesia Rebirth. Number 4, Half-Life Alyx. Number 3, Final Fantasy VII Remake. Number 2, Umurangi Generation and Macro DLC. And number 1, Hades.
It's a cool list, that's for sure.
There's a lot of good games.
Well, man, I feel like once when this is why I said I don't like doing the like ordering, because I feel like when we saw the like top 10, we're like, man, this is a good list. I don't know.
I know.
And then we got like
everyone felt good,
and then you start to order. And then we all felt bad.
Yeah. That's how making ordered lists goes.
This is my least favorite part.
And it's going to be funny because next year we'll rework the rules maybe, and everybody's voice will be heard. And if we were to come out of that saying a group top 10 with no ranking, and then next year, like, we'll all be like, man, Baldur's Gate 3 fucking rips. That's game of the year with a bullet. Or some shit. I don't know. Maybe not that game, but
then we'll just be like, no, it's got to go here when we write it up. It's got to be the first game or the last game you read about, and blah 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 blah.
Anyway, yeah. No, I think this is a good list that is representative of a really wide swath of what was happening in
3 JRPGs.
Yeah, but we also have like a VR game. We also have Umurangi. We have Hades. Like, I feel like it's a good list. It's just that we got really stressed out there.
I like how Jeff from the chat notes, it's the Kantian list. It may be right, but everyone feels bad.
Yeah, it's just tough because, and I think part of the reason it's tough is I wonder like, I think there's every possibility, Allison, that you could play Umurangi and the DLC and go like, holy shit,
See,
oh my god.
That's the thing too, is that I haven't played
Yeah.
it, but it's like
That's very
feel like
possible.
I definitely should.
But I also think if Sam played it, he would go, fuck this game, I hate this shit.
Oh yeah, I don't think Sam will like it.
So there is some balancing out there of like, I'm
right.
not saying
Well,
that like, yeah.
To wrap this up, Pat, what's your top 10?
Oh yeah, I will read my top 10. So my top 10 is from 10 down: Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War, Necro Barista, Amnesia Rebirth, Genshin Impact, Microsoft Flight Simulator, Hades, Wide Ocean Big Jacket, Final Fantasy VII Remake, Half-Life Alyx, Umurangi Generation.
Good list.
Andre?
Thank you.
10. Wide Ocean Big Jacket. Umurangi Generation. Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Mixolumia. Wasteland 3. Amnesia Rebirth. Hades. Yakuza Like a Dragon. Half-Life Alyx. Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Allison?
Okay, from 10 to 1. Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity, Yakuza Like a Dragon, Animal Crossing New Horizons, Death and Taxes, Murder by Numbers, Spider-Man Miles Morales, sorry Andre, Paper Mario The Origami King, Bug Snacks, Persona 5 Royal, and then Hades.
Nice. And then mine, which is gonna be just nothing nothing that we've been talking about. So number 10 to 1, A Summer's End, Hong Kong 1986. Welcome to Elk, Among Us, There Is No Game, Wrong Dimension, A Monster's Expedition, The Last of Us Part 2, Final Fantasy XIV Shadowbringers, Toho Luna Nights, Necro Barista, and number 1 of Umineko When They Cry.
Sam's asleep. I fixed the list.
Perfect.
Oh, god damn it. I had it on my clipboard. Now I have to retype it. I put, for the listeners, I put Persona 5 Royal Work and Trails of Cold Steel Forest.
This is okay. Well,
Persona 5 Royal is higher on my list than Trails is on Sam's. Let's just saying. No.
Oh, damn, that's true. Shit. Oh.
that's he spent all year talking about these damn games. All right, well, that is gonna do it for the 2020 episode of the Gaming Fix Game of the Year podcast on January 9th, now 10th for me, 2021. I've been your host, Andre Cole, aka your partner's favorite game of 2020. You can find me on Twitter at Coolslaw, COOLSL4W. Pat, where can people find you?
You can find me at PJC Plays.
Allison?
Find me on Twitter at WRITERSERENYTY.
And Alex?
I think it's really funny that in our group chat, we're like, yeah, we could get this down to 3.5 hours.
Oh,
It was
my
always going to be 6.
God.
We just hit 6 hours.
I was like,
Six.
I was oh God. So tired.
Yes, indeed.
Yesterday I said that I was tired in anticipation of this, and I'm very tired right now.
Out of anticipation.
I stayed up playing League of Legends until far too late last night. I'm going to bed when I was supposed to.
I'm up at 5 a.m. right now, and I've got, luckily, I've got 2 days worth of vacation left before I'm back to work. So, and you can find the podcast on Twitter at Fix Podcasts and on Twitch at Gaming Fix, twitch.tv/gamingfix. You can email us at gaming@fix.space and to send us out. Last time, our Game of the Year for 2020 list, starting from number 10, is Marvel's Spider-Man Miles Morales, Yakuza Like a Dragon, Necro Barista, Bug Snacks, Trails of Cold Steel 4, Amnesia Rebirth, Half-Life Alyx, Final Fantasy VII Remake at number 3, Umurangi Generation plus Macro DLC number 2, and your 2020 Game of the Year, according to Gaming Fix, is Hades. Good night, everybody.
Bye.
Or good morning.
Bye.
I don't know what it
Time
is.
it's 2 p.m. here, so time to take a nap.
Hell yeah.
I gotta go to the store.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
All right, stream.